Second. There we go. Ugh. All right. We are going to get going with this game. We are doing the Saturday Multiplayer Millennium Dawn roleplay. This is a new game, completely fresh start. I'm going to be playing Ethiopia. It's what I got in the draft, so this should be interesting. I've been wanting to do an African nation in one of these games for a while now, so we'll get a chance to do that, which will be really nice. We can see what we can do with the African Union and stuff like that, so this should be a lot of fun. Let me get my stuff set up here. How's it going, Alex? How's it going, Admiral? What's up, nerd? How's it going, guys? Can I join? Yes, all the information for joining is in the Discord. Bob, I know you're in the Discord, so all the information's in there. You will be to join halfway through. So we'll do a rehost in 2.5 hours, which will be 3 p.m. EST. If you want to join, you can then. Again, this game will go for 4 sessions. So don't feel like, you won't get to play through the whole thing, because there's plenty of time still left. Let me find a new playlist here. Bear with me. Does Ethiopia even have a focus tree? Yes, they do. It's a pretty solid one, actually, too. So we will have a focus tree. Ethiopia is obviously a very interesting country in modern times due to the pretty insanely fast growth that they had economically. Them, along with Nigeria, have been some of the fastest growing economies in recent history. We do start at war. We are at war with Eritrea to start off with, so we'll go for that. I didn't know what country I was going to get today, so I didn't pre-roleplay this, plan to roleplay, so we're going to kind of decide at the beginning what route we're going to go. We can't do anything economically until we finish the war of Eritrea, so we're going to work on that to start with. Get everything set up here. Since we're at war, I will actually do a military research, which I don't normally do in the beginning, but it makes sense since we're at war that we would be doing that. And we start with 2 mills. Let's go over the general overview for our country to start off with. We start with 2 factories. They're both mills. We have no civs to start with. So obviously the first thing we are going to do is go with industrial complexes, which gives you 3 civs to start off with, which will be very important to have so we can actually get going. We're going to be more or less at the mercy of foreign investment, both in our focus tree and in the roleplay. So the first thing we'll need to do is start securing some economic ties with other African countries as well as European powers. So we'll need to do that very quickly. I am going to work to build some African Union cohesion. Unfortunately, in Millennium Dawn, there is no explicit African Union focus tree, so you have to do basically everything only through roleplay, which is understandable, but kind of unfortunate. So let's work on making sure that we end this war very quickly. We have a little bit of an air force. And we obviously have no navy because we don't have the coastline. So for Eritrea, obviously in reality, it ended up being a ceasefire. Neither of the 2 countries could push each other. We're going to win, so we'll have to decide what to do with them. We can either puppet or annex them. It would be in our right to re-annex them because in this, they're not really an independent country. They're revolting. Eritrea, prior to the start date, was part of Ethiopia, but they revolted. So we would be well in our rights to re-annex them. So we'll have to decide what to do with that. Okay, looks pretty good. I'm gonna do a poll to decide which route we'll go roleplay wise. We can go either with a monarchy, we can restore Abyssinia, we can continue to enforce democratic leanings, or we can go back pure communist, which means we'd have to bring back Ningitsu. So I'll do a poll for that in a little while. We're gonna work on our economy first, so we won't have to worry about that too much in the beginning. I think we're gonna follow just 29 billion debt to start off with. Our economy obviously is in total shambles. We're running a pretty big deficit. considering we have no real factories. 20% tax rate, 15% corporate tax rate. We have a GDP of 8 billion. Obviously, we're coming off of the Mengistu regime and the famines in Ethiopia, so we have really no industry to speak of, and our country is incredibly poverty-ridden. So we have a very long route to go towards any sort of power, both politically or economically. We have a lot of work to do. We have unrestrained corruption, so we have a lot of problems. International bankers, farmers, and oligarchs for our groups, which are obviously very bad. We are in fast growth, but that won't do much good for us for quite a while. So we're not in the best of shape here. Obviously, we're an African Union member. We're getting US aid. We are a multi-ethnic state. We have the African brain drain, so people are getting jobs elsewhere. Looming famine. We've had that on and off for quite a while. We'll have to deal with a famine, or we will get a full-blown famine. And we are, of course, non-power. So we're a bit of a clean slate. We can kind of do whatever we want with Ethiopia, roleplay, and ideologically speaking. So we have a lot of options here. We'll have to decide what route we want to go. I do want to see if we can call an African Union meeting. We have a Nigeria player, we have an Egypt player, and do we have anyone else? I think we have a Botswana. No, we don't. He didn't end up joining. Yeah, so we have a Nigeria, we have an Algeria, we have a Libya, and we have an Egypt. And that is it. And then we have a Saudi, but they're more close. They're not going to be obviously in the African Union, so that's a little bit different. I think I'm going to follow DB. We will go and start to do... we just got a, I'm gonna follow OX. We just got a statement in the Saturday statements. Let me show you guys this really quickly. In a newly initiated diplomatic policy, Italy wishes to restore diplomatic relations with Ethiopia. So Italy will want to speak to us. It looks like they might want to rebuild their image internationally by possibly investing in us, which is really useful. I'm totally fine to play the colonialism card to get some investment from the Italians, so we will do that. Obviously, we're playing Milas Zenawi. He is a member of the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Party, which is socialist but not hardcore communist like Mengistu and the communists used to be in Ethiopia. More of a moderate Western outlook, more than really emerging outlook guy. Thank you for the follow, Darren. Annex them so you can unite the Horn of Africa region. We will probably annex them. I will go for that. All right, in that case, let's see if Italy's free. I think he's in a NATO meeting. Let me change the nickname of myself in the Discord too, so people know I'm Ethiopia. There we go.
Emotional damage.
That's good. All right, yeah. There's a NATO meeting going on right now. When that's done, we'll go ahead and have a talk with Italy. So we will wait until then. I will get a African Union meeting called in just a moment too, but I want to decide our political path forward. So I'm going to go ahead and do an ideology poll. So for everyone who's here early, congrats, you get to decide the future of our country. So just a reminder, there will be three options. We can go with the legacy of Abyssinia and go monarchist Ethiopia. Obviously, historically, Ethiopia was a monarchy up until the 70s when Haile Selassie was overthrown from power and the communists took control. We can continue to go down the democratic route and strengthen the republic, which would just continue us down that path. Doesn't mean we can't get a bit of a strong man in power, but we'll be Western outlook and democratic. Or we can just go full-blown communism and go, again, and bring back Mengistu. So that's our other option. So I will do a poll. Congratulations. Everyone in chat is now an Ethiopian voter. You are now citizens of Ethiopia and you can vote, so. There we go. Once that's decided, I can start to roleplay a little bit better because we know which direction we're going in. Let's pin all their units and stake their victory points here. I am going to unpause it. We've been in menu for too long. We have no strength on any of our units. Look at that. That's insane. I didn't realize that. Ah, there we go. I guess it bugged out for a minute or something. Very, very, very odd. We have a bit of cast up, but I know they've gotten a lot stronger than they used to be. Let's see if we can cut off all the southern divisions here. We don't have enough supplies to get proper logistics, so we'll have to go with this. No, we do have trucks. All right, let's see if we can pull it off. Yeah, okay, we can get full supply here. Nice. What's the poll doing? Monarchy tied with communism. Interesting. All right, so at this point, Ethiopia is fully engaged in its civil war. This is a civil war. I know some people will always look at this and be like, oh, they're fighting with the independent country of Eritrea. That's not the case. Eritrea was underneath Ethiopia after, obviously, the Italians left. And so they are a nation currently in revolt against the Ethiopian government. So in reality, this is a revolt, not a battle between two independent nations, which again is why we will be totally justified if we reintegrate Eritrea. And our focus tree does have options for that, so we are able to do that if we want to. And I do intend to fight them full on, so we will try and take them back. If we fail, that's fine. Obviously, if we take enough casualties and this goes on long enough, we would realistically need to sue for peace. But if we can just push them really hard here, I have no issues taking them back. We're about to take Asmara. We're almost there. And then if we take Alphabet, we should capitulate them. Let me check to see if Italy's still busy. Yeah, there's still a mega NATO meeting. There's like 15 people in a NATO meeting right now, so we'll have to wait on that. Yeah, not surprised. We'll get the African Union meeting going as soon as we decide our ideology, and as soon as this war's done, we'll call for an African Union meeting as well. Yeah, they'll cap if we take Alphabet here. That should be the war done. Yep, 100%. We'll get the peace conference in just a moment. Taking all the key centers and a lightning spearhead to the north of Eritrea, the Ethiopian government has managed to capitulate the rebels and will be forcibly reintegrating them. Wonderful. We will garrison all of our troops in the Eritrean territories due to the fact that they are, obviously, very rebellious, so we'll need to keep doing that. Is that Russian or Ukrainian? I can't speak either language, fan. Just heads up. Okay, looks good. Eritrea is ours. We'll just wait on that ideology pulled in, which it looks like monarchy is winning on that. Oh, no, it is tied between communism and monarchy. We will see here. They are tied. If they're tied, I'll flip a coin. I'm fine doing either, of course. And then after that, we can go do some diplomacy. Obviously, we are in desperate need of foreign investment and foreign aid, so we'll need to make sure that we get that ball rolling. Do they still have the... No, they got rid of the tree for integrating Eritrea, it seems. They got rid of that. There used to be a little tree you'd have down here that would help with integration Eritrea, but I guess they got rid of it. Monarchy! Alright, monarchy it is. We'll be going with the legacy of Abyssinia then. In that case, I'm going to call for a African Union meeting. Let's go talk to the individual countries first, though. Let's see. Who do we have in Africa right now? Hello there. Hello there.
I guess you are the delegate from Ethiopia.
President Obasanjo, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the ambassador from Ethiopia. I hope you are well.
Could be doing better. The nation... Nigeria is not what I would call stablest of nations right now.
Indeed, it is the same in Ethiopia. We only just got done putting down rebels in the Eritrean provinces, so it has been very brutal for us too.
yes, yes. I would also be on alert for the Somalian civil war. It's very
We are
worrying.
aware of that situation to the south, but there's very little we can legally do in that regard, so we simply have to watch, unfortunately.
Yes, yes. Anything a fellow African nation can help you with.
I'd just like to open up a diplomatic contract with your country, and I would be hoping that your country would be willing to attend an African Union meeting sometime this year. We're thinking perhaps July 1st.
Yeah, sure. Of course, yes. Of course, keeping African unity has always been my goal.
Absolutely. So on that subject, I would like to ask, what is the opinion of your regime, Mr. Obasanjo, about the future of Africa? Obviously, things are as bad as they have ever been here, for the most part, obviously, with the exception of our own two countries, which do have a very nice economic growth rate, but despite that, we still face many of the problems our African brothers also have on this continent. So what is your opinion about the future of Africa?
The future of Africa needs to be one that does not bend towards neither the growing Chinese or to the Western US outlook. It is imperative that Africa in some way or form stays independent of such colonial powers trying to come back to us.
Indeed. I agree that having ourselves exploited continuously by, obviously, the old powers in Europe and the growing ones in the East should be a pinnacle concern. But what is your thoughts towards, obviously, outside investment, as long as it is not exploitative?
As long as outside investments, because I'm going to be going towards the British for some, I agree. Outside investments, as long as they are not trying to force banana company like policies on you, then I think outside investments is key for rebuilding. Because right now I'm having to deal with, the rise of certain radical Islamic groups within Nigeria.
Indeed.
So outside investments are key, but you should not become dependent upon them.
I understand. I think obviously keeping things prioritized within Africa is of pinnacle importance in terms of keeping our own influence and sovereignty. On that subject, Ethiopia is looking for economic partners, and we will always prioritize African nations. Is Nigeria at all interested in some minor forms of mutual investment? Obviously, we're not a rich country. I suspect the same for you. But a little bit of mutual investment, I think, would do much to stimulate both of our economies, if that's something that you'd be interested in.
Yes, we can do that with you. Of course, we all have limited trade with each other or investments in each other due to my financial issues.
Would you be willing to do around 30 billion in mutual investment to start off with? Or is that too much?
Yeah, I can do about 30 billion.
Wonderful. Is there anywhere in particular you would like us to build? We will be using Ethiopian corporations, of course.
Prioritize, please, in my capital or in
Abuja?
Kano. Yes.
Can do. You should be getting the offer now. And as for us, I would ask that you prioritize the, just 1 second, southern Ethiopia, if you could.
Yes.
Wonderful. And in that case, I will be taking my leave unless there's anything else you wish to discuss, President Obasanjo.
Other than I wish that you will reconstruct, and I hope that the people of Ethiopia do not go down a path such as the communist MAGA, what's it called? The dictator.
Mengistu, as you know, has been indicted for his crimes against Ethiopia with the famine. He is a political exile in Zimbabwe, and he is never allowed to return. If that is the case, he will face intensive scrutiny and crimes from our government.
Yes.
I will say that there's beginning to be calls for a new government, though obviously I have attempted to do what I can in order to rebuild Ethiopia after his rule, but as you know, the socialists are frankly losing popularity quickly here. We do know that there is beginning to be calls for the return of Abyssinia, so we will see how that develops.
If you at all get a famine crisis, Nigeria would be open to send food shipments to you if you need it.
That would be greatly appreciated. We are trying to do what we can to stop our issues with the upcoming famine, which we've had cyclically since really Haile Selassie's era. But We may not be able to stop it. If we don't, we would greatly appreciate Nigerian support in terms of food, so we can reduce the suffering in our country.
Yes.
Wonderful. God damn it. It's just one person. He should get kicked. In that case, Mr. Abasendra, I'll take my leave. On the 1st of July, would you be willing to meet in Addis Ababa for a African Union meeting?
Yes.
Wonderful.
I ask that you get other Africans to join as well.
Of course. I will be going from here to talk with the others. So,
Yes.
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello there. Is this Mr. Mubarak?
Yeah.
Wonderful. This is President Zenawi. I have traveled to Cairo to speak to you about the...
You are President Meles Zenawi
I am President Zenawi, indeed.
from Ethiopia. All right.
I'm here to talk about the, obviously, future between our two countries. We share a sea and we almost share a border. So I hope to have a productive discussion on the issues we
Indeed.
face.
Apologies, not a roleplay.
Yeah, Bert,
we have
just-
a desync.
Just kick Sant. He does it all the time. It's sketchy.
Okay.
It's just one person. Just kick him. But anyway, Mr. Mubarak, first I would like to ask you, would you be willing to attend
Yes.
an African Union meeting on the 1st of July in Addis Ababa?
An African meeting.
African Union meeting. Of which you are a member, of course.
Of course. With what reasons?
It's an African Union meeting. We'll be discussing the future of Africa, the economic situation we currently have, and anything else we wish to discuss.
Yeah. All right. What day it will be?
July 1st of this year.
All right. I'll be there in July 1st in Addis Ababa.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Mubarak. On to other issues. I wish to discuss to you about the situation currently happening in Sudan, which is obviously on my border and on your border. What are your thoughts about this
Yes.
crisis?
They are quite annoying to our rivers. They have claim over the land that we have.
Claimed your... what do you mean, Mr. Mubarak?
For example, right, but you don't know. There are some claims, alright, that Sudan and Egypt has been in crisis for years and years because of the United Kingdom, and it's over the province of Akmo links. And then in Ethiopia, there has been a crisis between Sudan and Ethiopia that was basically because of the Nile River.
Indeed, it has been a bit of an issue for quite a while. Sudan has been very unstable. It is the opinion of the Ethiopian government that we will not be intervening or being involved in any sense. We will let it play out. We hope that the government that will be formed will be a stable one, and we will do what we can to help rebuild after. But Ethiopia, after our obviously civil war with the Eritrean rebels, is not at this time willing to commit any sort of troop activities towards that situation.
What? Can you repeat what you said, please?
I said that after the civil war we just had fighting the Eritrean rebels, we're not willing to commit troops, so we will not be involving ourselves in any way until the crisis is over.
Very well.
What is Egypt's action? Will Egypt be taking any action there?
Will I take any action over Sudan? I don't know. If Sudan keeps claiming my land, the land that basically is mine, by pure rule, we might have to do some diplomatic intervention, but we are not thinking that much on it.
Very well. I'm glad to hear. It's a very sad situation, and I hope that it gets resolved. Hopefully our two governments can work with the government that ends up winning there to build a stable regime there, because an unstable Sudan hurts both of our countries. I assume you agree.
Indeed, my friend.
Wonderful. In that case, Mr. Mubarak, I look forward to seeing you at the African Union Conference on the 1st of July. Is there anything else you wish to discuss before I leave?
Nothing more. Thank you for inviting me, and that I will see you on the meeting.
Wonderful. We will speak soon. Thank you, my friend. Okay, we'll go talk to... Where's Generalissimo at? I'm trying to find him. Oh, he's in Rome. Let's go talk about Italy.
Create with us. Yes.
Hello there.
Welcome. Welcome there, representative from Ethiopia. Benvenuto.
This is President Zenawi. Hello there.
Welcome.
The
welcome.
old colonies and their masters are united again.
They were once our masters. They have not been for quite some time.
And we're glad you accepted our invitation, representative from Ethiopia, to discuss the future of our relationships
Of course.
as a countries. We were discussing with here the gentleman from Algeria and Libya the creation of an economic bloc for investment among the Mediterranean powers.
Well, what exactly would this entail? Economic blocks tend to vary in terms of their centralization and their authority.
Yeah, we are
Would
discussing that.
propose-
We just came with the idea.
I would propose everyone in this group here will invest one civilian building in the capital city of everyone here.
I would not be
I
opposed to
don't
that.
know- Yes. I wish also, if we can, I'll invest, for example, into Libya, in exchange to a security for having access to the Libyan oil resources, which we need for our economy.
I assume you will provide Libya some sort of monetary
Yes,
incentive.
of course.
Mhm.
We'll give investments into their.
I would have a quick question though for the Italian ambassador. I think we're all aware here that Italy is undergoing a financial crisis with your debt. How will that
Yes.
impact any sort of an economic zone or agreements we would make with you? That is of concern to the Ethiopian delegates here.
That is indeed true for the moment. Irresponsible spending of the last government has led to quite a few problems. We are currently undergoing austerity measures to try to remedy this. We have to ensure you guys, your representatives, that any incident in the Italian economy with the debt problem will not have any repercussions in investments in your country. You will not sell them to other nations.
I sent you to the investments.
Yes, I accept it.
I have to be a little careful here because my interest rate is currently at 21%.
Damn, that's a lot.
I actually reached my debt cap, so I can't take out debt to invest in your countries. I do apologize. We're having a bit of a financial crisis here.
Do not worry, I don't have the cash right now to invest in everyone at the moment, but I will invest them when I have the money.
Wonderful.
And we also wish to discuss, as I said, the future of Ethiopian relations. We wish to first of all recognize the crimes that had been committed both in Libya, since they are here in this union, and in the Corn of Africa during the colonial times.
Are you willing to make a public statement about that? Because it's something to say it behind
Yes.
closed doors and another to say it publicly.
Well, we did make a public statement before we began a discussion with the national historians, but yes, we will make a public statement.
Wonderful.
And we also wish to offer our hand as a sign of peace to create an Italo-Ethiopian friendship treaty. Just so that the world knows that our two nations stand together despite past disagreement. We also offer economic compensation for the families that have suffered during Italian colonial times.
I think a deal could absolutely be worked out in that regard. I mean, obviously, due to the wars of the past, colonialism, our country, as with all, I believe, all the countries gathered here, are poverty-ridden. Obviously, we never had a lot of economic power, but the colonialism certainly kept us very weak for a long period of time. We would be willing to work with your country if you would obviously provide some manner of payment for that. We would be willing to work with you.
Same with us. Same with us.
We'll see about payment as the economy allows, of course.
Mhm.
But yes, we are very willing to offer first of all fair commerce. We want like the French come to steal your resources for cheap in other like they do in the west of Africa. We wish to commerce under the treaties of free commerce and fair trade. After all, we do not wish to exploit your peoples like in the past.
I know that Ethiopia would not be interested in a free trade bloc, obviously, due to the fact that Italian markets would be much more competitive than our own, but we would be open to that in the future once our
No, of
economy
course.
develops properly.
Of course, we're not meaning a free market like in the European Union.
Good,
I mean the free trade of in the sense that fair trade. And sorry if I use the wrong words.
Fair trade in what sense?
Translation. In the sense that, for example, we won't abuse corruption to gain more advantageous deals, like for example in West Africa with the following
I understand, yes.
colonialism, which I'm sure your representatives are well aware with.
Indeed. I know I can speak for myself. We've done much to try and address it, but Ethiopia is certainly riddled with corruption, so that would be something of great interest and use to us. We're appreciative.
Very well. Then I guess we can start this agreement. If it's official, the representative here of Italy will sign the deal, and we'll also make a public statement in recognizing the crimes we committed in the past against the peoples of Africa in our ex-colonies.
In that case, the Ethiopian delegates are willing to sign, and I will sign myself, obviously, as the president. I think that it is a good future for Italian, Ethiopian, and all former colony relationships. If Italy is committed to rebuilding those relationships and making amends for the past, there's no reason why we cannot help each other succeed in the modern era.
Very well. I believe then our business here should be done, unless anyone has any other...
I would say very briefly, can I speak with a Libyan and Algerian delegate separately? It's about the African Union, right after.
Sure, of course.
Wonderful.
Farewell, my friends.
Can I speak with the Ethiopian delegate?
Yes, just one moment. I want to speak very briefly with Algeria and Libya, and then we can speak. Is that fine?
Okay, that's fine.
Wonderful.
That's fine.
I guess you guys should go through the other voice channel then.
I'll just pull you guys down one.
Sure.
Inshallah, brother.
Inshallah. I have just a very brief statement. We are calling for an African Union meeting on the 1st of July, if you both would be willing to attend that, along with Nigerian Egyptian delegates.
Of course, brother.
Wonderful. That'll be on the 1st of July. Mr. Gaddafi, would you be willing to come to that meeting as well?
Of course. Of course.
Wonderful. Then I will see you there, gentlemen.
Our only request would be not military industry, but
Okay. I want to make a break your news thing really quickly about the deal with Italy. So it looks like Italy wants to make amends for obviously the colonialism in World War II, which is fine. As long as that helps us grow, I have no issue with that. So we're going to go ahead and make a news article about that. Share while I'm doing it too. It's a little bit more interesting that way. You're Algerian? Hell yeah, man. That's cool. All right. Do we have... That's watermarked. God damn it. That's badass, but also watermarked. Man, I just want like an Ethiopian and a Italian flag next to each other. That's all I need. God damn it. That'll work. No, it won't. God damn it. God damn it! Let's try meeting. Good enough. I think that is an actual meeting, so that'll work. Perfect. All right, cool. We did a news article about that. So we're just waiting until the African Union meets again, which will be on July 1st. So we have a couple months before that happens.
Yeah, hello?
Hello there, who's this?
Can I speak obviously? Because I have a question.
Oh yeah, what's up?
Sorry, I'm Iran. I wanna just make it clear to not Rulbirik. Can I make nuclear warheads? As Iran?
You can make nuclear power until you get the verified roleplay rule. You are not able to make nuclear weapons. So.
Because I have Iran, I think.
Yeah, you can make nuclear power because you start with that tech, but not nuclear weapons because you gotta be verified roleplay to get that. Just
so I can
trust
become
you.
a nuclear power and change my nuclear program to nuclear
Yes,
power.
just don't. You can't make missiles. That's the only thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Hey, would you follow Nikki? Okay. How do you get that Discord theme? It's called Discord Plus, I think. What's up, Dubai? How you doing? We're gonna be going a monarchist Ethiopia. I did a poll earlier and Abyssinia one, so we're gonna go Abyssinia and Ethiopia. How did I get that theme? There's a fucking, I think it's called like Discord Plus. It's not officially recognized by Discord, but it allows you to do a bunch of things with it. You can get a bunch of plugins and themes and stuff for it. Discord Plus, I think it's called. Be careful though. I know that there are some little sketchy stuff on there. All right, so our economy is in really bad shape. We have 76 billion in debt. Obviously, the size of our economy is non-existent, so we have to be very careful. We're going to undergo some very aggressive economic growth here, so we should be semi-all right in the future, but we have to be very mindful. Normally, I like to do lots of mutual investment in the beginning, but as Ethiopia, until we get our economy in a better place, that's very dangerous to do. So we have to be very wary in the beginning here. We're going to go ahead and go with centralized bureaucratic state to start off with, so we get some more political power, because we make almost none to start off with. Due to the, I think, the legacy of Abyssinia. No, that's the one we're doing. Why do we have such low political power? US aid is really fucking us. Looming famine is really fucking us. We have to get rid of it in our focus tree, which is, yep, stabilize the food supply. We'll go with that next. We'll go all the way down to get stabilized food supply, and then we'll go into our investments. Am I understand the GDP, but how do you get the per capita really high? You have to have a really high GDP and a lower population. Every time you get more population, it lowers your GDP per capita. So if you have a really high, excuse me, if you have a really high population growth rate and your economy is growing really slowly, it'll go down. So having low population and a really high GDP, like for example, last game we did, the Hezbollah player ended up having a GDP per capita of like $500,000 because like he had a low pop, but he had like maxed out factories. So high economy, low population, or just balance it really well. Yeah, food supply, it's slightly meta, but it's also a huge issue. Right now, one of the biggest issues in Ethiopia is the famines. Famines have been reoccurring in Ethiopia for really the last 100 years, and a lot of Ethiopian history. Haile Selassie had a mass famine. He was the last monarch of Ethiopia in Abyssinia. He had a massive famine, which led to him being deposed from power and the communists taking over after the military junta took power. The communists also caused a famine. Mengistu caused a mass famine due to his really bad policies. Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Zenavi. This is the Vice Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Ah, welcome. It's great to have you here in the capital.
Yes. We wanted to formally invite you to Berlin for talks and mutual investments, and generally for just talks.
I can absolutely make a trip. I can go ahead and head up there right now if you'd like.
In a bit, because I think my Chancellor is in a meeting right now with the UK.
Very well, if it does go on too long, I warn you that there is an African Union meeting that's going to be happening in the next couple months, but if it's before that, I absolutely have the time.
Okay, I will ask my Chancellor right now, and then I'll come back to you.
Wonderful. Sounds good.
Okay.
Two of the most German players in our Discord are co-oping Germany today. Invo and Quatsa are both very German and they're co-oping, so it's gonna be great. Hell yeah. Famine roleplay today, possibly Escova. We'll see. We're gonna try and get rid of it. I'm gonna go to Legacy of Abyssinia, and then we're gonna go down to deal with the famine, and then we'll go into our economy. So we will try and deal with it. I won't immediately rush it though, so we may still get a famine. We'll see. I'm not gonna meta it.
Unfortunately, The chancellor right now is in a meeting with the UK, so I would advise that we do the meeting after your meeting.
Wonderful. The African Union meeting happens on the 1st of July. That'll probably run for around a month in in-game time. So after that, I would be happy to meet with the German Chancellor.
Ausgezeichnet. All right.
Wonderful.
Then,
Send her shoulder my regards.
I will, Mr. Zanavi.
Thank you very much.
Emotional damage.
Okay. That timing. I'm calling it. Sound alerts are dead today. I'm not dealing with this. Sound alerts are removed today. I don't want to be in the middle of diplomatic talk and have sand spamming emotional damage, so. Sound alerts are off for the rest of the day. Okay. Wait. No, they're not. I'm gonna have to get rid of sound alerts entirely. I'd have to get rid of alerts, which you don't want to, so I may have to just go remove the channel point rewards. We'll see. I think this might be the day that sound alerts die. I think it might be.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I have a question. So I was playing Democratic Russia Millennium Dawn in the year 2008. Should I continue it or start a new game? That's really up to you, Alex. Depends if you have, like, did you get out of that game you wanted to get out of it? Everyone plays it differently. It's really up to you. We just lagged out. Wonderful. Is there anyone else we want to talk to before we start? Not really. Until we get our economy back on track, we really can't do too much. I suppose we should probably talk to Saudi Arabia. But, I'll give that a little bit of time here. God damn it. I hate it. I clicked the wrong fucking button. What the fuck just caused that? My whole screen moved. Well, we leased Mills. That's gonna fuck us up for a while. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it is an interesting country, Limpar. I agree with you on that. Disable them RP streams to keep them on casual streams. Yeah, I could do that. It's not too bad. I just hate it in RP games when people just start spamming sound alerts when I'm trying to roleplay. That shit is very annoying. Gets me pissed off. I want a coffee creamer, so I'm having to drink coffee black. I fucking hate it. I'm a pussy, man. I like fucking coffee creamer. Goddamn. I can drink black coffee because I have a caffeine addiction, but it is absolutely brutal. And I'm hating every minute of it. Okay. We still have 2 months to go. Let's look at. I need to figure out what's happening with the game. Where's Burn?
Player guy.
Is something happening with the game right now, or?
Yeah, it's gonna see. It's slowing down.
Yeah, I had to kick.
Can someone kick him?
Yeah, if they're lagging real long like that, you just gotta boot them. So.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want me to do that in the future too?
Yeah, if they get 1,000 hours behind, then it's all good to boot them. Yeah.
Okay.
Then you can do this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, if you lag, you get kicked. It's that simple. It sucks. If you have better internet, it's horrible, but you can't lag your whole game, so. Can say as an addict myself, it is very addicting, but it gives me the energy I need to like get through the day, because I always have so much to fucking do, man. I'll never drink coffee because I don't need it, and it's going to be addicting. You'll need it when you get older, no, you'll understand. You'll need some way to get through the day. When you get older, you don't have the energy you do when you're young, and then you still have like way more work to do all the time. So you got to find something. Unless you're one of those people with naturally just insane amounts of industry. How will I need it? The energy you have right now as a young person, that's not normal. The energy levels you have right now are not normal. You will keep those probably until around 21, after which, depending on your lifestyle, your diet, and your genetics, you'll start to lose energy very quickly. Once you get into your mid-20s, early 30s, and beyond that, your energy goes out the window. Yeah, ADHD, I mean, I have ADHD too, no, but ADHD energy is different than like the energy you have right now. They're two very different things, so. Yeah. But anyway. All right, we have elections upcoming right now, which we are going to absolutely dominate, so no worries there. We're almost done with the legacy of Abyssinia, after which we're gonna go into international diplomacy and go down to stabilizing the food supply. And from there, we will start to invite in foreign investors in order to actually build an economy for our nation. But yeah, You may not need it. I could be wrong, but in 10 years, let me know. I'll bet you that you'll be drinking coffee because you need to. It's hard to get by when you're older. I mean, unless you just don't do anything all the time, I guess. But, you know, unless you're rich, that will not be the case. Have you tried drinking water for a week and nothing else? It's very healthy. Okay, here we go. We still have 2 months. Let's go talk to someone else. Let's go have a talk with Saudi Arabia if he's not busy. Yep, he's busy. Italy's busy. There's really no one else for us to talk to right now. We'll just hang out. We'll wait until the African Union meeting. And once we get a proper economy, we can start being a lot more aggressive with diplomacy and stuff like that too. In the beginning, if you're playing a struggling nation, you really just have to focus on not dying. See, I got those 5 mils. I don't know what caused that, but it just made like my whole screen shift upwards, so I hit the fucking mils button, not the SIB button. Which means we're effectively just building nothing right now, and our economy's shit. Okay, so we're gonna go Abyssinia, so we're gonna become a monarchy. The question is, are we gonna become a really imperialist monarchy, or are we gonna be more of just a relaxed kind of Western outlook, like investiture, you know, aristocratic monarchy? That's the question. Obviously, in a game like this, it's very difficult to be expansionist, but we're in like the one part of the world where it's actually kind of doable realistically due to like the instability in Somalia and Sudan. Realistically, we would have a lot of reason to expand, or at least to start puppeting people, so we'll see how to do that. We also kind of have to look at the way the world goes diplomatically. If we get no nationalists and everyone stays like Western, we'll be able to basically not expand at all. But if we see a lot of nationalists and communists popping up, NATO starting to get weak, the UN being very weak, in that case, we could potentially start to be more aggressive and take back the Horn. We obviously do have a historic right to take basically all this territory, due to the fact that during the Kingdom of Abyssinia's height, all of that land was owned by the Kingdom of Abyssinia. So we do have a right on it. Obviously, in modern terms, if we just, you know, declare on it, we'll probably have an international peacekeeping force on our ass, depending on how people play this game. So we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful. We are going to form a coalition government to be able to have a government. I'm not going to go with the House of Solomon. They're not popular enough, so we'll invite the Democratic Party. And we should be able to form a government. No? Yeah, we can. Good. All right, wonderful. We formed a coalition government, so we're in power. We're working with the Ethiopian Somalian People's Democratic Party, which is a very moderate socialist party with a Western outlook. So we have a coalition. So now we will stay in power. We will not put the House of Solomon in power until they have a sizably large portion of the country behind them, which we don't have. Hi, hey, Hal, and the Paradox game, the AI targets you even if they are getting fucked somewhere else because they don't have troops there. Yeah, but Paradox AI is always just pretty bad. Programming AI in video games is not easy. It's very difficult, so. Not quite yet. We're almost ready for the conference. Yeah, 1 month and then we'll have the African Union conference. Let me see if Saudi's still busy. It appears that he is. We can have a quick chat with Algeria though. Let's do that. Hello there.
Inshallah.
Hello, this is President Zenawi.
Greetings, greetings.
So nice to meet you, President Bouteflika? Bouteflika.
Yeah.
Bouteflika.
Yeah, Bouteflika.
It is wonderful to meet you. I wish to have a brief conversation with you before the African Union meeting. Obviously, we're both former colonial powers, and I was hoping that we would be able to agree upon the fact that we need to ensure that Africa remains entirely independent of outside influence and rule.
By outside influence, you are talking about Western interventionism.
Exactly.
Yes.
The Western countries using, obviously, the many civil strifes and conflicts within our continent as means through which to get their claws onto territory and influence within the African continent, which Ethiopia seeks to attempt to stop, or hopes that the African Union can work together to stop from happening.
Yes. Likewise, I, for one, am also in favor of the absence of interventionism in the African continent. I am a little worried about the fact of Western-funded destabilization in our region, mainly with the South African and Central African continent countries.
Indeed. There are a lot of current active conflicts. I mean, we have them in the Horn, we have them in Western Africa, as well as Central Africa. And obviously those are tragic circumstances, but I think that it should be the mission of the African Union and the relationships between our countries to ensure that we begin to start to deal with those as Africans, rather than having the Westerners and the major powers just directly interfere on our behalf.
You speak Allah's word. You speak Allah's word. I am curious in your internal politics basing on religion. Would you ever consider becoming an Arab member as well?
That would be a very complicated and long process. We will obviously not rule out anything, but Ethiopia views her sovereignty of political and economic of high concern. You're talking about the what organization specifically?
We had talks, Libya, Egypt, and I, of the possible corruption that Israel leads the Middle Eastern continent with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia being highly Western influenced. I don't believe we've spoken with Saudi Arabia yet, but you being so close to Saudi Arabia, I worry for the I worry for his influence to rub off on you, basically.
We again, let me reiterate, we do value our own political sovereignty of the highest degree, so we will not allow him to obviously have any major influence over us. I am not opposed to being more involved in the Middle Eastern crisis, but we obviously do have to prioritize our own country due to our internal issues after the Eritrean civil war, and obviously for our economy.
Currently, by my understanding, Ethiopia is undergoing extreme corruption and economic.
I will be honest with you, it's not great here, but we are doing our best to reform it. The people are beginning to lose faith in our government, however, and as such, there has been a re-arising of the claim of the heir to the Haile Selassie family. We don't know how that will develop, but it is gaining a lot of public traction right now.
Algeria looks out for his African brothers, and we have funded a infrastructural plan in your nation. This will not be the last of these infrastructural plans, being that currently Algeria leads in economic duties. I hope that these plans will assist you in digging your way out of that hole.
We are very appreciative of your aid. We are attempting to kickstart the Ethiopian economy, but as you know, not an easy process. Generations of exploitation and then poor management underneath the communists have made us very weak, so it will be a long road towards prosperity, but it is one I'm sure you will be walking the same as us.
Yes. And hello, Nigeria, hello.
Yes,
President Obasanjo, welcome.
Yes, we're told for the meeting, you said it was in June.
July 1st. It'll be in, I think, around 4 days, which will be in Addis Ababa, so which we'll leave for that in just a moment. But anyway, Algeria, I thank you for your aid. I think we are of two minds on many matters when it comes to Africa, and I look forward to working with your government and with your nation.
Yes. Allah Imam. I hope that my words and your words, we can shed the light in the African Union meeting.
Indeed, and we shall. On that note, I will return home to Addis Ababa, where we will have the African Union member meeting shortly. So I look forward to seeing you there.
Safe journey.
All right, we're about to have the African Union talk. I'm glad that he wants to work with us in that regard. potentially us being more, we could join the Arab League. That is an option. I mean, we're 31% Muslim, so it wouldn't be impossible for us to join the Arab Union, which would be interesting. We'd have to decide if we want to involve ourselves in those sorts of issues. Fuck, we just had famine. We just got full-blown famine. Fuck me. We're still like a year out from getting rid of it too, so we're gonna have a famine for around a year. Let's make a news article about that. Fuck! I was hoping we'd avoid it. Let's not make it too depressing. That'll work. Well, that is horrible. It's gonna be basically how we justify the change of government too, because the current administration has completely failed to stop the famine from happening, so we are in very bad shape right now. All right, and then I think we will be starting the meeting now, so let's go get everyone in here. Colonel Gaddafi, we are going to be having the African Union meeting in Addis Ababa, if you would like to head on over.
Of course, I will attend in a second.
Wonderful. We are going to begin the African Union meeting whenever you are ready. And then we need, who's playing Egypt? Ghost. Where's GD?
Hello, hello.
Hello there, hello. We're just, need to find Egypt. I think he left the disc. He's not in any of the Discord VCs. Nice.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's a no-no. You gotta be in them, unless you have a very good reason not to. I'll DM them.
I feel like he might be one of those nations who might.
This is troubling. I have civilian industries in Cairo.
Okay, I set up a DM. You gotta follow Victor.
Inshallah, brother Gaddafi.
We have, I believe, most of the members here now. We are just waiting on Mubarak, but he is currently unreachable, so I am not sure if he will attend. Anyway, welcome, gentlemen, to Addis Ababa. As I'm sure many of you know, we meet here under very sad circumstances. Ethiopia has fully gone back into a famine, and we would appreciate that any food aid that any of our fellow African Union members can provide. The famine has gotten significantly worse, and it is beginning to become a total catastrophe. But on that sad note, we will get into the rest of what we're here to talk about. Obviously, the African Union is an attempt to provide solidarity and unity within our continent against those who would do us harm and to help those who wish to work together towards a better future in Africa. Every one of us here remembers our own histories, and our histories are defined by imperialism, colonialism, and exploitative systems, which has led to...
Sorry for coming late.
No worries. Which have led to this situation. It is the belief of my administration and of Ethiopia that we must continue to work together to provide both our continental and national sovereignty, as well as providing for other nations who will work with each other and not seek only exploitation. I know that Ethiopia only has the best intentions in heart for her brothers across this great continent. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
I'm extremely sorry for coming late. I was occupied in having some diplomacy in Europe.
No worries.
I'm from Egypt. I'm the Egyptian Prime Minister.
Yes.
Do you have anything to state?
I'm hosting Hammurabae. I'm here for the meeting. I'm extremely sorry for coming late, as I was occupied having some diplomatic relations with Europe, with my representatives, which, by the way, all went wrong.
No, I tried to watch it, but it said it was still uploading when I tried to watch it.
Here?
I would like to speak on this case of your diplomatic speakings with Western powers. My advisors have told me that you've been speaking with Israel. What is the meaning of this speak that you've had?
Yes, Israel has come to Cairo because it seems that they asked for the militarization of the border. Of course, because of all relations, I say that appears not. But they insisted that there is right now a vote going on in the Egyptian Congress, which, by the way, it's going bad. Our government doesn't feel. Our government doesn't feel that good. But anyways, we are here. May I speak? We are here to ask for investments.
I would like to interject briefly. This is not the time for discussing of individual economic relationships. We're here to discuss the African situation, broadly speaking.
So, can I speak?
Of course, Colonel Gaddafi.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. Tenawi, I congratulate you for your victory in the Ethiopian Civil War.
Thank you.
For
It was a
the
hard-fought war.
reducing of the famine. I see that your economy is growing. My economy is growing too, same as Egypt and Algeria. For now, it looks like a bright future for Africa. But I hope that this can continue, and I know Ethiopia is one of the oldest Christian nations in the world, and Libya is one of the oldest Muslim nations. But I hope that religion will not disturb the peace in Africa, and that we can work together, and that it doesn't matter which ideology or which religion a country is following.
Indeed.
And I would propose one thing. If any attempts of colonization by European countries is tried, please call all members of the African Union and let us
Colonel
discuss
Gaddafi
it here.
has beat me to that one. I was going to suggest a similar agreement. We all know what happens when the Europeans and other powers enter into our continent and take advantage of our nations. In modern times, this has proven to be very different in the past. In the past, they would directly rule us. Now, they rule us through exploitative economic means. I would ask that all nations within the African Union gathered here today agree to defensive agreements for Africa to stop any form of imperialism and colonization, and be willing to jointly work together to stop any exploitative agreements that the outsiders would seek from any of our nations, as well as any from our brothers and sisters.
I stand firmly with that.
I'm sorry, but I do not stand. I'm having diplomatic relations with Europe. I'm trying to have some economic.
We're not talking about diplomatic relationships. That's not what we're talking about, Mr. Mubarak. We're talking about exploitative economic actions or direct colonial or imperialism in Africa. I have relations with many European countries as well. That is not anything that we're discussing here. There is no problem having relationships with Europeans or any other power around the world, just as long as they are not taking away your political, economic, or territorial sovereignty, or any other in Africa, broadly speaking.
Yes.
So it's just a defensive part against imperialism.
Correct.
Yes. Nigeria.
We still do not. I don't see any danger because the Europeans seem too occupied with their inside relationships. So I'm sorry, but I do not stand. I see.
I agree. If you have nothing against it.
There is no real imperialism in Europe right now.
We are looking towards the future.
We're not talking about right now. We're talking about in the future. Relationships in countries change.
I wanted to say I would like to make a post about our current meeting.
Yes.
Am I allowed to do that?
Well, what will it explicitly say?
The African Union announces there is no place for European influence in Africa.
Absolutely.
Nigeria wishes to talk
Emotional
about
damage!
about the rise of Islamic extremism within some parts of Africa. We bring this up to debate the issue of the. As you know, Nigeria is a split nation. It has a majority Christian and Muslim culture, which of course has become rather turmoil as we enter the year 2000. There is a worrying radicalization of the so-called Islamic and Christian militia groups within Nigeria. Being the Christians, being the Christian groups as well, as I wish to bring up the.
Hello.
One
This is
moment.
the representative from Turkey.
This is an African Union meeting. We would be happy to speak to you when we are done.
Perfect.
We would ask if any of you guys can, if you could help us deal with the Nigerian Muslim and Christian issue. If you can.
Of course, Egypt will, of course, help with military assistance in form of attaches. Like I already said, the growth of Africa cannot be stopped by religion.
Ethiopia is very hard hit after our civil conflict, and as such, we can't provide troops on the ground in Nigeria, but we would be happy to send military advisors as well as any other supplies we need. Though again, we are a little busy dealing with the famine, which we're currently undergoing right now, which is debilitating our country.
Egypt is quite busy too, as we are having a political crisis, we will say. There are many protesters against the Egyptian leader, basically me. And if you check the news, you can clearly see that there is some stuff going on.
Yes,
the Egyptian government cannot afford for supporting another country.
It is
that will basically rest or already low stability.
Nigeria, what we can do, we will provide, though.
Yes, we hope so.
In that case, for I know Egypt has not agreed, but for
I would like to propose a plan in action for the next 4 years of at least investing into everybody's nation at least 3 more civilian factories.
Ethiopia would love to do so, but currently due to the famine and our economic crisis, we have already debt 2 times our GDP, so we will be unable to for the moment.
I will propose that helping Ethiopia's debt overcome that for it to invest into the African nation. We can talk about this at the next meeting.
Indeed.
I will further think about this plan.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, this is an African Union meeting. We'll be happy to talk to you after, but not right now.
Sorry, Ham. I just got to talk to you after because I got a dip, but I also got to talk to you for a bit.
Sounds good.
After this.
Just DM it. Do it in DMs, man. Just DM me about it.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But on that note, I know Egypt doesn't want to, but for the other nations, Nigeria, Libya, Algeria, and Ethiopia, are you, the leaders of those nations, willing to commit to a mutual defense pact for any colonialism and imperialism against our nations?
Nigeria.
The last
Of
man,
course.
the last woman, and the last child will defend African lands against imperialism.
No, we just need a slogan for our movement.
Nigeria will agree to the defensive pact, as we know that we can't trust, both the East and the West to not try and go back to colonialism. So yes, we support this.
How about
Very well.
Egypt might not support this defensive pact as we don't see any danger of imperialism. Europe is too occupied with their own stuff inside their continent. And in the East, we don't have much problems.
Very well.
Shall we
Except
adjourn this
we
meeting?
just need
And
a
in that
slogan
case, is
for
there?
our movement.
Well, Ethiopia sees no reason for a slogan. We got the African Union, plain and simple. Is there anything anyone else wishes to talk about at this meeting?
Not at this moment.
The problem of radicalization in the Middle East and in North Africa.
That is a separate matter.
Would be worth
Ethiopia
talking
does not
about.
view the Middle East as relevant to the African Union.
Then we will talk about that another day.
Indeed.
Good. Then that was all, I would say.
In that case, we will adjourn this meeting. Gentlemen, thank you for coming here. I hope in the future we will have a useful relationship between our countries and we can move forward together. Let us move past the days of colonialism and into a new future.
Indeed.
Inshallah.
I'm not joining the defensive part. I don't see any.
We are aware of what you've said. We are aware.
May Allah be with you. Goodbye.
Inshallah. Allah Imam. هذا بتقولي ده عوي.
In all cases, I'll go back to Cairo.
Sounds good. All right, wonderful. Well, Egypt is very hostile and does not want to work with us like at all. That's the one takeaway for sure that comes out of this meeting. It appears that Egypt is not really interested in working with the African Union and sees itself more as an Arab member rather than an African Union member. So that is important to keep an eye on. Economically speaking, we're still in really bad shape. We have a 37% interest rate. We have no economic development to speak of. We have a mass famine. We are in very bad shape right now. Well, you're only allowed to make nukes if you have a certain role, which is what you said to Iran. By the way, you have negative PP. I know, nothing we can do about it. Jules, you have to have the verified roleplay role to do nukes. We've had issues in the past, such as like Grisha when he came and played with us, where players we don't know will come in and just troll games, and they'll just use nukes to use nukes. And they one moment, they have like no self-control. So you have to get the verified roleplay role if you want to use nukes. If you're not willing, just hit up. Hello, who am I speaking with?
This is President Fernando Cardozo. Am I speaking with President Meles Zenawi?
President Cardozo. Good to speak with you. You were talking with Zenawi. What can I do for you?
Yes, I believe, as you see, Brazil has been growing majorly, as you can see in the Saturday News channel. Brazil has defeated major drug cartels, and I believe
I see that.
Brazil...
Congratulations on your anti-drug campaign. That is absolutely huge for your nation.
Well, I wouldn't say the congratulations, as there have been major cases of execution and major human rights being broken, but I believe that's for
by your government or someone else?
No, that's German. Germany just signed.
No, what I think is, I believe some soldiers lost their minds, and possibly it happens, Mr. President. Our army isn't the best equipped, and unfortunately we don't have many psychological training for them, so unfortunately...
I understand, but I regardless, the outcomes are definitely very good. So what can I do for you, President Cardozo?
Mr. President, as you could see, Brazil is ready to do mutual investments that we've been doing around the world, and we feel like Ethiopia, an emerging country with many potential.
We would love to build an economic relationship, but I will be completely honest about the state of my country. We are currently undergoing one of the biggest famines in the history of Ethiopia, except for under Haile Selassie and Zenawi, under Mengistu. And as such, we are debilitated. Our economy is in shambles. We have 3 times our GDP in debt at a 30% interest rate. So we can't mutually invest in you. In the future, if you wish to build economic ties, we'd be happy to do that in the future. But for now, we frankly are more in need of humanitarian aid for our starving population and anything else. Beyond that, we can do very little at this time.
Well, Mr. President, as you know, Fernando Cardozo has he has changed his mind for some reason. Somehow, a federal deputy by the name of Lula, I don't know who he really is. He's participated in some presidential elections, lost sometimes, won. He's a close friend of mine, is Lula. I don't like him that much. He's a close friend, but I don't feel that comfortable with him. He's a federal deputy. He's a
I personally never heard of him. I'm not too aware of Brazilian politics, but
yeah, well, he really thinks that Africa in a whole, with this with ideologies, most leftist ideologies, is an amazing can be amazing partners towards Brazil. And since you cannot invest mutual investments, we believe that the African Union could help you between UNASUR. Since Argentina is in UNASUR, we believe that Brazil and Argentina can not only help you, but also every single country in the African Union.
I will say this, if you help build Ethiopia back from the brink of collapse, you will make a stronger African Union and therefore a stronger Brazil. as it is our commitment to work with non-colonial powers. And obviously, as a country that has been exploited, much like many of us have, we would be willing to prioritize you and your countries, I'm sure, over many others. I can speak for Ethiopia, and from the general cultural things within the African Union, I think many others would also agree with that.
Yes, yes. All right. So I believe OFRP. Who's the leader of the African Union?
There is no leader. We decide things mutually.
Anyway, all right, Mr. President. As you know, I'm a busy man, so.
Of course, thank you for your time, President Cardozo. I would ask before you leave, is it possible that if you have any spare grain or any food that you would be able to ship some of it to Ethiopia? Like I said, we are in one of the greatest famines in our country's history and are in desperate need of any form of humanitarian aid.
Mr. President, unfortunately, I cannot give. I can try and give some economic aid and humanitarian aid as well. But for now, Brazil will organize its military and send, of course, humanitarian aid to Ethiopia. But unfortunately, right now, we are still trying to.
I understand, but anything you can send will save lives. I will say that. Like, our people are dying right now, and I simply do not have the resources to keep everyone alive at this point.
No problem, Mr. President. We will send help towards.
Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Cardozo. I look forward to speaking to you when my nation is not in crisis.
No problem. All right. Anyway, so for PL, I'll have to influence you if I want to try and send humanitarian aid, because I need to be one of the 7 top influencers. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. President. It's been an honor.
You as well. We'll speak soon.
Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Indeed.
Mr. Zenavi, this
Yes.
is the German Vice Chancellor.
Is Herr Schroeder ready to speak?
We are ready to speak, and we invite you to Berlin.
Wonderful. I will be right there.
Okay.
Okay, Franz, can you? I think we are finished, right?
Yes. Do you want me to give my speech to the parliament?
Not now. I will invite you later.
We are speaking with Ethiopia right now. It's kind of important.
Hello, this is President Zenawi. I know I was invited here for mutual investment and talks about that thing, but before I even start, I would like to say that we are undergoing one of the greatest famines in the history of my country. Any aid that Germany or any other European country can give us, whether it be even the most basic foodstuffs, will save lives, and we are in desperate need of aid right now. This is a humanitarian crisis, which was obviously caused by the Mengistu regime. I have done what I can to try and stabilize our food manufacturing, but it was not enough, and frankly, at this point, we cannot feed everyone in the country.
Very concerning. Germany is 100% on the side of Ethiopia, and when I could please ask Franz to let us talk to Ethiopia. Italy, we would invite you later too.
Sure. Italy, as part of the agreement with Ethiopia, cooperation. Sorry, representative from France.
There is a problem. The French government, due to inefficient bureaucracy, corruption, and lack of proper infrastructure by the previous administration, has left the French economy in ruins.
Mr. Chirac,
I'm afraid at this time we have no
Mr. Chirac, we talked about this. Mr. Chirac, please, I will invite you to Berlin again, but now I need to do politics, please. Diplomacy.
I'm afraid I cannot support you, Ethiopia.
That's fine, frankly, I did not come here to speak with you.
Italy, as part of the cooperation and friendship agreement with Ethiopia, will send help, both humanitarian and, as soon as the financial resources are available, financial help as well to the country.
Yes.
We are greatly appreciative. Anything will help us, and again, we are attempting to hold back this. I will say, gentlemen, that I am quickly losing popularity with the people. There have begun to been some protest in Addis Ababa while I left. I'm hoping that it will die down, but people are beginning to call for my resignation, and I'm not sure what will happen if we don't immediately get aid to these people.
Germany will talk about very much things with you, Ethiopia, President of Ethiopia.
We will return. Sorry, we will return then later for the conclusion with our talks. Farewell, my friends.
Farewell.
See you soon. So for now, as your nation is in a tragedy, sir, we would like to play your national anthem here in Berlin.
That would be greatly appreciated.
And to your fallen people.
Indeed.
and
nice
now,
anthem.
yes, very beautiful. And now for the media, they like when we play the German anthem too. It's tradition.
Of course, of course.
Und Recht und Freiheit für das deutsche Vaterland. Danach lasst uns alle
Yeah, people are literally starving to death in Ethiopia, and they're fucking playing their anthem. Jesus Christ. This is realistic roleplay if I've ever seen it.
Great performance, Fischer. Great performance.
Thank you.
So, as I said, Germany will invest heavily. And Germany wants to do the greatest investment in, hold your hands, in Ethiopia for the food sector. But me, Gerhard Schröder, the Chancellor of Germany, I have a very great plan for the economy of Ethiopia. We want... Oh, wait a second. As you know, do you know why Volkswagen was invented, sir?
To make tanks for the Nazis, I believe.
No, that's the fake news version. Volkswagen was implemented to Germany because we wanted to give people cars that are financeable. Cars for everyone. And we want to expand Volkswagen in the African area into Ethiopia. And you won the war against Eritrea. You have a great coastline where a lot of things can be imported from Germany. And as you know, Volkswagen has very much low quality stuff. As you know,
we would need obviously, if you wish to have vehicles be a part of the Ethiopian markets, two things would need to happen. Number one, you would need to provide very low-cost vehicles. Obviously, many here can barely afford food, let alone vehicles. And two, obviously, we would need our economy stabilized so that our people would be willing to buy these products. But having Volkswagen manufacturing plants within Ethiopia would obviously be absolutely fantastic for giving our people jobs.
Yes. We want to take the waste from the Volkswagen plants, Volkswagen fabrics in Germany, to build affordable cars for Ethiopia. That's the plan.
Also,
yes.
we are of course willing to provide the Ethiopian people with food. I mean, we see
As I said,
your nation is starving, and we want to help.
It becomes more needed, so we are greatly appreciative. Again, people are dying in mass here, and again, every moment I spend away, more are dying, and the protests grow larger. I've just received reports from my advisors that there is now at least 10,000 people protesting in the capital right now, so we need to do something about that. And I know my government has absolutely nothing it can currently do.
I will do a great investment right now in the area of Addis Ababa.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, we were thinking about 5 investments, maybe? 5...
We see that. We are greatly appreciative.
Ja, habe ich gerade gemacht.
Okay, good.
And I hope that also when you can, you will send some, if you could, even basic grain, anything you can send our people to stop them from starving.
We will prepare like a package for Ethiopia. We did the same with North Korea. We will send you rabbits that you can feed your people, and I hope that will help. Also grain, I think.
Anything you can provide would be greatly appreciated.
All right.
We could export pigs too.
That would be great, but we could pay for it, but our government's very limited. Our debt is currently absolutely debilitating.
No,
we
it's
have
a gift.
Okay,
it's a
wonderful.
Gift. Don't understand me wrong. And please don't understand me wrong, Mr. Zenavi, with the Volkswagen plan. It was just a plan after this bad crisis.
Of course. Once this is dealt with and we go into a more peaceful era, I would be happy to work out an automotive deal with Volkswagen and the German government. We can absolutely work on that.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
God bless your people.
Yep,
we're standing by you.
Thank you, Herr Schroeder. We are very appreciative for Germany's aid. We will not forget this.
God bless you. More aid will come.
Yep.
Thank you. We will speak soon. Anything else?
No.
Wonderful.
We don't have anything.
We'll take our leave.
And have a good flame flag. Yep.
Well, long-winded as that was, the Germans did help us, so that's fine. All right, I'm going to do a quick poll. Obviously, due to the mass protests in Addis Ababa, we are currently returning home to the capital. So I'm going to do a flash poll. Think of it, Falzu. Hello. Who is this?
This is Argentina, Fernando.
Ah.
Is this Ethiopia?
Yes, this is President Zenawi. What can I do for you, De La Rua?
I was wondering if you'd like to, if you want to do a investment trade, invest in.
I am currently undergoing one of the greatest famines in the history of my country, and I have debilitating debt. Mutual investment is absolutely impossible for our economy right now.
All right. Well, I'll put a civilian factory in, or at least invest in a civilian factory in for you.
We are greatly
and,
appreciative.
hopefully
When our
in the
economy is
future.
back on track, we would be happy to discuss this with you. But for now,
Take your time,
my only
take your
priority is to getting people food and to stop this humanitarian crisis.
Anything I can help with? I don't know if I can send food, but
Any food you can send us would be appreciated, as well as medical equipment. We are beginning to have mass disease outbreaks as well due to a very tough situation. And gentlemen, I must disconnect the call. I think there are shots being fired outside the Capitol building. I need to go. I will have to call you back.
Okay, I'll take cover as well.
All right. There has been a revolution. The protests did not stay peaceful for long. There is now a full-blown revolution happening within our country. Our troops are in really bad places for this right now.
Hello there.
Hello, who is this?
I'm Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, the rightful owner of the Kingdom of Iran that currently in exile in USA.
You are speaking with Zara Selassie. I have been placed as intermediary leader of Ethiopia during this civil conflict. You will forgive me if I'm a little busy right now. Addis Ababa is about to fall.
Yes, I'm really I don't have my land right now. After Islamic Revolution, my father just overthrew. But nowadays, I deeply want to take back my kingdom from the Islamic radicalists, and I really support you. But I don't have anything to give you right now.
Understandable. Any aid in the future you could provide would be greatly appreciated. We are fighting an existential war for our future.
Thank you. We are fighting on both sides.
Indeed.
Mr. Selassie, I am the right-hand man of Kim Jong-il of North Korea. Do you have some moments to speak
It'll
now?
have to be quick. If you can't provide us any actual aid, I will have to not talk over you right now because we are currently in the middle of a very close civil war.
Indeed, and I have come to see if we can reach an agreement on us sending you some military help.
We'll have to make this very quick because we are potentially about to fall. They do have a lot more troops than we do right now.
In that case, I will return to the chairman and get him to send some aid your way in terms of military aid, and hopefully you will be successful in this civil uprising.
We thank you for your aid, and we will not forget it if you do send us anything that can help with this war.
Thank you very much, and we will see you again shortly.
You as well. All right, so Zenawi was overthrown in Addis Ababa by the Selassie family. I have been brought back to Ethiopia, and we will attempt to deal with the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Party, which has hid out in the east and have gotten a large portion of the military behind them. Many of the officers did not side with us, unfortunately, so let's see if we can push their capital right now. This is going to be a very brutal war.
I hate to intrude on such a dire moment for Ethiopia.
This is the Turkish ambassador. If you are not able to give us any sort of aid right now, we will have to wait because we are in the middle of a very aggressive war here.
Of course.
Harambe, can I talk?
Is it roleplay?
No, I film. No.
Then no, not right now.
I just. Okay.
All out. You come to Bangui right below us. You can tell me what's up.
Okay.
We're about to get encircled. Fuck.
Which chat? Oh.
I did the wrong person. God damn it.
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
President Lukashenko from Belarus.
What can I do for you? If you are not here to give us any sort of aid in our civil war, we will have to wait to talk about this until later.
This is an aid question.
Indeed.
So, I have a private military company that that has expressed interest in deploying peacekeepers to African nations that might be facing certain unrest. I have a team of special forces units that I'd be willing to deploy to your capital as an assist.
We are greatly in need of any aid. If you would be willing to send them, we would be greatly appreciative.
Okay, out of roleplay, do I just request military base on your territory?
That does not work. You'll have to directly send intervention forces. So scroll all the way down and you'll see under send intervention forces. If you don't have the government type for it, you may not be able to.
I'm going to get the government type momentarily, so I will send those special forces. I will be in touch. Best of luck.
Thank you. We have managed to make a front with them. It's not a very solid one, but it will hold for now. We can stop that southern advance as soon as we can here. We're gonna cut around behind and see if we can cut them off here from the capital from behind. Going all right, Sands. Going all right.
Emotional damage.
Hey, real quick, do I have permission to intervene in your civil war?
On our side?
Against you.
No. Okay. I'm losing quite badly. I think.
Okay, I just wanted to check.
Nope.
Cool.
Gotta love that teleportation glitch the Paradox refuses to fix.
When rehost.
Rehost at 3 p.m. EST, so I'll be in an hour. Oh my god, it's already been an hour and a half. These games fucking... Jesus, man. Fuck you. Let's take their capital. Roleplay reasons, Vel. Nigeria's investing in us, wonderful. We have a massive famine, a massive civil war. Ethiopia is just absolutely in complete and total chaos right now. Like, it is so bad. I need more war music for this. Hold up. I can't find any.
Hey, out of character.
Yep.
We might want to think about swapping hosts on rehost.
If there's someone else, that's fine. Tristan backed out the last minute, so we had to get someone.
I can pick up host.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. We'll do the rehost in 50 minutes.
In 50 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hello there?
Hello, who am I speaking with?
You are speaking with the Lieutenant General Masuma. I think I pronounced it wrong, but anyway.
What can I do for you?
We've been watching your development, and I've spoken with the president, and he has said that he will be supporting and recognizing your government officially as the legitimate government of Ethiopia.
We are very glad to hear that. These rebels are nothing more than a bunch of ruffians who are pretending to be the former ruling party. Nothing more. We are the only stable option in the region currently.
Yes, Though it seems to be, if my intel is correct, that you may have made a few enemies. One of them being Iran, who is supplying, appears to be, from my military attaché, has been supplying the rebels you've been fighting, it seems.
He can't do that without permission from a player. God damn it.
Yeah.
Dog.
He's supply. Oh my god, that's a lot of infantry.
He sent 10,000 fucking weapons to them. Yeah, that's, correct me if I'm wrong, but the rules specify that you have to have the player's permission, right? If the player's, yep.
Yes.
Did he already send them?
There's
22
no
days.
legal
Let me go
path.
tell him. I ran out of roleplay, man. You need my permission to be sending supplies to the enemy, and you don't have it.
I didn't know. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Just cancel it. It's all good.
That's roleplay because I'm roleplaying.
I totally understand. You're an enemy of mine. That's fine, but you need permission, so just go ahead and cancel it. We're all good. Thank you.
But we have also invested in you. We know that the Civil War will probably make the famine worse.
It has gotten much worse. The only people with ready access to food right now are soldiers, so it is not a good situation.
We will be shipping grain shipments to you, if that's okay with your government.
We are greatly in need of it, and we are greatly appreciative for you to doing so. Thank you, President Obasanjo.
We will be sent that in terms of economic aid. We'll be leaving right now. We hope you have a good day.
Thank you. You as well.
Hello. I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Out of roleplay, man, you're totally fine. Just make sure to read the rules, set all those sorts of things. That's all.
Yeah, I remember that about intervention forces, but about land lease, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So just generally speaking, if it's a civil war, a player's fighting the AI, you need their permission to send anything to the enemy. Essentially, is how it works. So yeah.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to roleplay that I'm the king of Iran, and I'll come to you and show you that their government is bad and something like this. Okay?
Yeah, you're totally fine. Roleplay wise, all good. You're totally fine, man. No worries.
So I can't send like one weapon.
No, because they had way more than me. So even for the beginning, so I want to make sure I win this.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't know that. Yeah.
No, you're fine. No worries, man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we've managed to slaughter some units by encircling them. We're just gonna have to keep up that strategy. It's the only way we win this.
I bid my welcomes.
Hello, is this the Italian government?
Yes, indeed.
You're speaking with Zara Selassie. I am the great-grandson of Haile Selassie, and I have been placed in power in Addis Ababa in order to bring stability to the regime and get rid of the famine.
This is the situation, Mr. Emperor, I believe.
Indeed.
We currently, the Italian government does not recognize the government of Her Excellency, but we do not wish or support really the situation in Ethiopia at the stand of President Kidan. So why this is the conversation for now is closed door, but we won't support the government of Kidan in the civil war. We'll abstain from it, and
you understand that you are speaking with the government in Addis Ababa, do you not?
Yes, we understand that. We had previous relations with President Kidan and do not currently recognize your government. However,
he is not the successor of Zenawi. Zenawi is ousted from power after his failure to deal with the famine. This is nothing more than a conglomeration of rebel groups using their banner in order to legitimize their actions here. We need to start working on dealing with the famine, not fighting these petty civil wars.
I thought it was a different guy. I should have paid more attention.
Zenawi was ousted from power and he stepped down. The current leader has no affiliation to Zenawi. I know he used to be a member of their government, but there is not much to suggest that that party is supporting him. It is barely even unified at this point, as politics as well as general society has collapsed in Ethiopia due to the famine.
That was a fail from my role play, but anyway, very well then. We shall currently abstain from intervening in the civil war. We shall send humanitarian aid to any side that wins, however, as we promised.
If you can provide food shipments, we will be sending some of those also to the occupied rebel regions, as well as the current ones controlled by the government. It is the pinnacle goal for this administration and myself to ensure that we deal with the famine first and foremost. Many of our resources are being put onto famine relief rather than direct military supplies, so we are attempting to do both at the same time.
We wish to sees easier supply situation by sending our civilian our military air force to drop supplies in regions that are controlled by your government, and also our civilian occupied control regions by the enemy government. We do not wish to supply their forces.
Wonderful.
And as I said, we do not currently recognize the government, but we have no problem with an imperial Ethiopia. After all, a monarchy doesn't need to be authoritarian. After all, the constitutional monarchies exist. As long as your nation respects the rights of all the peoples, then there is no problem with us.
Indeed.
Very well then. It's important. We imagine it was important that both governments knew the situation with the Italian relationship.
I'm glad you understand the situation, and we are looking forward to receiving those grain or food shipments to relieve the suffering of the Ethiopian people.
The Hercules aircrafts are already on their way.
Wonderful. We thank you for your aid.
Farewell and good luck in stabilizing the country.
Indeed. We will speak soon.
Speak soon then. Farewell.
We can take enough victory points so we can cap them here. They're at 94. We're one focus away from getting rid of the famine.
Hello, Zara Jakob.
Hello. What can I do for you?
American Prime Minister. We are concerned of the current situation for civilians in Ethiopia, and we would like to suggest a possible. Our advisors suggest that a IMF bailout may be beneficial for your country.
We are in very dire economic aid. The loans that we have made have continued to just jack up their interest rates. I currently have almost 200 billion in debt at a 50% interest rate. I'm also trying to deal with a famine crisis with my country and the civil war. So
yeah, I see that. So you went into debt. I was watching it. You went into debt, which put your stability at stupidly low levels, which supports you. So I have RP, obviously. IMF. If you request the IMF to help, that will greatly
if the
help
circumstances for it are right, we're willing to. Otherwise, we do plan on defaulting on our debts.
Yes, that is also possible.
If a good deal with the IMF can be worked out, we'd be willing to work with them in the international community. If not, we will default entirely on our debts.
Yep. Well, you also have. We see you have foreign investments that you may want to liquidate.
We have no desire to liquidate them, and we will not do so.
Okay. But yeah, just RP, just letting you know that that button is there if you need it.
I'm aware of what they do, but I'm gonna play basically a monetary hardline on this. So like we'll just default and we won't allow anything to be taken from us.
Yep. No, that's alright. I was just double checking that you. Yeah. All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good RP.
Yeah, so just a reminder, guys, we do have debilitating debts at a 50% interest rate. We're going to basically say that the debt is immoral due to the interest rate due to our famine, and as such, we are going to default on our debts and refuse to pay back anything. So, all right, wonderful. We won the civil war. We have secured power. We will concentrate our forces in the capital whilst we attempt to stop the famine. Now that the rebels have been dealt with and capitulated, we have occupied all of the old rebel regions, and we are going to prioritize ensuring that our people have access to food. We must deal with this famine first.
I'd like to congratulate you, Ethiopia, from Argentina.
Thank you. That was a that was a very hard fought conflict. Many of those people thought that they were doing good, and we will seek no actions against the rebels. As for now.
Your Highness, this is the President of Brazil, Fernando Cardoso. I come here under advice of my special counselor, as you know, Federal Deputy Licencio da Silva. As you could see, Mr. President, Lula has been an outspoken person against your government, if you see the Saturday news. Mr. President, I am having, after major talks with my counselor, I am having major second doubt in sending you humanitarian aid. As you know, I have agreed upon sending humanitarian aid to you, but after talks with my cabinet, my special advisors, especially Lula, Brazil will not send humanitarian aid until Ethiopia can prove that they can take care of their own people. As you know, and I know
The only priority and goal of my government is to ensure that this famine is ended. We will fund no program, do no deal that does not explicitly result in the suffering of the Ethiopian people being relieved. For too long, the communist socialists and their allies have perpetrated mass famines in this country, and I will ensure that they stop. Otherwise, I will step down and allow someone else to take power if I cannot get rid of the famine within a year.
Well then, Mr. President, Brazil will retract its offer of sending humanitarian aid. But Mr. President, may I warn you that if Lula does get elected president, he will be an outspoken person against your government. And
you'll be outspoken against my government.
Mr. President, it is not me. I'm here on behalf of my special advisor and my cabinet. Since I had an offer, a draft prepared to send humanitarian aid and my army mobilized, we will be ending our offers of humanitarian aid. I am really sorry, Mr. President.
That is unfortunate. This government will not forget those actions.
Well, Mr. President, Lula doesn't really care, nor do I, Mr. President.
Very well. Sorry. You want to see yourself out?
I will. Thank you, Mr. President, for me here in Addis Ababa. I believe that I will not be visiting again, since this is my last year in power. But I believe Lula might be visiting if he wins elections, which I pray he does not. He might be visiting, but may I warn you, Mr. President, you do not want Lula as the president of Brazil.
I understand.
I'm sorry that this has to end like this, but it is my cabinet.
Very well.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
As Argentina, I would have to keep Brazil's best interest as well, but I can't say that I will follow everything he does. I will help.
I know many world governments do not recognize my administration, but I will say this. We are the only one that have actively put all of our government's efforts into relieving the famine. Zenawi, Mengistu, nor even Haile Selassie, my ancestor, could say the same. If we are not committed to the best interest of Ethiopia, frankly, I don't know who will.
We're still sending wheat, the Ethiopian president, but
every bushel of grain you send to us is another person who will not starve to death before the year is over. We are greatly appreciative.
We do have to keep me and our friendship with Brazil. If Brazil,
I understand. I understand.
But I do have to say is that Chile is making it very hard with their drug cartels. Our people are overdosing on heroin.
The South American drug crisis has been one for quite some time, but
I know Chile is just pouring in with drug cartels. It's becoming a really problem.
Indeed.
I've been begging them just to solve their problem, but they can't. I will head to my capital, though. Just wanted to say that
we are very thankful for you to continue to provide humanitarian aid to Ethiopia in these trying times. We will rebuild, but we cannot do it until this crisis has been dealt with.
I will try to send as much aid as possible, maybe build another civilian industry at some time in the future, but
Indeed.
I'll see you then.
We will not forget your aid, President Larua.
Hello, this is a representative from South Korea. We are wondering, you are, so to speak, saying that you want to fix this famine, but you drag this country into a civil war.
Drag this country into a civil war. Do you have any evidence to back that statement up?
There was a civil war, so to speak. Why would you want a civil war?
Would you like me to educate you, Ambassador, on how exactly the civil war occurred?
Yes, very well. Please do.
Do you know well that Zenawi was off working with Europeans to secure economic investment during the middle of the famine? There was a mass protest in our capital of Addis Ababa where hundreds of thousands came out to protest due to the famine which was in our country. Zenawi failed to even acknowledge the protests, and as such, the people saw fit to put me into power. There was no coup. There was no overthrowing of the government. After I entered the presidential palace, Zenawi offered to step down. As he did, he agreed to step down. His party backed that statement. A splinter group of that party under the control of a minor government official declared a revolution, and many other splinter groups, including terrorist ones, known terrorist organizations such as the Eritrean rebels and hardliner Salafists, joined into a coalition to overthrow this government, which we put down. I utterly reject the suggestion of your country that this was a civil war perpetrated by my government. If you will look at my country, you will find my approval ratings almost at 50%, the highest in recent memory in Ethiopia. So I ask you again, do you have any evidence to back this statement up?
Yes, I have a question though. Is your foreign leader, I guess the former leader, going to Europe to try to secure economic stability and to try to
There was a live video coverage of him sitting there and listening to national anthems while our people starved. He was securing economic relationships with Volkswagen while our people starved. That was unacceptable. And this is not something that the people will accept in Ethiopia.
Secure economic helping to economic stability to help try to stop the famine, the horrible famine. How is that a bad thing? I feel like if they secure economic stability in your country, that would help with the famine. But anyways, like a lot of not saying it's your fault now that you've educated me, but the civil war dragged on, securing or causing
Are
a lot
you
more
aware
unnecessary
that
deaths.
we did not give adequate supplies to our troops due to relieving the famine? Are you aware that our military was fighting understaffed due to prioritizing famine relief throughout the both occupied regions by rebels and unoccupied regions by this legitimate government? Were you aware of that, Ambassador?
If I asked, if you are understaffed, then how come your military is the most money you're putting into it?
Currently,
your subsidies is only 0.5 billion.
I have no political power. I can't change the current spending of my government due to the unwillingness of the current parliament to even consider anything other than famine relief. I effectively can only do one thing as leader of this country right now, and that is famine relief. It is beyond my powers and duties to do anything else right now. If I could lower the military budget, that would be fine. But the budget doesn't exist right now. This is a country in chaos. There has been a breakdown of society. Our parliament barely even meets. So you are assuming that this is a government that is functioning. It is not. It hasn't since the famine has fully gone ahead and the civil war happened. There is no
functioning. It's just there was a claim of you saying that your military was underfunded when it is the mostly funded. Quadruple.
Indeed. If you had been aware of the situation during that civil war, you would find that the logistics that was necessary to keep our military fully strengthened was not there due to the fact that it was being prioritized for famine relief. There's evidence to back this up. I won't debate it with you, but regardless, that is the case.
I mean, I'm looking at the I know you said you wouldn't debate it. I'm looking at the infrastructure. There's not much there, but all right then. I was wondering, you're a nationalist government. I'm seeing nationalism rising in Egypt. You've taken over. I'm not saying this is your fault, but you've already expanded your borders, and I'm wondering if you're
expanded my borders. Would you like to clarify that statement?
Eritrea.
Sorry?
Eritrea. I don't know. How to
Eritrea has been a province of Ethiopia after our independence. There is no sovereign Eritrean state that was a province in rebellion and was dealt with. We find great issue with your government if you are acknowledging Eritrea as an independent country from Ethiopia.
Eritrea is currently occupied. The people, I don't believe that people support your occupation.
In that case, we are going to end this meeting. I will not discuss with an ambassador who acknowledges the rebel government in Eritrea. This meeting is over. I will have security show you out, Ambassador.
All right, goodbye.
I'm speaking with Lieutenant General Wahiba. What can I do for you?
We request support for military junta as you are.
We can provide no military support at this time due to the debilitating famine within Ethiopia. Our government will supply no money or supplies to anything that is not famine relief until this crisis is averted. I cannot help you in any regards, Lieutenant General.
What the fuck, the USA just sent volunteers.
Did they have your permission? Let me go talk to the USA player. Who is that? Cameron should know. Arnold Schwarzenegger? Oh my god. He should know this. He should know the rules. I'll be right back. Cameron, man, you need permission from the player to send volunteers against him.
Wait, that's been. I thought that rules ended.
Nope. We just clarified who you can send and who you can't. That's it.
Oh.
Yep. Pull those out.
Okay. I thought that...
He's pulling those out. You're fine. Anyway, is there anything else, Lieutenant General?
Nothing else.
Indeed. At this time, you're not able to help you.
See the USA Special Forces in the enemy battalion.
Hey, out of roleplay, he's going to get rid of this volunteer, so you're fine. Is there anything else I can do for you? I have much to attend to. My nation is starving to death.
Nothing more. Thank
We will
you
speak
for
again
your
soon.
Attention.
You're out of character again. Can we
Yeah,
rush the? Can we just rush the rehost right now?
You want to do it now?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's call it. Go ahead and grab the save real quick.
Okay. I'm gonna pause it. Yeah, you got it.
Let me go tell Burnt really quickly. Out of roleplay, we're gonna do a rehost right now. So Matt's gonna be hosting this one. Burnt, just heads up. So yep. I appreciate you hosting though. Thank you.
Why?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Players have dropped out and we're having some lag issues. So yeah.
Yep.
All right, we'll continue this in just a moment. We are gonna do a rehost. The new ID is about to go up. I'm gonna go to the bathroom very briefly. Yeah, so Arnold Schwarzenegger apparently ran for president instead of George Bush in this timeline and won. So it's an Arnold Schwarzenegger, Republican president of the U.S. How do you get verified roleplay role? Jules, it is explained in the roleplay section. I redid the the roleplay channel at the top of the Discord that explains how to get verified roleplay. Yeah, so if you want to join, we're doing a rehost right now. If you've been waiting to join, if you crashed, if you want to get into this game, you are welcome to join. We're doing the rehost right now. Reminder, this will go for 4 sessions, so don't feel like this is only like a one-off that you've missed half of already. Wait until we get that ID. He can't even become president. 0/10 too unrealistic. I don't know. If he roleplays it right, I don't care. But he has to roleplay it right, so we'll see if he does that. Technically, Arnold Schwarzenegger, yeah, he can't be president. There is a law. If you're born in another country, you can't run for president. But we'll say in this timeline, that's not a thing. We're ID. You'll know when the ID will be in announcements as soon as I have it. Once I have it, you have it.
To confirm, we are rehosting, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Alright. By the way, overall play, do you know, even though I've beaten the Taliban, do they still do 9/11?
Yes.
Alright, just a question.
That's safe.
Matt, we got the ID going up?
We're still closing.
Yeah, we're working on it.
That's good.
To your question, Mr. Prime Minister, there's no particular.
They go to follow Greek. It'll be in announcements when it goes up. I have really got to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. ID is up. If you want to get the ID, it's currently in announcements in the Discord. The Belarusian PMCs. The civil war is over, so they are no longer needed. All right, cool. And get rid of those old IDs so no one gets confused. And let's get back into our voice call. Cool. All right, so we did manage to win the Civil War. We still have debilitating famine, but it will be over shortly. So we have gone formally into Abyssinia. Zara Selassie. Hello.
I apologize to interrupt. Can we have a discussion shortly?
Yes, I am speaking with the ambassador from North Korea. Am I not?
Indeed you are. Indeed you are. The right-hand man to Kim Jong-il.
What can I do for you?
Well, I do see that you were successful in defeating the evil uprising that was happening across Ethiopia. And
There was a confederation of Eritrean separatists, break-off members of the former Communist Party, as well as Salafist extremists who formed a coalition against us, but they were defeated.
And I do hope that the generals that we sent to assist in that were able to help.
I'm not sure if there were advisors on the ground. I was not aware of it, but I also was not actively engaged with it. That was my generals.
That's okay. So now that you are at a time of hopefully not war, we would like to get your opinion on the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula.
I'll be quite frank with you, that is an issue I know very little about and have not attempted to understand much about. But is there anything you are asking in specific?
So mainly we're just trying to garner whether people around the globe would be opposed to such thing. We known in the past that the international opinion of the Korean DPR has not been the greatest. So we are trying to improve that international opinion and that international outview of our country. We have taken great steps to try and feed the people that are currently in famine. We have agreed a demilitarized border with the South Korean nation, which I don't think anybody expected to ever happen. And we're just trying to garner the opinion of the international community on whether, in their opinion, a peaceful reunification of the peninsula would be acceptable.
As long as it is agreed upon by both parties, we don't have an issue with it. Again, it is very outside of our own interests and realm of interests. But assuming that it is a peaceful transition, we are not opposed to it.
That's good to hear. And we were also wondering if in the future you would be open to an investment agreement. We wouldn't be able to agree to anything just now, simply because we're not in a place
in
where
the future we
offer.
would be open to discussions. As of right now, again, as I'm sure you've read in the news, my only priority will be famine relief. We will not spend a single currency on anything else until we have dealt with that issue.
And I completely understand. We're in the exact same situation at the moment. I wish you all the success in dealing with this situation, and we look forward to a positive relationship between our governments in the future.
Indeed, we will talk more in the future, Ambassador. Thank you for your time.
Indeed we will. Have a good day.
I see there are two diplomats here. Is there anything anyone wants to discuss with us?
He can go first. I just had a question. You're all good, man.
He is different and mutant, so I think we can go first.
I'm not even a diplomat here, bro. I signed up for the fucking match and I didn't know it was happening in another Discord. What time did y'all start?
We do drafts for new games at noon EST, and then we start at 12:15 EST, usually right around there. So,
I was up waiting.
Oh shit!
I was like, why?
Yeah, if you look, you're talking about the Millennium Dawn event, right? It says it's in another server, or at least it should. So
I didn't notice that. Fucking.
If you'd like to join, we're doing a rehost right now, but you'll have to be pretty quick. We run for 4 sessions per game, so we continue them on Saturdays throughout the week. So.
Okay, yeah. Let me get this shit done.
You'll need the current mods, which you can find in the current mods channel at the top of the Discord for Millennium Dawn Roleplay. Once you have those, the ID is an announcement. So if you hurry, you can probably make it, but you'll have to
It's
go
just
quick.
this Millennium Dawn roleplay thing?
Yeah, Millennium Dawn Roleplay mods. That's the one you want. There should be 5 mods, including MD. So, yeah.
All right, I got you.
Yep.
What country? I know because you guys did a draft, so...
Most of all the majors are taken, all the big countries are taken, but there's still plenty left. So there's some pretty good ones left, too. So, Italy, is the Italian diplomat ready?
Yes, I mean, I'll sort of roleplay if you want to talk, but don't worry. Yes, I can.
Oh,
yes,
ambassador
is ready.
Were you here for something? Because you came into the VC. And,
I did came to, yes, so for the game, but
Okay.
if we are talking outside of the game, yes, of course. How is the game going, you think?
Oh, it's going very solid, I think. I mean, pretty good to start with. Yeah.
All right.
Pretty typical.
Am I role playing well?
Dude, you're totally fine. Like, don't worry about your roleplay. This is the type of server we'll be like, so here's your score on roleplay. You didn't do good enough. We're not gonna do that, man. Just as long as you roleplay, you're fine. Like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, here's your script.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not this is not the Bakoan cinematic universe. You're fine. Don't worry. Yeah.
All right. So, in roleplay.
Mm-hmm.
And as the end of the civil war has finally reached Ethiopia, we wish to first of all recognize the government of the emperor and to re-establish yes.
We are very glad that you will recognize our government. We've had a lot of trouble recently getting people to acknowledge the legitimate regime in Ethiopia. So we are very thankful to Italy for being willing to support us.
Yes, we
I'm
need
gonna
a public
report you
statement
back to
about this,
Cusco.
so people know our stance. And we also wish to, first of all, we'll keep sending aid through our air force to your affected regions, in particular those that have problem with infrastructure, so are difficult to reach on foot. And we also wish to renovate our cooperation and friendship agreement and send a new round of investments in the capital of Addis Ababa, which has particularly been devastated by horrible attacks, if I
It have. The protests obviously did become violent in the end, and obviously the civil war has caused a lot of damage to both infrastructure and civilian buildings and housing throughout our country. So anything you can provide to help us rebuild in Ethiopia will be appreciated. As you know, Ethiopia has the potential to become a great nation. I do believe in that. And with time, we will become strong economically and otherwise. And we will always remember the friends who help us rebuild. So thank you.
Indeed, we wish to establish, first of all, we wish Ethiopia to become a wealthy, prosperous nation that respects others, as we wish our nation to become in the last years.
Indeed.
And that's our goal. So we're glad you accept our help, and we're glad that you finally started to come out of your time of troubles.
Indeed. The end is in sight. The humanitarian aid we've received, as well as new access to food reserves with Ethiopia, has resulted in us beginning to alleviate the suffering. We do expect the majority of the worst of the famine to be over within the month.
Very well. As well, I remember a few years ago your previous government being concerned with the monetary and reasons of the economic agreement, in particular due to our debt problem. We are wishing
Thank you for the follow quickly, and thank you for the prime touch it. I appreciate it.
Sorry, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me?
Yep, sorry, I just had to say something. Yep.
Sorry, because so you were silent. That we are currently, our society measures have been successful, our budget is positive, and we are starting to repay our debts.
Wonderful.
So any economic concern about the economic agreement, I believe, is now unjustified.
We are very glad to hear that Italy has solved this debt crisis and begin to alleviate it. As I'm sure you heard in the news, we did default upon our own debts. We found the 50% interest rates we were being charged by the Western debt mongers that were giving our debt to be immoral, and as such we did default and did not allow anything to be taken from our country. It is, I'm sure as you're aware, impacted our economy even more, and our currency is in free fall in relation to the other world currencies, but we are willing to have that. We are confident in the future our growing economy will allow the birr to regain its lost value and us to rebuild. It was simply unacceptable for us to be paying back debts to such predatory lenders.
Yes, unfortunately, there were talks of embargoing your nation on those Western nations that had debts.
I don't doubt that. Yep.
I don't think it's a very strong movement, however.
I think it would look very badly on their countries if they were embargoing a country in the middle of a famine after their lenders were charging us for 50% interest rate during one of the greatest
Not only
famines.
that, there's also a very important crisis in Europe regarding the French question currently. So I think most nations are distracted from your situation right now.
Very well.
In any case, I will lobby against it in case and the decision should come.
Indeed. Well, we are glad to have Italian support, and I thank you. Is there anything else I can do for you at this time?
I do not believe unless you have any requisition from us.
Obviously, any more food aid you can give us is appreciated, but beyond that, we are only focused on that for now.
Yeah, well, we shall keep our efforts in the air. We have the fuel. Thanks to Libya, we have the fuel to do it.
Wonderful. We are greatly
And
appreciative.
I wish you farewells, Emperor.
You as well. We will speak soon.
Speak soon.
I'm sitting here like screaming at my computer, making it go faster.
Did you get the mods?
Yeah, I had all the mods downloaded. That's the best part about it. Thank God. The worst part about it is Millennium Dawn is 1 gig, so it takes a minute to fucking load.
It does.
So I'm sitting here like, load faster, load faster.
It do be like that. You got time. We'll wait a little bit longer, so it's fine. Also, Tajid, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you, man. I'm streaming. Say hello to everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. And I know I've been reading a bunch of chat on the Saturday games, guys. I really try to just engage with the roleplay, so I don't read chat too much. I'd like to get really into the role, and yeah, I like try and fully immerse myself. And I find like when I read chat, I get distracted, and my roleplay gets shitty. So yeah, just heads up.
Hey, can you ready up?
We're waiting on one person.
Who are we waiting on?
Crusader. He's about to get in. He's loading into the game right now.
Who's Crusader playing?
He has not picked a nation yet.
Okay.
We've been stuck on the connection screen for like 2 minutes.
Try canceling and rejoining. We might have a bugged lobby. It is possible.
Oh man, we just got filled.
That's how it is. The bugged lobbies have been happening a lot more lately, I've noticed.
By the way, Matt, I think the lobby's glitched.
Why?
There it is.
None of us can connect to it. It just says connecting.
Yeah.
All right, we got a bugged lobby. Rehost again.
Okay.
Woo! Millennium Dawn.
Damn, we almost got there too.
This is not an AMD issue. This is a Paradox issue. My bad. I apologize. I almost blamed Paradox incompetence on the AMD devs. That was bad.
We should buy Paradox.
They're a $1 billion game company. Unless you're Jeff Bezos in disguise, good luck.
Twitter. Hey Matt.
Yeah, what's up?
Let's
You want
start
me to try hosting?
We need a change.org
No,
petition to get Jeff Bezos to buy Paradox. Wait, that'll make it
It
worse.
wasn't my host, Hank. It was it's just Paradox.
Jeff Bezos
All right. If it doesn't work out again, just let me know. I'll be
Yeah,
willing to
sure.
help out
It would
if
be a lot
possible.
worse. IMF loan to buy Paradox, yes.
Oh, no.
It's as long as we can default on it like the Ethiopians did.
$1 towards.
Jeff Bezos would make it IMF. Really.
Yeah, he'd make it just like it would be like corporate propaganda simulator. That's all it would be. Why corporate price gouging is good for the economy?
Slight emphasis on combat. Just buy stuff from the IMF.
Fuck. How does the draft at the start of the game work? Jules, you show up on time. Everyone in the draft chamber gets given basically a random placement on like a randomizer I'll do, and then it randomizes a list in order. When your name is called, you get to choose any nation that's available. Award winners, which are basically who win awards, which you've voted on, will get to choose first. They're randomized first. It's explained in the draft section in the MP information channel. We got ID? Yes, we do. Okay, cool. ID is going up right now. All right, so we don't get a bugged lobby immediately.
Why someone picked Iran?
Hey Hamo, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that I can...
who is picking Iran? Hello, okay.
Let me just push it real quick. Is it possible that I can campaign myself to try and join the Security Council? Or is that not possible?
Nope, it is the permanent members and then the rotating members.
Alright then, thanks.
You can make a like in roleplay, you can make a formal petition, but it'd have to be like unanimous in the Security Council.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to
Yes, you can, but you'd have to roleplay it right, and then you'd obviously have to get all the Security Council to agree. So good luck with that. That's all I'll say.
You gotta be a serious roleplayer, man.
You gotta really bend some elbows on that one, but you're welcome to try.
I'm gonna sacrifice myself until I can do it. I hope I can.
Sounds good.
Wow.
You gotta
All right.
increase
I'll
the
try.
corruption.
I'll be back.
Did you ever play a huge single-player game that was really long, like until the 1950s? Yeah, I've actually been in multiplayer games until like the mid-50s, actually. Some of the ones we've run are like that. Also, since we're not doing anything, I want to take a moment to promo something we're doing in the Discord. Most people know what a grand campaign is, but I want to remind folks, I think most people in the Discord know, but some I know still don't know about it. We're going to be doing a roleplay multiplayer grand campaign this summer. For folks who don't know what that is, a grand campaign is when you play through CK3, EU4, Victoria 2, Hoi 4, and Stellaris. You can get a saved translator that converts to save from all the first games except for Stellaris. We're going to be doing that in the multiplayer format, so it'll be multiplayer, and it will be roleplay. I think it's going to be the probably first ever MP roleplay grand campaign ever done. We have a section of the Discord that shows you how to make a character, how to sign up for that. You obviously don't have to be there for the whole thing, but we're going to run that this whole summer. So every Saturday, we will be doing the grand roleplay campaign. If you have any interest in that, all the information's in the Discord underneath the grand campaign section. So it's fucking really exciting. We already have like 20 players who have signed up for it. I'm sure we'll get plenty more. So if it interests you, we are going to run that. Just a heads up.
I'm waiting for everyone to pick a country because I don't want to take someone else's country.
If it's a really small country, chances are it's not taken, but yeah.
Oh, probably, yeah. I'm avoiding.
Are you going to make sure
Africa because
that
I'm
nobody
trying
else
to civil war.
dominates in the end? Blobbing's not allowed. You have to roleplay. If you blob, you'll get cut down. We will force a civil war on you. So yeah, it has to be very gradual expansion and emphasis on roleplay. We're testing right now. We're doing like a test run. We're trying to test out anti-blobbing mods for AI to see if it still works for the translators. But worst case scenario, we'll just go into the save file when we translate and break up the big countries so we don't get blobbers. So yeah. Hopefully that'll deal with it. We'll see. We're testing right now what mods we can and can't use with the translators because they are very finicky. So we're getting that figured right now. But that starts June 4th. You have up until June 1st to make a character and sign up for that. We're going to go over houses. It's done with like basically like family houses. And you can have co-ops too. So if you want to play with your friends, you're welcome to. But anyway, I'm done plugging that. Want to get more people for that because it'll be fun.
Because there's not a France. No way. There has to be a France.
There was a France. All out. I'm sure he's coming back. If not, he will get a major ban because he was playing France. So I hope he does. Yeah, as a major, you expect him to stay the whole time.
Countries that have focus trees, because I know Mexico doesn't have one.
Mexico does not have one. There's going to be a couple more coming out 1.7. The 1.7 Millennium Dawn update will come out in Q3 of this year. There will be a Liechtenstein, South Africa, Venezuela trees, and I think there's another one too. So, yeah.
I want to go Mexico, but I want a fucking focus tree.
What's the rule on CK3 Inheritance? You can snowball out of control very quick with that one. Don't abuse it. If you're abusing shit and getting really big, we will break you up, or unless you break yourself up. So, yeah, you got to be careful with that.
There's a Poland, I'm guessing, correct?
For this game, yes.
Yeah.
All right, we got the France. I don't know if we're missing anyone else now.
Poland. Huh.
Belarus tree, is that one of them? I know there's another tree they're going to release too. I forget what it is. And also that will include the tank designer for this, and it'll also include the influence rework, which is going to be really cool. So I don't know where to start. I just have my character. Tal, you need to write the backstory for your character. It doesn't have to be long. It can be as long as you want. I'm planning on writing I'm writing a multi-page backstory for my starting character. I'm writing at least a 6-page backstory for my house for the grand roleplay. I'm going to turn it into like a really fancy documentary YouTube video. So keep an eye out for that for people who know what my YouTube channel is. If you don't worry about it. But yeah, so.
Alrighty. Well, I'm giving America a partner.
Yeah, D&D backstory. I want to go full out. I am going to go full out. The story of my house for the grand campaign is so fucking cool, man. I can't wait.
D&D is so much fun.
It is fun. We've got one of the new staff members is going to start organizing tabletop games for us in the Discord, so we'll start to run those soon.
Dude, D&D is the shit.
Goddamn right it is.
I used to play it a couple years ago with a group of friends here in college.
All right, everybody ready up if you haven't already.
All right, good to go.
This is going to be interesting as Canada.
Good luck, man.
Thank you. Now I go hide in my country.
The American president will get to the chopper.
Okay.
I will start forcibly removing people here unless you're here for diplomacy.
I'm trying to find my fucking country.
I'm gonna Spartan kick you the fuck into the well if you don't get out.
Is there not a Canada? Is Canada not a cool country?
It'll be in Ottawa, which is I can move you. There we go. What region are you going to play in the Grand Campaign? I'm going to be in Greece. I'm going to be the Duke of Athens. I'll start as the Duke of Athens. Since I chose Greece, already 5 of our players had decided to start in Greece, so it's going to be a battle royale, but yeah.
Emotional damage!
Then you go to Faro Harbolo and IS Pure? I don't know how to say your name, man. I apologize. But yeah, I'll talk about that another time. I'm going to have a stream where I'm going to basically talk about the Grand Campaign in the future when we're getting close to it, and I'll explain what I'm going to do with my my house if I can get away with it. It's going to be pretty cool. The backstory and the co-op roleplay I'm going to do with another player in this house is going to be pretty fucking fun. But anyway, enough of that. Back into Millennium Dawn roleplay. Obviously, we are still dealing with a famine, but we're really close to starting to get it under control. The Selassie government, since obviously taking power during the Civil War, but especially now that the Civil War is done, is doing nothing but focusing on obviously famine relief for our country. Our government is considered illegitimate by most of the world, but we will not stand for that. Obviously, Parliament has been suspended for now after the Civil War, and we will have to decide if we are going to bring it back or not. Speaking of which, everyone in chat, congratulations. You continue to be, I can't speak, to be voters and citizens of Ethiopia. So you get to decide if we're going to be a constitutional monarchy or a imperialist, non-democratic monarchy. So we're going to put that up to a poll right now. Subscribe to your YouTube. Your content sounds really interesting. Hell yeah. Hope you enjoy it, Horbolo.
Okay. Herr Selassie, the Chancellor of Germany is here.
Ah, hello. Welcome to Addis Ababa. What can I do for you?
Thanks for having us, me and my vice president here in your great country. I was just concerned about the crisis and just wanted to ask if everything is good now.
We are finally starting to get things under control thanks to the generous aid we've received from countries such as yourself. The humanitarian crisis is almost at an end. We have managed to get food distribution networks throughout our whole country to relieve the suffering throughout the more less developed regions, and people are beginning to no longer starve. Obviously, our economy, god damn it, hold up 1 second.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I bet Matt crashed again. He does that sometimes. Fuck. We good? What happened?
My computer crashes once a day.
Tank, do you wanna host it? Can you get the save?
Yeah, I got the save.
Wonderful. All right.
Let me go ahead and try getting set up.
What happened?
We just had another crash. Matt crashed. We're gonna get Tank to host. Tank's a very solid host. We'll be fine. Our main host was gonna be here today, but he had like work last minute, so we didn't get our good host today, unfortunately. So. All right. Snap election. You're all voters in Ethiopia. You get to decide if we're going to be a constitutional monarchy or the non-democratic kind. You can probably guess which kind is the non-democratic kind. So. All right, we'll get another host up in just a minute, guys. Tank has to save. We're about to get back in. I apologize for having some technical issues today. Fuck democracy. Oh my. Oh my.
I had to save, so that's no problem.
Yeah. It wasn't even my game crashing, it was my whole fucking PC.
Did everyone?
Yeah.
Or was it only a couple people?
No, the servers went down. So
Yeah, the host crashed, so the whole fucking game went down.
I was wondering what happened too, because like, okay, well, this is interesting. Everything's kind of freezing up a bit.
Yeah. Well, thanks for taking over.
It's a little slow.
No problem. I should be able to take.
All right, well, we'll have it up in just a minute. This is what happens when we don't get our god host. I apologize about that. I am back now.
Welcome back.
We had a bit of a emergency crisis to deal with, but I am free now.
Great, we appreciate it that you are here for us.
Anyway, you had questions, but generally speaking, the famine is beginning to get under control, and I suspect before the month is over, the worst of it will be thankfully done due to our generous partners and helpers around the world, which again, we are forever grateful to Germany for their aid.
We appreciate it. We appreciate your great words. So, as we said, Germany is there for you. We stand 100% behind the people of Ethiopia. So we are asking you, do you need anything more, like food or
If you for the next 2 months or 3 months, if you would be continuing to provide us the humanitarian shipments of food, we would appreciate it to alleviate the issues. We have begun to get our own agricultural and imports back under control, so we will be fine within 2 months or so. But if you could continue to supplant our economy and our agriculture until then, that would be greatly appreciated.
We will do this.
Wonderful.
We will do this. And Germany wants to open new workspaces in your country, for your country, only for the Ethiopian people.
That would be absolutely wonderful. The next step after getting the famine under control, as you know, there has been almost a complete breakdown of society. We need to get our people back to work and get people to have confidence in our government again, which is simply not there right now. So if you could provide jobs, and again, I know in the past, I have been looking through the documents of Zenawi. He did agree to step down and has provided me with an overview of his diplomatic dealings in the past. I know that you suggested to him potentially building Volkswagen plants in Ethiopia. Is that the case?
Yes, we would want to use not proper good resources for the German market, but I think it's very good for the Ethiopian and African market overall.
There's
build some affordable cars.
There's a huge untapped market in Africa for vehicles. We have really struggled to get access to low-cost vehicles. I mean, Russia's done a bit, China's done a bit, but the quality is simply not there. If Volkswagen would be able to produce a design that could be sold at very low prices in Africa, it will allow you to break into that market. And obviously, as the economies and wealth and power of Africa grows, you would have a deep relationship with our countries in order to eventually, I'm sure, ship your more flagship models to our countries.
Yes, that's the goal. Germany seeks another and brand new foreign policy. Our priority is Africa too, because as you said, you guys, you are the nations of the future, and Germany wants to support you from the beginning.
We are very glad to hear that, and we look forward to having a very useful and mutually beneficial partnership with Germany.
And
also, I would like to make one thing very clear. You will obviously be supporting our government. I mean, I know that I'm a monarch, but I plan to be a constitutional monarch. Parliament will be brought back and elections will be had. I am here under popular support. I was asked to be put in power by the people, and I have one of the highest approval ratings out of any leader in Ethiopian history. So I hope that you will stand by this administration.
We will. I want. Yes, of course. Sag schon.
Okay. We obviously stay with the Ethiopian people. We also stand by the fact that, so I heard, or we heard, that you occupy, not occupy, but you brought back the Eritrea into Ethiopia. Is that correct?
As I'm sure the ambassador is aware, Eritrea has not been a sovereign nation ever. There were rebels within those provinces that revolted against the previous Zenawi government and were put down. This government does not acknowledge the legitimacy of an independent Eritrea. We see it simply as a province of Ethiopia, and that position will not change.
That's good. We are not here.
Support you by that.
Yeah, we support you. We are not here to scold you about that. We are
Good.
Here
That's
to
very good to hear.
We've gotten
for this reason.
Requests.
Yeah, we got a request. We got a request for the Ethiopian people, and I think it will be beneficial to you as well. As you know, Ethiopia has very good coffee, really good coffee.
Fantastic coffee, some of the best in the world.
Exactly. And we would be willing to have a trade agreement for coffee to Germany.
That would be greatly appreciative. If we could begin to diversify our agricultural production, obviously prior to the breakdown of the civil war and famine, we were beginning to have a burgeoning coffee export economy here in Ethiopia. If we could rebuild that and begin to obviously balance our own agricultural means, hopefully through imports as well as domestic production, we would allow more of our arable farmland to be used for coffee, which of course we would be happy to prioritize to our good allies in Germany with a trade treaty.
Wonderful.
Obviously, it will not be a protectionist market. We expect you to be competitive, but assuming that's there, we will give you priority.
Of course.
That's great.
That's great. Germany, I'm not sure if it's just on my end, but it looks like both of you are co-playing.
They're co-oping,
no main.
yes.
We are co-op.
Yeah, I know, but it says none of
Yeah, there
your
is no main right now. That might be a glitch. Can you both go off of it and then go back on with the main, obviously?
Yeah. Let's go, yeah.
Quanza, go off it. Make sure you both go off of it.
Yeah, I'm off it now. Ember, go off.
All right, now try.
Go in.
Yep, you're good now. Inbo's made now. You're fine.
I just saw it on North Korea and I was like, oh shit.
I appreciate it, man. That would have been a whole glitch and they wouldn't have gotten events, so that's wonderful.
Yeah. Yes.
Wonderful, but back to the task on hand. If Germany would be willing to give investment into obviously both the Volkswagen production facilities in Ethiopia, we would also be happy to speak for you to our other African Union members in order to ensure that those exports go to those regions as well. And if you would provide obviously some investment capital to begin to develop the Ethiopian coffee markets, we would be more than willing to prioritize that to you and become a very close trading partner with Germany. I know that your history in Africa is much less resentful than many other nations here. We have also begun to rebuild relations with the Italians, so we are welcome to a new era. But I will say this, I stand by my predecessor Zenawi in saying that we will not allow for exploitative development. We wish to be partners of an equal stature with your European countries. I assume Germany has no issue with that.
No, not at all.
No, we are glad to hear this.
Wonderful.
One more thing I have to ask though. What is the relationship with France?
We have no relationship. My administration, since taking power, has not received a single diplomatic envoy or statement from them.
Interesting.
How insulting.
That's insulting,
What's
man.
the relationship with the United States of America?
We have not received any formal correspondence or envoys from the United States government.
Yeah.
I just the reason I asked of France specifically is we want to warn the Ethiopian government of France because France, as you may heard in the news, I'm not sure if you.
I'll be honest, I haven't read a newspaper since the Civil War began, so you will excuse me if I'm not aware of world events.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I figured. The problem was with France. France is trying to be nationalistic. France also trespassed German sovereign lands. Borders, yeah, and we just want to make sure and warn you about France because we see them as exploitive and trying to exploit markets.
They were one of the most exploitive countries in Africa. I would ask, have you been in contact with the Algerian government? They're good friends of ours, and I worry that if France is taking a historic path, that they may be victim to France's maneuverings. Have you spoken with the Algerian governments?
Not yet.
This was our next plan.
He's a good man, and I'm sure he would be happy to work with you in making sure that the French don't gain a new foothold in Africa, both economically or politically.
Yep.
With me as Chancellor, Germany will be the friend of the African continent.
You are showing yourself to be a good friend of Africa, and obviously, as a member state of the African Union, we will be happy to talk to our fellow African members about working more closely with Berlin.
We are very happy to hear this. You are always invited to Berlin if something happens or if you need a big voice in this world.
Of course. I thank you, Chancellor. I look forward to our relationship. It is a new era for European and Ethiopian relations.
Indeed.
Indeed it is. So, Mr. Joschka Fischer, lassen Sie uns zurück nach Berlin. Let's go back to Berlin.
Take my flight
Thanks
to
for
Berlin
having us.
Danke. We will speak soon.
Alles gut, vielen Dank.
Dankeschön.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Passen Sie auf sich auf.
Still one word, I know. That's not true. I used to be able to read German, but it was a long time ago. Hello, I see that there are other ambassadors here. The ambassador from Afghanistan, what can I do for you?
Hello. Well, am I correct in saying that Ethiopia has defaulted on its debts?
Due to the immoral nature of the debts that were jacking our interest rates up to an absolutely unacceptable 50%, we defaulted on our debts. They are immoral and unacceptable. We will not pay back a penny, and if anyone seeks to take our monetary assets, we will fight them militarily.
Well, Afghanistan is currently in a situation where it seems like this is the road, and we were wondering if we'd have your support in it.
What are the interest rates of your current debt as of time?
Overall play, I can't see because I'm not in game, but I'm pretty sure it was around 38. So,
in that case, I know little of the current Afghanistan government. Let me actually just click on you. Okay, yeah, you're Salafist, so I don't wish to obviously make a formal statement that I'm working with your government, but we would understand. Shit, that's me. We would understand you're defaulting on debts for these interest rates. As far as our government is concerned, modern imperialism and colonialism still exist, and it takes an economic format with predatory investments and loans. To us, loans with such high interest rates are immoral It's simply modern imperialism, and we will not stand by them, and we will support any other nation which defaults on these debts, which should not be. If these lenders will not work with us in a reasonable and moral manner, they should simply be ignored, and simply we should rip up the paperwork. So in that regards, yes.
Also, Roleplay Morocco has been sitting in this channel for quite a while.
I know, I'm about to talk to him. Hello, is Morocco currently here? Is this President Youssoufi? Hello, what can I do for you? Can you turn excuse me, can you turn your mic up a bit?
Oh, sorry. I would like to talk about Moroccan entry into the African League.
African Union. I believe you were already a member. Let me take a look. Let me go by year. Members, early years. Are you a member? It was founded in 1999, so it's very new, but I believe you were one of the founding members. I could be wrong. I'm going to share this because this stuff's pretty interesting while we're still loading in. So yeah, the OAU was founded really early, and then the Economic Zone was created in 91. I think you were a member. Are you not a member? Yeah, you didn't join until 2017. All right, wonderful. In that case, back in roleplay. You're interested in joining the African Union. I would like to start by asking, Mr. Youssoufi, why was it that you were not interested in the African Union as of till now? I mean, I'd be happy to discuss your membership with my fellow African Union members, but why is it that you wish to join now and not previously?
Spain still has colonies in Morocco, if you look at it.
We are aware of that situation in Ceuta and Melilla.
And we would like to have protection in case the Spanish want to expand their...
Let me cut you off right there. The African Union is not by nature a military organization. Now, I'm sure you have read in the news that we have formally, from many of the African members, but not all, Egypt abstained as well as several others, we have made a defensive pact, an anti-imperialist defensive mutual defense pact. So obviously we would have to consider that during your membership. We will be having another meeting July 1st. If you wish to attend that meeting on July 1st, I would be happy to introduce you, though I cannot promise any explicit support as of now. We will take you on a case basis. So if you would like to attend the next African Union member on July 1st, we would be willing to discuss your membership with the other members of the African Union. Is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
You are welcome. We will see you at the meeting. All right, we finally have a minute. Holy shit. Okay, so it's been very spicy there. How's it going, Ox? What's up? So we are almost at the end of a famine. Our government is in tatters. Our parliament is in tatters. Our nation is in ruin. The famine has led to a sizable decrease in our population. The burgeoning small industry that we had begun to build in the early days and the last days of the Zenawi administration is now gone. We are back to square one. Our nation, although it does not have much of its debt after defaulting, continues to be in an absolutely horrible position. But we will build. As I had said, once the famine is done, which is my only priority for now, the next step in the rebuilding of Abyssinia, which from this day forth, our nation shall be known. Ethiopia is dead. There is only the kingdom of Abyssinia. I am not a tyrant. I will not be a tyrant. Zara Selassie, great-grandson of Haile Selassie, the great Abyssinian king, will be a constitutional monarch. We will restore the parliament. We will restore voting rights. And with the will of the people behind us, we will build a new era for our countrymen and for our people. The famine is almost, God damn it! Fucking hell!
Look at this MD. This is just incredibly bad.
That's another one. Jesus Christ.
Wildly bad.
I have no clue what's happening here, man.
I will pick up host again. My computer's not going to crash a second time.
Did your game crash, Tank, or what happened?
My game crashed. That's all that happened. The game crashed as soon as I clicked something.
Since that stabilizing update, the game's much less stable. MD's crashed more for me recently than it ever has. So I mean,
so that's the first time that the game is crashed for our host. Before we had a bugged lobby, which is Paradox. Previously on the first rehost was just our mid rehost. My computer crashed, which only happens once a fucking day at most. which I know is a terrifying thing to say. It's not exactly
It's
rehabilitating,
like
but it happens. His game, that was the first game crash. It sucks now that we're going to be doing a 5th rehost, but I'm going to do it again if people want to keep. It's a Saturday session. I'm not giving up on it. We're going to keep this fucking going.
We'll keep it going. We'll lose some people here, but I want to keep going because we're going to play
I'll play
more
Lobby
sessions.
Simulator. I'll play Lobby Simulator for 3 more fucking hours if I have to.
Same here.
I mean, we might as well just load up Microsoft Paint at this point.
The reason Matt wants to do it is because he hasn't on.
Is the host running?
I redid the whole Discord. No, I made the Discord
it's
a lot
not
better.
a host issue. We're getting bad luck. That's all this is. This has nothing to do with the fucking game or anything. It's just bad luck.
Yeah, we've had good hosting with me and Matt before. It's not a matter of that being a problem. It's
This is the first time it's been this bad since like the first time we did this. So
why don't we play the modern day mod for Crusader Kings 3 instead?
God damn it.
Is that really a thing?
Probably still more stable.
Potentially.
Can we try and a previous autosave instead of the latest?
ID is up.
It's not the save that's
it would be very different.
It has to be the mod because the mod got updated. The only thing that's changed has been the mod.
I don't think it's the mod because we've only fucking suffered one problem that could be anything related to the mod. Everything else has been paradox or fucking computer issues.
May I suggest that?
I'm gonna mute myself. I don't need to listen to this. There's a couple things going on. Paradox has been really shitty the last couple days. I've noticed that our games have had more issues than they have in the past. The AMD update has caused a lot more crashes, I've noticed, so it will be a little bit less unstable. I have noticed the AMD has been less stable since that hotfix, the 1.6.2 update, and we're also just getting unlucky. So we'll be fine. We'll keep this game going. Just a reminder, this isn't a one-off. There will be 3 more Saturday sessions. Our games run for 4 sessions as long as there's not a save corrupt or an update. So there'll be plenty more of this, but we are having some technical issues right now. Like, goddamn. But it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm gonna take a minute. I don't need to listen to people yelling about what went wrong. Let's go back to Addis Ababa.
Because of a connection fucking problem.
There we go. But anyway, so there was a vote. We are going to make ourselves a constitutional monarchy. So we will bring back elections, but we're just going to be very popular and rule, obviously, as a constitutional monarch. We'll be a nationalist government, but, you know, it will be a democracy still. Discord thing is cool. Which one, Kala? Yeah, I did redo our Discord. The Discord got reorganized. We're also going to revamp all the voice channels tonight. So we've got a lot more staff in the Discord now. We've done a bunch of hirings recently. By the way, for folks in the Discord, I put out an announcement in case you didn't see it. We do have an application now for staff. We do need some more folks for different things that we want to do. So if you're interested, there's a link to that in the FAQ if you want to become a staff member. So we do interviews for that. But yeah, we've revamped the Discord. We're going to continue to revamp it. So, yeah. Oh, Discord Plus, yeah. Yeah, Discord Plus is pretty cool. It lets you get different themes and stuff for Discord, which makes it look way better. So after I download Discord Plus, I'm never gonna go back. Never. Plus, there's lots of really cool plugins you can get for it, which are really useful. So. Oh, I get you. No, yeah, Discord Plus. It's called Discord Plus. Look it up on the internet. It's a download you do. It allows you to get new themes for your Discord, and you can get a bunch of really useful plugins. So check it out. It does still have some problems though, so I warn you. Be careful. All right, so any problems with it? That's why I had to get rid of it. That's fair call. I've had no problems with it so far, but if I get them, I'll get rid of it. So, okay, let's go ahead and ready up.
So we decided to do a UN meeting.
Right now?
Everybody can go up to the channel up top.
Sounds good. All right,
cool.
I'll help grab people. UN meeting, head up to the UN channel. I'm muted. UN channel, head up to the UN channel, please. We're having a UN meeting, head up to the UN channel. All right, Matt's grabbing everyone. We'll get that. We'll get on up in there. Yeah, we got enough rehosts. We might as well do it now. So, okay. We'll let people get in here, and then we're going to go ahead and get the UN meeting going. For folks who have never been in one of these before, first off, I advise you go read our rule set. There's a section on the UN, which you'll be able to read and understand how this process works. It's very simple. To start off with, basically, all we're going to do is do speeches. So if you'd like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. Please keep your speech below 1 minute. You'll be called upon. You'll have a minute to speak, and then you'll be able to move on. After we're done with the speeches, we'll break into the Security Council meeting. So the Security Council meeting, if you're a permanent member, you can go in there. You can check the year if your country was rotating onto it. You can also be in there. For everyone else, just go into the diplomatic channels and you can conduct diplomacy. We have had a couple of rehosts here. We've gotten really unlucky today. There's a lot of different things at play, but we just got unlucky. Bear with us. We'll keep this game going. Don't worry. So on that note, if you would like to speak before the UN, go ahead and raise your hand, and you can. So we call upon the
real quick.
What's up?
Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, can I just have the floor out of character real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, just before we do the UN meeting, guys, we're gonna start the lobby during the UN meeting, so make sure everybody gets readied up. If you're not in now, which 3 of you apparently aren't. If you're not in the game is gonna start without you, and we are not gonna do any hot joins. So please check the MD announcements for the ID and join. We're gonna join in about 4 to 5 minutes, so get in quick. Once the game is in session, while the UN meeting is still going on, we'll play it like 1 or 2 times, and we'll keep that going through the Security Council, and then we'll go to our normal game speed once everything's over. All right, that's all I got.
If you would like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand. The UN calls upon the representative from Kenya.
Hello, members of the UN. I am Daniel Arap Moy of Kenya. I have been recently alarmed with France's neo-colonial policies within Africa. So, we would like to petition the UN to make France abandon their usage of the CFA franc in Africa, and to abandon their neo-colonial policies. Africa is for aid and not exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative from Egypt.
Hello, I am representative from Egypt, mostly because the government is occupied with a civil war. We are asking for support from any country to support us in the civil war against this corrupted government that has made people starve. We will promise peace as this new Egypt. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative from Myanmar.
Shake hands.
Hello, good sirs. Today I'm here to thank all the countries that have invested in Myanmar and have helped us to finance the way to democracy. Right now we are in a critical moment that we will have the first free elections in our country since 20 years, and it was only that to keep asking for help to keep the kids away from mafias and help you all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative from the United States of America.
Hello. So, as you all know, there has been a tragic terrorist attack in New York City. We believe this to be caused by terrorists from an organization called Al-Qaeda, which which has influence across the Middle East. While we are trying to organize possible military action against them, we would like to exert our concern over the Middle East and their radicalization. And yes. We
Thank you.
Like to reaffirm we would like to reaffirm NATO's solidarity in the current crisis. Thank you.
The UN calls upon the representative from Nigeria.
Greetings. I wish to address the Council of the need that Nigeria wishes that Cameroon will host a UN-observed referendum on the Amazonian state. There has been increased unrest, and people have started to become unrestful in the zone, which of course, being post-colonialism, has left many of Africa's borders destabilized by such. So we would like the Security Council to see if they would approve of the referendum in the province. That is all.
Thank you. The UN calls upon the representative from Turkey.
Thank you, Chairman. We would like to bring to the attention of the international community that the House of Solomon within the once great nation of Ethiopia has arisen in the Horn of Africa, and due to its historical context, I believe that it should be a grave concern for fellow AU members in the African Union, and we would like to get international support from other nations to embargo the once proclaimed nation of Ethiopia and revoke their recognition of it, and only refer to them as the House of Solomon. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the representative from Switzerland.
Hello, fellow council members. First of all, I'm really happy to announce that Switzerland has officially joined the United Nations. It's historical. We would like to express our concern about the situation in the United States with recent terrorist attacks. Switzerland is ready to be a beacon of democracy, not only in Europe, but the whole world. We'd also like to announce that we are cooperating with Israel, and we will move our embassy to Jerusalem to help stabilizing the situation in the Middle East. So thank you very much for your time. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the speaker from North Korea.
Quick. Ready up, everybody. We're starting now. If you're not ready up, you're gonna get kicked.
Yep, ready up, everyone. North Korea.
Hello, delegates of the United Nations. Although we may not be members, we would like to petition the United Nations for the removal of the unnecessary sanctions on the North Korean state. We believe that we have shown ourselves to be a peaceful nation during these times by demilitarizing the border with South Korea and arranging this agreement, and by reaching out to several members of the international community to reaffirm this. I will now hand you over to my chairman.
Thank you for allowing us to speak at your United Nations conference. I know that many of you do not believe that we deserve to be able to speak in such a place, and we believe that in doing so, you are doing great injustice to the Korean people. There is only one Korean people. You allow the government in the south to have a say on these international matters, but not the government in the north, when it is our government that is constantly suffering under your terrible embargoes. You are literally killing Korean people by the day with these embargoes. You prevent us from importing necessary foodstuff, but then import said foodstuffs to the south. We just would like to point out that this is not only just terrible under the fact of it was us in the north that suffered greatly during the Korean War. We were the ones that were bombed back in age, yet we get no financial aid from a lot of nations. We have been reaching out to the international community in order to try and prove to you that we are not the warmongers that you claim us to be. We do nothing but protect our own people, our own sovereignty, and it is the Americans who once again, after repeated calls to meet with us to talk, has stood us down. Something always comes up. We do not see their excuses as being valid when it comes to this type of thing. They just want to see the North Korean people suffer. They want to see the North Korean people die. Why? Probably to affect the Chinese. And this is unfair not only to the Chinese for the aggression from the American people towards them, but more unfair to us in the north of Korea, where we are used as a punching bag in order for America to score economical hits against the other markets. We have been petitioning.
On that note, let's wrap it up because we do have a lot more to get to.
Yeah. We have been petitioning across many other nations, and I'm hoping that a lot of those nations will stand up and speak for us today. And that is all.
Thank you. On that note, we'll let the representative from China speak.
Good afternoon, the Honorable Secretary General and the UN speakers. The Chinese would like to speak to you in regards to the recent news of the April attack on the American soil. We would like to offer our support to the Americans in finding the real terrorist organization behind this attack. However, we urge all sides to express concerns in regards to the possible loss of human lives, because not only the Americans have lost human life in this endeavor, and in possible reality, we're going to be facing with a lot more casualties in regards to the civilians where these terrorists are currently based in. And we urge all sides to express concerns for these human lives that may be possibly lost in this process. We will be sending additional food supplies or humanitarian aid to wherever the U.S. decides to undertake military actions against the terrorist organization. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the speaker from Saudi Arabia.
Hello. I'd like to take a minute to talk about Middle Eastern security. And I'd like to say that Saudi Arabia is committing to a path of peace in the Middle East. And to that regard, we're completely open to foreign investments. We're also looking to sell our oil. And I also know that Syria and Iraq are also looking to be very friendly and peaceful. And we're all looking for investments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the speaker from France.
Hello. The French government and the French people would like to issue their condolences to the United States for that horrific terrorist attack on New York. The French government also likes to announce that following a series of discontent, including the influx of Muslims from Iraq and Iran, abuse of power, corruption, and a complete inefficient bureaucracy, the rise of a democratic nationalist France. And also, the French would like to announce and bring to attention to the European powers and the world of Libya's aggression in Tunisia.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the speaker from Germany.
Hello, thank you very much. I will speak at first, and then my vice president has some words.
Let's make sure you keep it under a minute.
Yes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Shocking events occurred recently, especially when French troops illegally crossed the border and were deep in German territory. I and the entire German government condemn also France for Islamophobic statements on the United Nations. Germany is watching the growing fascism in France and will defend all nations threatened by France. Germany has recently launched a Volkswagen offensive worldwide, prioritizing the African continent. We will revive the founding reasons of Volkswagen, affordable cars for the people. We will continue this worldwide to strengthen the economy of our partners. And Africa has been exploited long enough. Germany sees in Africa no exploitation targets, but only partners and future economical powers. Germany stands united and strong with its goals. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm Joschka Fischer. I will make some points. We support the North Korean endeavor to join the United Nations back and relieve the sanctions on them, as we saw great strides made by them in terms of being a democratic nation. And we will urge the international community to support this movement. And on the matter on France, real quick, we will not accept it. We will not accept French aggression. The recent border crossing of a French tank division into sovereign German lands will not be tolerated. And if they do so again, we will answer with force. Thank you.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the speaker from Italy.
My welcome to all the representatives from all the nations of the UN. Italy is currently at a standstill due to the situation in Europe, of which I wish to make more people aware. Currently,
The
France
libertarians are in
began,
charge in Italy.
aggressive
Fuck.
policies towards Germany, of which we do not at all approve and of which, of course, we are suspicious. As such, we have renewed our cooperation agreements with other European Union countries. We wish to state, however, that these are not in any way geared preparations to gear for any conflict with either France or any other power. As Article 2 of our Constitution states, we are a peaceful nation. We do not wish to engage in any conflict. That is all for now. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the speaker from South Korea.
Hello, my fellow delegates. First of all, we condemn the French tank division that's going into Germany illegally, and we're very concerned about that crisis potentially going into a further war. But Germany has the full support of the South Korean on the matter. And on lighter news, North Korea and South Korea have gone to an agreement on a demilitarization of a border and maybe soon a final peace deal to the Korean War, as North Korea is trying, where both countries are trying to recover from economic crises and stuff like that. So thank you very much, and that's
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the speaker from Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I send my condolences to the Americans and the families that have lost one of their family members in the unfortunate attacks in the Twin Towers. So, Brazil looks at the world and wonders, when will peace arrive? Never have we seen a world so broken as the world of today. This has, I repeat, this has to stop. Ethiopia needs to give back the right of the people to vote their representative and their leader. Egypt needs to stop the civil war once and for all. Africa is slowly dying. We cannot, and I'll say it again, we cannot let these warmongers and dictators control their people. The United Nations Council needs to act, and fast. The world will fall apart if nothing is done, and Brazil will not be a spectator. We will act if no one acts. No matter who it is or where it is, we will help the people that cannot help themselves. I wonder if any other country even cares about the citizens of the world. We hope that someday all nations can agree to one thing, and that one thing is peace, something that for some reason cannot be achievable for some. We have seen rising changes in countries that we would never think, like North Korea, a perfect example of a country that wants to come back to the world, that wants democracy for the world. For me, someone who is a liberal, someone who hates communism, likes North Korea, because they're the perfect example of what peace should be. Not Africa. Unfortunately, people of Africa are dying, and no one is doing nothing. We hope that the world can learn from their mistakes, and we hope that the mistakes from World War II cannot repeat. We thank you very much for the. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary
The
General.
UN acknowledges the speaker from Argentina. Argentina.
Hello, everyone from the UN. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address the drug cartel problem that's coming up. I'm having a lot of problem with Chile and them crossing the border, and my people are overdosing on heroin. I've noticed that United States has declared it as a puppet. I'm hoping that the United States could try to help solve this problem before it gets too worse in our country. It has been quite a struggle. I wish no war to happen, but it's becoming too big for me to handle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The UN acknowledges the speaker from Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the United Nations Security Council, today I call upon our old French allies. The nation of France, you once stood as a glowing beacon of democracy, but now you changed to a nationalist outlooking country. Many fear you and many wonder what you will do next. I call upon you to go back to your democratic ways. Look back to your past and remember your strong nation as it once was before. Do not allow it to fall to evil once again. We would like to show our condolences to our deepest friends in the South, the United States of America. We are standing with you 100% of the way in this evil terrorist attack, and you will have the most support from your northern brothers. and speaking on more American problems in the North American continent and the Central America's powers, we would like to offer our condolences and our support to any South American country struggling with any drug problems or cartel problems. You have our full support. Please come speak to me in my office if you have any requests, and we will 100% work with you. And we would like to wrap this up quickly. With the situation in Africa, we call upon that the United Nations and possibly even NATO be involved at this point to restore true democracy back in the country, the continent that was left destroyed by evil European dictators a long time before. We call upon the country of Egypt to please look back into democratic ways and to end this evil civil war. Ethiopia, we call upon you to allow your people to vote in a true worldly session as it should be. Do not allow your people. Thank you. Have a good one.
The UN acknowledges the speaker of Afghanistan. We'll do this, and then I'm speaking, and then we're done. We'll move on. Afghanistan.
Is it working? Oh, there we go. After a disastrous evil act upon citizens on the west coast of the United States, people of Afghanistan send their condolences. The government of Afghanistan has been dealing with the issue the Taliban presence in Afghanistan has a reason to believe they caused these attacks alongside Al-Qaeda, and would extend its hand to any nation who would want to aid us in our efforts to remove these terrorists from the pages of history they have stained. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And lastly, we acknowledge the speaker from Ethiopia. I am Zera Selassie, the great-grandson of Haile Selassie, the last emperor of Abyssinia. From this day forth, we will no longer be known as Ethiopia, but rather the Kingdom of Abyssinia. I am proud to announce that we have formally ended the famine in Ethiopia, which has plagued us for the last couple of years. This was a leftover from Mengitsu's government, and we will purge it from our history. Many are wondering if I will remain in power, and I will, but let it be known that we will be a constitutional monarchy. Parliament will rebuild. I will call for immediate elections. I am one of the most popular leaders in Ethiopian history, and I intend to rule, but only democratically. This is not a dictatorship. This is a constitutional monarchy. To those who have called out against us and refused to acknowledge our government, we will not forget it, and we'd like to formally thank Germany for being a very good friend to our government in dealing with our humanitarian crisis. Thank you. That is all. All right, on that note, if you're a permanent member of Security Council, head on to that channel. For everyone else, feel free to just go back to what you are doing. So Security Council is in session. For everyone else, this UN meeting is over. Okay. We are obviously... actually, let me leave first. We are obviously not a member of the Security Council as Ethiopia, so we will go back to Addis Ababa. We have much work to do to rebuild our country. Wonderful. Okay. So we have formally dealt with the food crisis. We have dealt with that. So we are going to...
Hello, great sir. I have come from Vladimir Putin, over from Moscow. I've come here to congratulate you on the victory in the Civil War.
Thank you.
Putin is very open to agreements between our two great nations.
It was a very hard-fought war. I will warn you that we have no money to do mutual investments with your country. So if you are here seeking that, we are completely unable to do so right now.
It's fine. I'll also tell Mr. Putin that. But Mr. Putin has also said that he does recognize this nation as a normal nation.
We thank you for recognizing our sovereignty. This is not a dictatorship. This is a constitutional monarchy. To all nations who do not acknowledge us, we view them as simply hostile actors. So we are glad that you will acknowledge our government.
Yes. We hope you have a good day, and we hope no more people die in this
Indeed.
hard conflict.
You as well. Let's make a news article. The famine is done.
Hello.
Hello, who am I speaking with?
I'm Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, son of the last Shah of Iran, the leader of opposition of the current regime of Iran. We we were planning to peacefully overthrow the current regime in Iran.
Will that be
As I
done through
saw that,
democratic means or non-democratic means? I know many are painting us as a dictatorship, but I would like to formally say this is a constitutional democracy,
yeah,
and I fully support democratic rule.
yeah, it's like our father. It's like our father. It's constitutional monarchy, and of course, I already have some support from Israel and UK, United
I can
Kingdom.
see from your government that you are not a widely accepted group within your country. Until such time as the people support you, I cannot back your government. When I took power, I had the vast majority of my country behind me, and I would expect the same for you before I support you in taking power.
I'm planning to do it. Yep. Thank you. Just I wanted to speak with you and just getting some teaching.
Of course.
From
You must
Wikipedia.
remember that as a ruler, you are always at the behest of the people. I view my role as monarch of the Kingdom of Abyssinia to be one of the first representative of the people of their country. I hope that you will see it as the same.
Yeah, I hope to.
Indeed. If you do get the popularity support of your people, we will back you, but if you do not, we are unable to support your claim.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Your Imperial Highness.
Yeah, this is the ambassador from Brazil.
Yes, this is the ambassador from Brazil. I'm here on behalf of the president. The president would like to announce that he has made another meeting with his cabinet regarding Ethiopia and its problems. And he has said that if elections are guaranteed in Ethiopia, or any constitutional monarchy has been guaranteed Ethiopia, he will, and most definitely, prepare the army for humanitarian aid.
As I'm sure you have been made aware of in the news, I have announced new elections. We have finally ended the rough portion of our famine, and we can get back to new priorities. As soon as I'm able to, I will call for elections. Out of roleplay, I have minus 250 political power, so I can't make elections, but I will get there when I can. But when our government is able, and we have the organization to do a proper and obviously not rigged elections, we will be doing so in this country. I can absolutely promise you that.
Right, thank you, Mr. President. I did not know you were going for new elections. Congrats. Off-RP, I made one hell of a job in the admission, but looks like China's gonna bite me in the ass.
And out of roleplay, I'm getting absolutely fucked by the game mechanics right now. What the fuck? I have a high interest rate because it took all my political power away during the Civil War, so I can't do decisions to get rid of my debt. So therefore, my party is about to lose all popularity. That's a bit of a game problem that needs to be figured out.
No, yeah, I like the whole time you guys were rehosting, I was just writing Red Bull, ouch. I was writing and seeing examples of an admission to the UN Security Council, and I made one banger of a file over there. If you want to read it, it's really good.
Wonderful.
My God.
I will do so when I have the time.
Yeah, well, China's gonna fuck me over, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, anyways, I'm going back to Brazil. On RP now. It's been an honor meeting you, Imperial Highness, for the first time.
Indeed, I hope in the future you will not be as hostile as you have done in the past with our government.
Mr. President, as I think you're sure, Lula has been leading in the earliest polls we have been having in Brazil.
Indeed.
So I cannot guarantee that Cardoso's party will win.
I understand.
If they do win, we surely will possibly have relations with Ethiopia, but if Lula wins, then may God bless you and may God bless Brazil.
Indeed.
Well, okay, Mr. President. Thank you, sorry, Imperial Highness. It's been an honor meeting, and I'll be returning to Brasilia.
We will speak again soon.
Yes, we will. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Ethiopia.
Hello, who am I speaking with?
Argentina.
Mr. Larua, what can I do for you?
I was informing you that in 200 days that industry will be finally finished in your country and the wheat would finally be delivered.
Wonderful. We are in desperate need of it, so we thank you for it. We are having a bit of a financial crisis right now, though, so it is we're not through it.
With that.
I am aware, but we have much left to do.
Trying to solve my financial crisis as well.
Indeed.
So, as much as but just to let you know, hopefully this will solve some problem. maybe not fix it, but at least there will be some sort of.
We
Band-Aid
are
on the
very
wound.
thankful for the Argentinian government support.
I'll take my leave. Appreciate. I'll. It was nice seeing you again, sir.
You as well. You'll speak soon. All right, out of roleplay, this needs to get fixed. This doesn't make much sense. So basically, we had a civil war, so we had negative political power. Then we defaulted on our debts to the high interest rate. You lose party popularity due to high interest rates, which I understand. That makes sense. But we defaulted on our debts, and we still had debt left over, which I'm not really understanding how that works. And we're going to lose all party popularity due to the fact that we can't get our interest rates are high. We don't gain political power. We got a bunch of negative political power, so we're basically stuck, essentially. So that's we're going to continue to be absolutely fucked here. The early days for Ethiopia are going to be absolutely brutal. I'm really not sure how we can get around that. The monarchy will probably lose popularity. It'll come back into power lately, but don't be surprised if you see our government switch like 3 times in the next 2 years, because it probably will here. This is about to get really fucking wild.
Ethiopia.
Yes, what can I do for you?
Does your focus tree? It's not like roleplay. Does it? How do you create factions, Millennium Dawn?
It does not. A lot of countries don't. We can't make factions, so expect that yours won't. The default one doesn't allow it, and I don't think mine does either. I can check though. Oh, I actually can. If I go the communist route, I can make factions, but I didn't do that, so no, we can't make factions.
Alright.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Indeed. We'll speak soon. Okay, I'm trying to think about what route we're going to go for here. We can rush civs. This is probably the route that we want to do. Our economy will probably go bankrupt here because we literally can't do anything. We don't have political power, so we can't do the IMF decisions. I feel like the debt default decisions shouldn't have a political power cost because of like all the many things that can happen to your government. I don't think like if you have a debt system for defaulting that requires political power due to like the issues within many countries who would be in that situation, you'll probably be locked out of it. So we can't literally do anything here to get out of this crisis. So we're fucked. That is brutal. I'm sure the MD devs intended that way. I don't think it makes much sense, but yeah, oh well. We'll just have to figure our way through it. We're going to be absolutely debilitated for quite a while.
Hello, Ethiopia.
Hello, who am I speaking with?
With the representative from Egypt.
What can I do for you?
We know that you can't really support us in weaponry or anything like that. Would we request commander, let's just say commander support?
What support?
Attaches, if you can.
We do not have the political power to do that, so it's not an option. My government is still in complete chaos. I can barely get through even the basic necessities in Ethiopia. Until we get things under control here politically, that is simply not an option. I apologize.
All right. Thanks for your attention.
Indeed. That kind of reflects what happens in some cases in Ireland. It does in some cases. In ours, I don't think it makes a lot of sense considering what's happened, but I guess I understand it. It just effectively means we're debilitated. I mean, political power is supposed to represent a government's ability to get things done, which I understand during circumstances, extreme circumstances like this just happened, that's difficult. But essentially what the game is saying right now is our government officials are just all locked in their offices, don't move, and we can get nothing done, which isn't the case. There are things our government could be doing right now to alleviate the debt crisis. Brutal things, but things that could be done. The issue is they cost political power and they're locked behind the negative. Ethiopia also, from the start, gets basically no political power due to its modifiers, so It's not really a realistic situation. I understand how it could be this way, but yeah. But having a 25 PP cost does kind of screw you over a little bit. Who's the leader of the USA? Arnold Schwarzenegger, Moose. You already know that, though. Wait, no. Arika Horo. What the fuck is Cameron doing? I gotta have an out of roleplay talk with him. 1 second. I don't know what the fuck he's doing there. I'm gonna assume he's role-playing it. If he's not, me and him will have to have a chat after this game. Like, in some of our games, we do casual roleplay, which is like, it's not too big of a deal. In our Saturday games and like most of our weekend games, we do serious roleplay on the server. So like shit like that, you gotta roleplay it. You can't just be fucking around. So I'll have to have a talk with him and see if there's consequences. But yes, we have stopped starving. We got rid of the famine. The famine has been gotten rid of, thankfully. So there is that, which is huge. We're starting to get a bit of an economy back here too as well. It's very slow, but it is starting to happen. We have opened up our country entirely to foreign investiture. So we're currently inviting the Lifon industry, which it's a Chinese company. So we're working with them. We're gonna go for German stuff too. I believe don't we have a German investment one? No, we do not. I thought we did, but it appears that we don't. I don't know what he's doing. I'm a little bit pissed off, to be honest. Okay. In the meantime, I'm trying to think what we want to do here. I'd really like to secure some debt relief for us. The interest rate has dropped. It has started to stabilize a little bit. It has stabilized. I know in the update they made it so you don't get a lot of aid for like economic aid, so we won't really be able to do too much. We really just have to wait and hold this out, essentially, and grow our economy. There's not much we can do. Our economy is just absolutely debilitated. So we just have to wait at this point. But we don't get political power, really. I can't decrease funding to get rid of these debuffs. I can't increase funding to get rid of these debuffs. So we're really just sitting here and waiting. We have stabilized, though. A little bit. I know. I'm going to have a talk with him after the game. That's just unacceptable. There will probably have to be consequences for that. All right. We're going to finish a little bit of infrastructure there, and then I'm going to start to build civs. Wonderful. We got all the building slots that we wanted. All right, we're asking... Let's go talk with China. Let's go see what he's... Oh, he's in the big meeting. I know he has a diplomat, though. Let's see. Yeah, they're all in the Security Council meeting, so we don't have a lot of options. Really no one, to be honest. Yeah, all the important people are in the conference. No one else, I think, will really work with us. So we just gotta hold it out on this one. We just have to keep the ship steady. We are starting to get some foreign investments, so over time we will be able to stabilize the economy, and then after that we'll be able to get some political power, but it will take quite a while. Our government and the roleplay is just in absolute shambles. Obviously, the protests destroyed most of the government buildings in Addis Ababa, and many of the bureaucrats were either killed or spread throughout Ethiopia. So rebuilding our government will take quite a lot of time here. I'm obviously not going to do anything to organize the African Union in the meantime, so. We are effectively not in any foreign, like, politics. Ethiopia is effectively just, like, non-existent, or rather Abyssinia now, because we have renamed ourselves into the Kingdom of Abyssinia, so. What did the USD do? He's just been cycling his leaders for shits and giggles. I may give him a major ban for that, but I'll debate it with the staff first. We'll see. Like, again, in weekday games and casual RP, I don't give a shit if you do stuff like that. If you're in a weekend game, we do take the roleplay serious. You don't have to be, like, really intense with your roleplay, but just cycling your leaders in a democracy, yeah, no, you're not gonna do that, so. Okay. There's been a lot of events happening, too. Let's read through some of those, because we're kind of just waiting right now for our economy and our politics to get back on track, so we'll read through some of the events. New constitution in Myanmar. Unrest in the northern region. Nigeria is calling for a vote. Norwegian army is fucking preparing for a terrorist attack. Interesting. Germany investing into Indonesia. Nigeria dealing with Boko Haram. Communism rising in Indonesia. Okay, interesting. Chinese vessel was stopped by Turkey. Myanmar's got rid of their dictatorship. He is going to get a talking to also after this game. I do want to start cracking down on the unprofessional shit for Saturday games. Saturday games, I do want us to have realistic RP. So I'm going to get a lot harsher with that stuff. Like, I'm not afraid to start throwing out RP bans for that kind of stuff.
Hello, what's his name? Hello, House Solomon. Zara Jacob.
This is Zara Selassie. What can I do for you?
There's been I've been told to notify you of a Security Council resolution which dictates a autonomous region for Eritrea. Now, this won't have to be independent, rather just a puppet state. So this will require you to release it from direct occupation.
We have received no aid during our famine from the United Nations, and therefore will not acknowledge anything the United Nations decrees.
Okay. So part of the resolution was if you refuse, there'll be an embargo by, well, this select nations.
Very well.
It's not all nations, but select nations. Okay.
We do not acknowledge entities who will not provide us aid during our harshest times, and therefore utterly reject that notion.
Okay. Also, out of RP, I'll be normal now.
Yeah, Cameron, we'll have a talk after.
Yeah, sorry.
Wow. Not only does the UN refuse to send our starving people aid, not only do they ignore the civil war in our country and provide us no help, but they dare to demand the few rebels in Eritrea who rebelled against us receive independence. The UN is a joke. We're gonna make a formal statement against them too.
Hello, Mr. Selassie. This is the Vice Chancellor. We just make sure to know that there was a security UNC road on you. Whatever happens, just know that Germany has not voted for it, but against it. And we will continue trade with you, whatever happens. Just so we can reaffirm that with you.
Wonderful. We are glad that you will stand by us.
Yes.
Every time. We will do everything for Ethiopia.
We thank you for our allies who will stand with us. The UN failed to provide us any humanitarian aid during our darkest hours. They did not even acknowledge our civil war. When I called for elections and for help internationally, they did nothing. They only condemn us. This organization is nothing more than a joke.
They just create wrong, bad things. They're just picking up bad things. But there is so much great things they don't want to see.
There's greatness in Ethiopia and it needs to thrive, and that will not happen when the UNSC or like the UN is actively trying to suppress Ethiopia and Ethiopian growth.
Indeed.
Your government stabilized with you on the throne, so we are standing.
We will
with
be
you.
a constitutional monarchy as soon as I am able to. I will call for elections within my country, which I expect to win. But we will obviously not acknowledge anything that the UN is doing right now. It is nothing more than an immoral institution which seeks to throw its power around the world. It is nothing more.
Indeed.
That's true. Indeed, that's true.
On that note, is there any potentiality for economic aid from Germany right now? We are having a spiraling interest rate debt crisis. We defaulted on our loans. Out of roleplay, I still had loans. I'm not sure why. And I didn't have political power, so I couldn't get rid of it. We currently
I just
have
sent some papers.
Wonderful. That is
Just
greatly
sent some
appreciated.
papers.
Yep.
Wonderful. We appreciate it. We are in bad shape here, but I am confident that we will get things under control. The famine is gone, and with it, we can begin to focus on new priorities.
Oh, also one more thing. I think we had the trade deal already, right? But now we can formalize it here.
Indeed,
I just sent it.
absolutely.
Yep.
We are
No,
thankful
I-
that Germany will stand with us when no one else has.
Of course, of course. We
We
found
are
it
the
quite.
voice of Africa.
Yeah, we found it quite hypocritical of the UN to call you a nationalist regime that needs to put. Yeah. they really forced. They really pushed for like Ethiopian release and put sanctions on you if you don't follow.
They are
So,
some nations are apparently planning on embargoing us, but they don't trade or provide any aid to us, so it is absolutely meaningless.
Yes. I
Yes,
just made.
obviously.
If you
I
don't
made-
mind
I
me
made
asking,
sure.
were you in the Security Council meeting?
Yes, I was.
What nations voted for that, if you don't mind me asking? Just so we know who's against us.
If I can remember, I think India voted for.
Okay.
I think Russia, France. I can't remember. There was so many like motions put forward. I can't really
So
remember. I'm
India,
sorry.
Russia, and France were for this
Yeah.
resolution.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Ironic that Russia would vote for
Germany-
that, I must say.
Yeah.
Let
Germany, of course, was against it.
Indeed.
Always, even before the Security Council
Yeah.
was against this, because South Korea talked about this with us, and we said to the face of the premier, that we are standing with Ethiopia. Because it works. I mean, the famine is over, the crisis is over, and you have promised a constitutional monarchy. So where is the problem?
Indeed.
Yeah.
It seems that they wish to just appear powerful and to throw their
They
weight around.
just don't want to see a strong Africa, my friend. But Germany wants to see a strong Africa.
We are
'Cause will
aware,
be
and we thank you
Yeah.
for your aid.
And with German help, the sanctions will do nothing to you. Germany's a strong economy, and
With the great Volkswagen plants that are being built in Addis Ababa, everything will be great.
Indeed. And we thank you for your aid yet again. We will be working exclusively with Germany for Europe, besides Italy, who is the only other nation who has acknowledged our government and works with us.
that sounds really good. And we are excited to work in the future and see Ethiopia grow
Yes.
as it belongs.
Thank
as
you.
It should be.
We are appreciative.
Let me say one thing. Ethiopia is a diamond in the heart of Africa.
Our people
Yes.
have so much to offer. Our coffee is without power. Our citizens long for the jobs and the work which will bring us wealth and power. When the day comes when we are truly given the economic and political opportunity to become what we can be, Ethiopia will stand as a shining, powerful democracy in Eastern Africa to guide forth a new era for Africa and the Africa Union.
Indeed. Let me just say that
Well
Ethiopian
made.
coffee is actually really good. It helped me get rid of my kidney stones, so
I'm
it's
glad
really
to
good
hear
coffee,
that.
man.
I'm
Yeah.
very glad to hear that.
My affair and my wife both are loving this.
It's very good
Very
coffee.
great.
The world will soon learn to love Ethiopian coffee. We just need to show them what it is. I drink
Yeah.
it every day.
German
It's
market-
what gets me through my
German
day.
market
Although
loves
my
it.
hairline is
Same.
receding very quickly from all the stress lately, I will say. As you can see, there's not much left, honestly.
Yeah. I know, I know.
Before the start of the Civil War and the famine, I had a full head of hair. It's all gone now. So, yeah.
But you still look great.
Thank you.
You still look great.
Thank you. Of course.
And,
And
young, maybe
that's-
we can do a hair transplantation in Istanbul together.
Do a what?
do a hair transplantation in Istanbul together.
I will be looking into getting a hair transplant in the future if it doesn't grow back. My doctor says there's a chance this will grow back, but I'll be honest, it looks pretty bad, so that might not be the case. And we have been embargoed by the United States formally. The U.S. has formally embargoed us.
Oh. You just got embargo?
They have embargoed us.
Vice-Chancellor, wollen wir vielleicht mal mit den Amis sprechen darüber?
Oh no.
Können wir machen. Yeah, that
I will talk
doesn't work.
with my Vice-Chancellor.
I don't think that's work because it's a
US.
UN-backed. It's a UN-backed sanction, so it will
But
not.
we can do this. We can do this.
Yeah, that's
Lass uns
true.
einfach mit den Ami reden.
Yeah, we will talk with
try
America.
what we can. We will try what we can do.
Apologies for interrupting. Mr. Schroeder,
Yes,
I
madam.
wish to
Yes.
speak with you almost immediately. It seems I've uncovered some pretty scary information from our French neighbors.
Wait, French?
Oh, French.
Yeah.
Apologies for me
Let's
too,
go to
but
Berlin.
Jacob, I need you to come to Cairo as soon as possible for a meeting between us two.
Who?
This is very important.
Who are you speaking to? Ethiopia. Okay.
To Ethiopia.
Vice Chancellor and the Canadian Premier Minister. Let's go to Berlin.
Yeah. Let's go to Berlin.
Have a great time.
Very well. We'll speak soon.
Yep.
President Obasanjo.
Yes, I would like to say that I will be condemning the US for the embargo against you. I find it frankly immoral that they would embargo a nation that has just come out of a
Indeed.
epidemic.
We would like to call an emergency African Union meeting right now if you would be up for that as well.
Yes.
Wonderful. Let's go get them into Addis Ababa. Algeria, if you're available, we'd like to call an emergency African Union meeting in Addis Ababa.
Oh.
Are you willing? We are calling an emergency African Union meeting in Addis Ababa. I know you wish to join, so that'll be a good time for it.
Alright.
We are calling an emergency African Union meeting in Addis Ababa if you'd like to come. We are calling an emergency African Union meeting in Addis Ababa if you would like to come.
Okay.
And I think there was one other. Did he come back, Generalissimo? Okay. Is there even in Libya? No, he didn't come back. Okay. Hello there. I am Zara Selassie. I am the newly instituted leader of Ethiopia. I would like to start by laying many minds to rest here. I will not be a dictator. I will not be a tyrant. As soon as I am able, I will be opening up elections in my country, and if needed, I will step down. We have solved the famine in this country, and we utterly reject the notion that we are a rogue actor and rogue state. The embargo by the US and their corrupt allies is nothing more than a political ploy to take advantage of our country. We are given an ultimatum by the UN Security Council to either release Eritrea, which is a province of Ethiopia, as an independent country, which is a joke. We do not acknowledge the sovereignty of Eritrea. And we, of course, rejected it. And as such, we have it embargoed by the US. The other nations who voted for this resolution were the Russians and the Indians. So I would caution all members of the African Union from making deals with the Russians, the French, and the Indians, who clearly do not respect the territorial sovereignty and interests of Africa. On that note, we are beginning to get back under control, but we do have a rapidly escalating debt crisis again, as our interest rates are going up very aggressively. Any aid provided by the other African Union members would be greatly appreciated, but not required. I wish to call this meeting to make you aware of our situation and the situation that the Security Council and those hostile nations to Africa wish to make towards our union and Africa as a whole. Moreover, I believe there's another matter that we have to attend to with Morocco and another one with Egypt. So I would like to start with that. Oh, that case. I believe Morocco has something to say.
I would like to join the African Union and make a defense treaty against Europeans.
As you all know, Morocco was not a founding member of the African Union and as such is not a member. They have requested to join, as well as join the Mutual Defense Pact against imperialists and colonizers that we ratified at the last meeting. I suggest that we do a roll call vote for that. Is anyone opposed?
Nay.
Like you're opposed to the vote, or you're opposed to them joining?
Opposed to voting against, rather.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote then. For Morocco's membership of the African Union, Algeria?
I believe that they should be joining. A fellow member to the African Union is a welcome one, especially against this added hostility with France and the USA.
Wonderful. South Africa?
4.
Ethiopia is 4. Nigeria?
4.
By unanimous decree, Morocco is granted membership into the African Union, and we would be happy to have them in the Mutual Defense Pact in regards to colonizers and Europeans, which may prove very necessary, as I think we all know France has returned to its nationalist and monarchist ways. Not a constitutional monarchy like us either, rather the imperialist and tyrannical ones of old. Lastly, there's one other thing that we need to discuss before anyone else says anything, which is the Egyptian issue. As you can see, Egypt is not here. They had no desire to attend this conference, and I believe they do view themselves as independent and hostile to African Union. Is there any suggestions as to what we should do about that situation? It is obviously a military coup and a military junta now ruling in Cairo.
Currently, I mean, for one, I am worried about Egypt because I think that they have pursued closer ties with the West than I ever envisioned. Especially being so close to Israel, I feel like Israel has poisoned the water and caused this to happen, which I for one am very opposed to. I would also like to raise the concern of our military equipment and militaries being outdated.
I would like to make a suggestion on that account, if you don't mind.
Of course.
There has been one state and one country that has aided us through all of our recent hardships, and that is Germany. I'm not sure how many of you work with Germany, but I have to say that they are a nation that has been committed to working with us on an equal and respectable basis, not an exploitative one. We have made extensive deals with them, and they were the primary nation to provide humanitarian aid to Ethiopia that resulted in the famine coming to an end. I would suggest that the African Union start to work with Germany in a military sense. I think if all of our nations work together to stop Europeans, Germany is also very opposed to France's imperialism and hostility. We could work directly with Germany to provide more modern military equipment for our countries while we begin to modernize, and to have an outside economic actor which would work with us on a equal footing, not an exploitative one. I'm not sure if any of the other countries gathered here today have worked with the Germans, but I have to say that they are beginning to make me rethink our own relationship with Europeans if they act similarly as the German government does.
Yes, we've had good relations with the Germans. They have been helping the Nigerian economy recover, so we see them as a. We have not been approached by any others, but Germany. So yeah, we see Germany in good light.
Are any nations opposed to us working with the Germans on the military and economic front?
I am opposed.
What would be your reasoning?
I don't believe that any interventionism in Africa is necessary. I feel like we can...
I'm not saying that we have their troops on the ground. I'm saying that they would be probably willing to offer us the very low or even free of cost access to their modern military equipment for our own production, so we can modernize our militaries in case that we are attacked by nations such as France or any other imperialists. I'm not suggesting any German military bases. I doubt they would even consider doing that. I'm suggesting that we make use of their modern military equipment so we can upgrade and prepare for any potential intervention.
But
Heard.
it's better for us to get our militaries stronger because the U.S. is coming for Ethiopia.
The U.S. has embargoed us. They show themselves to be hostile. The French are going back to their old school. I mean, it is Le Pen. He is a nationalist in charge. The Russians and the Indians voted for an embargo against my country for not releasing a country that doesn't even exist. We need allies. And hold on. Egypt, you were not here for the beginning, and as such, the only major country that has acted even remotely in Africa's benefit has been Germany. I'm not suggesting a military alliance. I'm not suggesting that we become exploited by them. I am suggesting that we further our economic ties with them and perhaps have a leasing deal with Germany for the African Union that allows us to get access to their military technologies for our own domestic production. Would this be unreasonable?
May I talk?
Egypt, we have not decided whether or not we are going to acknowledge your government.
I would like to speak.
What the fuck did I won the civil war?
Are you planning on instituting elections, Lieutenant General Wahiba?
Canada don't really budget it, my friends. I'm telling you that.
Sorry?
I think he said he's not going to.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm saying that so the Western powers won't embargo me. I'm being smart here, guys. I'm just lying to them.
You're speaking with a lot of democracies here. I'd caution what you say.
You should, regardless of whether. Oh, why? Sad face. Only way we can't do anything about a con.
But anyway, let's not get derailed here. Algeria, are you opposed to what I'm suggesting with the Germans now that you understand it better?
I'll support it, as long as there's no strings attached. I mean, I'm welcome to equipment being.
I will go and discuss it with the Germans after this and see if we could get a non-strings attached deal for that. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, it's reasonable, but I would have much rather preferred to have a collaborative effort in the African people's interest rather than.
The African Union will always be an African Union. The issue is, I cannot speak for you, but I'm assuming that your tech does not even begin to rival the Europeans, which would be the ones invading us. I know ours does not.
Of course not.
So we must do something in order to upgrade our military technologies. Is that not unreasonable?
That's not unreasonable, but
do you have an alternative suggestion for how we would procure this?
I would.
Egypt, let me remind you that you are not formally acknowledged by the African Union yet.
I would like to.
All right. For you, the New German web.
I would like to possibly coerce a project, a joint project to accelerate the weapons program. Currently, I lack the infrastructure or capabilities to, but the idea of an African independent company for all of our military needs would be much more beneficial, I feel, than relying
I am all for that. I would be happy to sign up and help with an African Union joint military research scheme. But I will ask you this, how many years would it take before our weapons even begin to rival the Europeans? And in this time, can you honestly say that we will be free from any foreign coercion or military actions?
May I?
Mr. President Obasanjo, of course.
I don't know what everyone else's R&D development teams are doing. I don't know how many slots of R&D you guys have, but Nigeria has 6 slots. I know we are going to be very far away of even rivaling what the Germans have. It is estimated that if we go with Africa alone, combined effort, even if we all synchronized our development teams to co-work with each other, we would still be lagging behind. May I remind you, the US, it's not unstable, but the US could, what if the US goes after Ethiopia? Rifles alone cannot save Africa. We need the technology
Well,
to try and rival them.
the matter of the fact is that while we won't have the technology, we will have the combined efforts of the African people to perceive this and stop this threat. I don't suggest an all-out conflict. I just suggest we try to, if a land invasion of Africa were to ever occur,
If you are
then
not
the
aware,
cost of life
the
for
the nation
Americans-
who is of most pinnacle concern to us right now is France. And Algeria, you were a former colony of France. If they attempt to get a beachhead back into Africa, they will go for you first. I will provide military support to you, but I will say this: we will not beat France right now. We don't have the weapons for it. We don't have the technology for it. We don't have the power for it.
All
we
I would like to speak on behalf of the Algerian nuclear weapons program.
Out of roleplay, do you have the verified? Hold on. Out of roleplay, do you have the verified roleplay role in our server?
No.
Then you are not able to develop a nuclear weapons program. It's in the rules.
Just saying. If, let's say, France does attack you, Algeria, what we could do is call upon, I know this sounds bad, but we could call upon Germany, and maybe if the US is turned a blind eye to Africa, then what about, have we reached out to Russia, China?
Russia, I would caution all members here from working with, as they were one of the countries that called for our embargo for not releasing Eritrea, which is ironic considering their recent annexation of Chechnya.
Oh, okay. What about
I would
China?
suggest we work with such countries as Germany, the United Kingdom, and China. I would also state that India was one of the countries that voted for us to be embargoed. So I would caution my fellow African Union members not to make deals with the dangerous states of Russia, India, and France.
One thing to say is also Italy has been friendly with us African nations.
Italy has done much to repair their nations with their former colonial holdings, so I would also suggest that we work with Italy, as they have proven themselves to at least be not hostile to us. So again, Algeria, you clearly don't want to work with Germany, but I would ask you, like, I am all for African sovereignty. You know that. Ethiopia stands with the African Union, and we wish to see ourselves rival these countries. But gentlemen, we are at risk of losing our sovereignty yet again. We can talk all day about building our own programs, but if that self-sufficiency results in the loss of our autonomy, what good is it? We need solutions now to protect our borders and our nations from such dangerous powers as the Russians, the Indians, and the French. And if we start our own weapons programs, we will not be ready for them. We need foreign allies. We need modern allies, and we don't have them.
So what if France comes, and if France is defeated, we will still be dominated by Germany after France is
Dominated?
defeated.
How so?
Dominant, yes. If we just merely rely ourselves on Germany in this way of military technology, there's no saying that we'll have autonomy guaranteed.
In that case, I will not make a formal motion as to this. I would suggest all my fellow African members approach them and perhaps the Italians for military equipment. I know Ethiopia will, but we will not make a formal agreement then as the African Union to do so. Is this reasonable then?
That is reasonable. I would, however, like to in the next year's processing, I would like to pass a decree for at least one research slot designated to a military technology.
Ethiopia has been doing so for quite some time. We have almost 1995 small arms, if anyone wishes to lease those when we have completed them.
Ethiopian small arms will be licensed and produced in Algeria when the need arises. Then
very well.
I possess high yields of.
I would like to say that prior at the start, the Nigerian government did reach a investment agreement from America. This was before we knew America was going against you. We got 5 military factories invested by the US government in Nigeria.
It was beforehand. I would like to make a formal proposal now to the African Union. I would like to propose that we do not make any economic deals with the nations of Russia, France, the US, and India after they attempted to take away sovereign African territory.
I agree.
Is anyone opposed to this?
Did they attempt to take it away, or did they?
Let me reiterate what happened. The UN Security Council, at the protest of many outside observer nations, proposed the taking away of Eritrea and giving up independent status in Ethiopia, which again we do not acknowledge that government. It does not exist. The vote was agreed upon by India, Russia, the US, and France. They came to me and they suggested that there would be economic actions, including embargoes and other issues on us if we don't do it, which we denied. They attempt to break up a sovereign nation in Africa, which again, Eritrea does not exist. There is only terrorist rebels there. This is an overextension yet again by outside powers to involve themselves and get power in Africa. If we had released Eritrea, I have no doubt it would simply become an economic puppet of one of these countries.
I would like to ask, why have they not? I know that they're going against you, but why have they not done any anti-terrorist actions in Somalia?
They don't care about that. That border crisis has been going on for years, and nothing has been done. As I said before, these nations are only interested in gaining economic and political power in this region. They care nothing for our well-being. Nothing at all.
This is worrying.
When we had the greatest famine in history, can you guess how many of those nations, the US, France, and Russia, and India, provided aid? Not a single one. We weren't even approached by them.
I know Nigeria. I know we provided aid for you.
You did, and I am very thankful to my African Union allies who have helped us through these times. But gentlemen, I am attempting to make you understand that we're dealing with hostile actions, and we must know our friends from our enemies. And all of those countries are our enemies.
I for one have to ask, has Germany provided substantial economic aid from their colonization past?
They were the only country besides Brazil and a few others that gave us any food humanitarian aid. They made up at least 50% of the food aid that we received and allowed us to alleviate the crisis. Them and the Italians as well.
The Germans have also invested in the Nigerian economy, which is still somewhat, well, it's getting better now, but it's still somewhat slow, but the Germans have been helpful.
Therefore, we ask again, can the nations gathered here today agree not to make economic or political deals with these countries until such time as they prove themselves to be not hostile to the African continent?
Yeah, I can agree to that. Algeria, I speak for Algeria, and I'm gonna pursue a isolationism from Western countries.
Wonderful.
For now.
What about President Mbeki? We haven't heard much from you. What do you say to this?
I'm very concerned about the divisions that we're drawing in the sand. But I understand their strong arming of Ethiopia should not be tolerated, because it's going to start with Ethiopia and then it will go to Algeria, Morocco, and all the former colonies from that point forward.
Exactly.
So I stand with Ethiopia in announcing an anti-Western philosophy.
In that case, are you gentlemen proposed to making a joint statement on this regard?
Our joint
Yes.
statement being...
As long as we're willing to put forward that we're willing to work with them if they change their tone.
I will write something up immediately then.
I would also like to say that Egypt.
Think we're gonna follow random and Big Boy Dictator.
supporting, us at all.
I do wish to bring that up too. I think we should possibly embargo Egypt.
I agree. Yep.
I wouldn't stand aside that
I would
either.
say we should just isolate him from the African community. Then maybe his people. I mean, he's allowed elections back in, though I do believe.
Has he really?
I mean, I think those elections might not be exactly legitimate. Looking at them, probably. But he may be trying to placate the US, so that may be a thing.
He's probably friends with the US. He's friends with Israel, which is friends with the US. So
And also, none of them have come to me to try and help me deal with my growing Boko Haram insurgency that is now slowly becoming.
Yeah, I've been having issues with insurgency too. I've had to dedicate a lot of my resources towards fighting that.
I am tempted, and I am saying this with a heavy heart, I am tempted to remove the US aid trait that some African nations get. It's the US, it's the United States International Agency for Development, but the issue is
I would like to just make a statement. Nigeria, Nigeria, you being the regional superpower of Africa.
if you think I'm that.
No, I feel like I have a tributary to give to you. I'll be investing civilian factory in you and Ethiopia in the next year because my economy is made of down. So I'm gonna try to prop you guys back up on your feet so we can start actually doing a lot of things. I don't want to be tied to lend lease or license programming off Germany or
Understandable.
Just
Western
to
power.
also say in US US is attacking Africa.
What did they do?
He's trying to coup Gulf African states.
Which? Oh my God, really?
Yeah, there you go. See, he's trying to. He's
Where?
looking the one next to Ghana and Liberia. He's basically couped the government, which I'm now gonna not recognize. He systematically couped the
I gotta talk to him out of roleplay. The collecting puppet things is not gonna happen. Like cooing is fine, but I'm gonna make sure he's not puppeting people because that shit is.
Julia, do you have a focus to make a faction?
No, so we can make a faction when tension, gets to a point.
I mean, he does, but he has to go a certain way.
He's also couped the Mali government, which now has made me fear that he's gonna. I mean, I'm watching to see if he tries it with me, but it's very worrying to see him basically trying to force African countries to bend.
At this point, I think we should conclude this meeting. I need to go talk to a couple countries about dealing with the U.S. presence here in Africa. So.
I would just like to ask out of roleplay. So I am not allowed to produce nuclear weapons.
No, not until you get the verified roleplay role. So you just have to prove to the server that you can roleplay and you won't troll, and that you're not toxic. If you do that, you'll be able to.
Heights ice cream factories.
Yeah. But yeah, we've had issues with players trolling in the past. Like players have come into our server and just like gone nuke happy. Like.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so all right. Well, that was
You can make nuclear. You can make nuclear energy. That's totally fine, but no making warheads.
How do I do that? Okay, so nuclear energy.
What you need to do is you need to.
The U.S. is very aggressive.
I'm gonna go talk to Germany. I would caution if you have any major pal allies to talk to them. I'm gonna go talk to the Chinese not long after.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, nuclear. Is it just nuclear reactors though?
Hello there. Chairman Zeman?
Hello, this is the vice chairman. The chairman is currently on a medical aid vacation. If you understand what I mean.
I do understand. I wish to talk to you about a very pressing issue. I am here representing myself and, to a certain degree, the African Union. I'm not sure if you are aware, but the states of India, Russia, France, and the US tried to take advantage of Ethiopia and force a terrorist government to get independence. In addition, the US is undergoing a process of non-democratic, illegitimate overthrowing of African countries, such as in Cote d'Ivoire. We wish to approach the Chinese government and see if you would be willing to provide some diplomatic help of us keeping these American imperialists out of Africa. It would go a long way in helping to build an African Union relationship with China.
We will be quite regretful to inform the president of Ethiopia that we have supported. We did not support necessary support for the Ethiopia to be completely separated with its previous autonomous region. However, we did indeed vote abstain.
Understandable, and that's not an issue. You did not vote for the resolution, so we have no issue with that. But as to the more pressing matter, would China be willing to provide diplomatic support with keeping the United States out of African business?
In the sense that you will support, we will indeed have to. Okay. If the Africans can support us in the one Belt One Road, in our endeavors, we will, in exchange for that, we will indeed look to support the Africans.
We are not willing to make a commitment to such a deal at this time. This is an attempt to see if China has the interests of Africa at heart. If you show yourself to be of a friend to Africa here, we would be willing to discuss such things in the future. This is simply a wish to see if China wishes to work with Africa. Hello, Chairman Zeman.
I'm sorry, but also Mr. Chairman is back, so I do believe it is no longer in my authority to give you.
Chairman, we are here to discuss the potential help of China in getting the U.S. out of Africa. They have attempted several coups of governments in West Africa and are attempting to throw their weight around. We wish to see if China wishes to establish a relationship with the African Union. France, not right now, man. I'm in the middle of something.
Please leave.
We wish to see.
Violation. Germany is.
Alright, I will go to speak with you in Paris.
But anyway, Chairman Zeman, we wish to see if you would be willing to provide us aid in keeping the Americans out of Africa. They are a powerful military and politically and economic country, and we can do very little to be able to deal with them there. So we need the help of outside actors. This would go a long way in helping Africa to build a relationship with China.
This sounds like a very positive deal for China, and we would surely like to help stomp out U.S. influence in the region.
Wonderful.
They've been currently quite
We are going to
aggressive on
call
us.
a African Union crisis summit in Algiers. Once we have talked with several of our major countries, can we count on China to attend and to back up Africa's sovereignty at this conference?
Yes. Currently, I'm working through a proxy to do my will, so I'm kind of a little bit
No worries.
handicapped on that.
As long as you attend and back this up, I'm sure we can get something dealt with there. So I thank you, Chairman Zeman. There's several other leaders I need to speak with, but we are very, very glad to see that China is a friend of Africa and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
China is a friend to all.
Indeed. We will take our leave. Where are the Germans at? They're there.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to Berlin.
Hello.
My friend.
Chancellor Schroeder, do you have a moment? This is very pressing.
Yes, I have a moment for you, Mr. Selassie.
Thank you, Herr
Willkommen in
Schroeder.
Berlin.
We are having a bit of a sovereignty crisis in Africa right now. The U.S. is coupping governments in West Africa and throwing around their influence. We are obviously declaring an independent Africa and African Union. All of the other African Union members are very concerned. As I'm sure you have known, we have firmly stopped all economic and political deals with the nations of India, Russia, France, and the United States for backing the terrorist regime in Eritrea. We are going to be calling for a summit in Algiers, headed by the African Union, with the African Union's allies and the United States to attempt to have a summit to hopefully get the U.S. to not be involving itself so heavy-handedly and non-democratically in Africa. We hope our friends in Berlin will attend and back up Africa's political sovereignty.
We will 100%. I don't know if you are aware of that, but I had some talks with the United States because France threatened the Federal Republic of Germany.
Indeed.
And we were very close to a strange war. And the Americans are backed France and not us. A democratically
the French?
elected. Yes, they backed the Nazi regime in France with Le Pen. And
Authoritarians,
immediately after the US president said that in the NATO Council, I left the room with all of my diplomats, and shortly after that, I left with my country, NATO.
Indeed.
All in the news.
This is very disturbing. It appears that something must be done to stop these warmongers. I'm glad that Germany will side with us. When we call the conference in Algiers, I hope to see you there, Herr Schroeder. There's one other leader I must speak to before this conference. Wonderful. Thank you.
I appreciate it. God bless you and your country.
Thank you. You are a friend of Africa.
You are a friend of Germany.
Yo, Hammurabi, I got a question out of RP.
Yeah, what's up?
So I have to leave in like 10 minutes. Is
Mhm.
that okay? Since I'm like a minor?
Yeah, if you're a minor, no worries, you're fine.
Okay, okay.
The game, I think, will only go for like another 45 minutes, too, so. Alright, the US and Italy are both in the UN conference, so we'll wait to talk to both of them before we have the conference here. We want to obviously keep the US out of Africa. It's unacceptable that they're taking such a heavy hand at coupping governments and trying to get control there. So we need to make sure that that does not happen. On a economic note, we've gotten a little bit more under control. Our interest rates are now floating at around 13%. Our debt is considerable, but our GDP has gone up by a significant amount. So we are in better shape now. Still not good shape. And obviously we don't have any political power because Ethiopia just doesn't make any for some reason. Government popularity changed since election. Yeah, that's why. But nothing we can do about that, to be frank. And then the stability, which we can't get back up because of stuff we also can't change. The government popularity change absolutely fucked us because of our debt issues. So we're in bad shape, and we'll be in bad shape for a while, but that's fine.
Hello, Mr. Selassie.
Hello. What can I do for you?
Yes, I am the Prime Minister, Tony Blair of the United Kingdom. How are you today?
Mr. Blair, I am quite well. What can I do for you?
Well, it was more what I can do for you. I was wondering what you would like to speak with the President of the United States.
It will be for his year only. We are going to be calling an anti-colonialism conference in Algiers after his recent imperialism attempts in Western Africa, with the African Union attending as well as their allies. We wish to make sure that they do not think that Africa is the continent it used to be. We will not be exploited, we will not be colonized, and we will not be the subject of imperialist and non-democratic government overthrows. So we will be putting pressure on this government. Mr. Blair, I do hope that you do not support imperialism and colonialism. I know that Britain has come a long way since those days, and I hope that you do not support these actions.
Of course not. As a matter of fact, there is trouble brewing in the European continent. Once again, Britain will have to involve itself in European affairs. And so we do not wish to have an African Union that is against such anti-democracy values in Europe.
Indeed. We will be, I will be instituting elections as soon as I can. Out of roleplay, I've got fucked by game mechanics, so I'm kind of stuck right now. But we will be sanctioning Egypt, as we do not support military juntas. We will be sanctioning Gaddafi as well. The African Union is becoming more of a democratic entity, and we seek to have a democratic Africa. The actions of the US are unacceptable. I see that the Italy is here. Hello, Mr. Berlusconi.
Yes, hello. We wish you invited us to talk.
Yes, very briefly, I'd like to make you aware that we will be calling an anti-colonial conference in Algiers very soon. The African Union will be attending and attempt to put pressure on the US to stop its actions. It has attempted to coup several governments in West Africa. It is influencing their governments with outside influence. The African Union does not...
I have lobbied against it. In fact, I do not believe it is a wise decision, even strategically, because
Indeed.
there is already a lot of tension in Europe.
We are calling for an anti-colonial conference in Algiers, and I hope that you will attend and back up the African Union in its political sovereignty.
Yes, I will attend as an observer.
Wonderful.
Just ping me, send an invite whenever.
We will.
it is
We'll be
ready.
calling for it as soon as we can talk with the president, President Harold.
Thank you very much, then.
Thank
Farewell,
you,
my friend.
Berlusconi.
Well, I thank you for your time, Your Majesty. I'm pleased to hear of such developments in your
So
country.
I take it though that then you will not be backing the imperialist actions of the Americans.
Of course not. It seems that the Americans have thrown in with the fascists in France, and
They have.
this we cannot
Yeah, I have
condone.
heard from my friend here Schroeder in Germany that the U.S. actually backed up France during the border crisis with Germany, which is very troubling.
Yes, such flagrant and crazy violations of nation sovereignty is just unfathomable. And
Indeed, it's unacceptable. In that case, would Britain like to attend the anti-colonialism conference in Algiers? I'm sure it would do much to prove to the world that you are not the nation that you used to be to support the political sovereignty of Africa.
of course, and we are also making envoys to Turkey to end our imperialism on the island of Cyprus.
Fantastic. I am very glad that you will not support this. Thank you. Prime
you.
Minister Blair. We'll speak soon.
Indeed.
Alright. As soon as the U.S. is free, we will talk to them. Oh, someone wanted to talk to me. Where were they?
Sorry, I just had a quick.
Yeah, what's up, Dino?
Is the industrializer like based on a percent, or is it like how does it work?
We used to vote it, but we're going to be overhauling the award system before actually the next session, so I'll have all that announced probably next couple days. We're overhauling all of the awards. So I'll have an announcement out about that soon, but it will be percent based.
Okay.
Yep. Alrighty, well, the game's almost done. We're only going to go for another half hour, so actually 15 minutes. We won't be going for much longer. So this game's about to come to an end. Again, we have 3 more sessions, so we'll continue next Saturday. But let's see if we can have the Anti-colonial conference before the end of the game really quickly.
To see
America,
the union of the Alps and create the Alps Republic. It will be a fully democratic process, and if they deny, the process will be dropped, and no further attempts will be done to create such a country. However, if the other NATO members do not agree with such a proposal, I won't mind, and I will drop this idea.
President Harold, when you have the time, we need to speak to you. Ultimately before the game ends, because we only go for like every half hour. Just heads up. Okay. We could go for an IMF bailout. We'll do it. Fuck it. They'll remove both of our military industries. Fuck me. We gotta do it. It'll reduce our interest rate enough that we need to. Fuck me. All right, we lost both of our mills, which is realistic. The IMF absolutely fucks you, so that's realistic. But we need to do something to get our economy under control here. I can't raise taxes due to the political power issues, so we're in bad shape. President Obasanjo, what can I do for you?
I would like to report to you that through my own intelligence of talking with the Germans, it seems that the threat that the US is openly supporting French colonialist ideas or neo-colonialist ideas.
Indeed.
As an agreement, the Germans have agreed to export licensed productions of gear to Africa, and have said that they will send special forces to aid us if France attacks Africa.
That is wonderful to hear.
Africa.
On a separate note, we have the backing of China, Italy, Germany, and Britain in an anti-colonial conference that we're going to have in Algiers, so we're going to put pressure on the United States.
Yes, there are reports that also that's worrying is the Germans have told me that France is trying to develop nuclear weapons.
Is he verified roleplay?
All out? Hold on, I don't think so.
Then that is not something he will be doing.
Hold on, let me have a look. Where is he?
No, he doesn't have it. So yeah, All Out will not be doing that. He's a verified roleplay yet.
Yeah, he's got he's got factories on it, so he is developing them.
I'll talk to him after the game. It's fine. We don't have much longer, so.
Yes, right. I will be going back. Do you need anything, any investments, or?
If you can provide them, we are in desperate need. We had to completely get rid of our military factories due to getting a debt bailout from the IMF, and it barely put a dent in our current situation. So we are in desperate need of investment if possible.
Spare a factory for you.
We are greatly appreciative. He starts with nukes? I thought he didn't. Then in that case he can. Thank you, President Obasanjo. We will not forget this.
We would also like to say that the US is openly supporting the colonized. I feel like France is going to try and attack Algiers at some point.
I'm aware, and that is why we are putting together this conference and why I encouraged our friend in Algiers to accept leasing from the Europeans, but he will not listen.
It's fine. I will be leasing from. I I've already got a deal with Volkswagen on the German infantry gear. When's this conference taking place?
As soon as America gets the fuck out of the NATO chat. He left and he didn't come talk to me. God damn it, America. Let me go find him.
Sorry, yeah.
United States, can I talk with you? I requested to do it earlier.
With me?
No, the U.S.
Okay.
President
yeah,
Harold?
Sure. So wait, I didn't raise your request. Where do you want to?
President Harold, we are calling a conference, an anti-colonial conference in Algiers to discuss the situation with Africa. We'd like you to attend if you would be willing to.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Could you meet in Algiers?
Find it. Algiers. Yeah.
Head to Algiers for the conference. Head to Algiers for the conference. If you don't mind heading to Algiers, we're going to have that conference now with the Americans. You can find where everyone else is.
Only Italy.
Italy, we are having that conference in Algiers when you're ready.
Alright, I'll be good.
Switzerland will do.
Germany, we are having that conference in Algiers if you have the time. President Blair, Prime Minister Blair, we're having that conference in Algiers if you'd like to attend.
Ah, yes, we will be.
We are having that conference in Algiers if you would like to attend, China.
Okay. We will be.
Let's see again.
All right, we'll wait for the last few delegates to get here, then we can get this going.
Oh, my ears.
Oh, yes, sorry. I did a preemptive news announcement.
Uh-oh.
That's putting pressure on the US, I believe.
Wonderful. I think we're just missing a couple delegates here.
Yes.
Wonderful.
This was in response to pro-Russian separatists, of course, rising up in Ukraine, funded by Russia. I'm sure you're aware of.
Mr. America, you do know I do not agree with your coups that you've done, or attempted coups.
Gentlemen, I'd like to open up this conference. This is the Anti-Colonialism Conference in Algiers, called in the historic state of much obvious colonialism. Much of Africa has been taken advantage throughout its history. However, the modern era is one where decolonization has become of pinnacle importance. I find it to be both sad and ironic that it was the US that pushed many colonial nations to decolonize. Yet it is now the US who is attempting a modern form of colonialization and imperialism in Western Africa. We have disturbing reports that the US has attempted several overthrows of democratically elected governments in Western Africa, in addition to building up outside influence through non-democratic means. This is a crisis conference called by the African Union and their allies. We are backed by many international actors who hopefully will be putting pressure on President Harold and the United States to stop their modern colonialism in this region. Africa is an autonomous continent. African matters will be settled by Africans. United States, you are accused of modern colonialism, and we wish to see your influence and non-democratic actions no longer existent in this continent.
I wish, as an observer member of the council, to speak. The council, sorry, of the.
I would like to just quickly bring this up as well. When you guys are done, sorry, I would like to discuss for the members of NATO if they could come to Moscow for this event.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the conference. We can do that. You can do that after.
Thank you very much.
May the representative from Italy speak first?
Of course, President Berlusconi.
Well, of course, besides the more reasons that the African Union has stated, I believe, and again, I stated that before, and I stated again, Mr. President of the United States, that this decision of yours is a mistake. We are already overextended, and the expansion towards the east of Europe has overextended our forces even more. With the retreat of Turkey and Germany from NATO, we have severe lacks of defense budget for our forces. I do not believe this decision of starting this operation Shield, I remember the name, in Africa is right. So I believe it's wrong both morally and also in particular pragmatically. That is all I have to say for today, gentlemen.
May I say something?
Egypt, we don't acknowledge your government.
I would just like to announce that the Operation Bastion, which was the coup d'etat of Guinea, Mali, and Cote d'Ivoire, was indeed orchestrated by the United States, and in every situation was successful at installing a Western democracy and eliminating foreign jihadists. As we believe that we believe that they're imminently about to rise up in northern
How
Mali.
can you look in the mirror? How can you look in the mirror, man? You're lying.
This is fact.
Hold on, Abesanjo, are you actively supporting the US's imperialism now?
Who is?
This is not imperialism. This is
Who
a
supports US
reaction
imperialism?
for a US being attacked.
This is an internal matter. President Obasanjo, I thought you agreed in the sovereignty of Africa.
Yes, I do. I would like to. Yes, I do agree. And I'm not agreeing with US. I'm saying the US is a liar. Those nations were stable until you, with your intelligence agency, went in and did a coup on them. Those leaders were democratically elected. You have shown that you are no different than your Cold War counterpart used to be.
That makes more sense.
We wish to not only withdraw, to place civilian rule in Mali, Guinea, and Cote d'Ivoire, but we also eliminate foreign jihadists who have declared war on us, as are running rampant in northern Mali.
It is not your right to overthrow these governments. It is imperialism, it is colonialism, and it is undemocratic. Something your country supposedly stands for, President Harold.
Of course we do.
I would like to also say...
So perhaps it is a case of democracy for yourself and only whatever you want for anyone else then. Is that what it is?
The democracy has been installed for the benefit of the people living in these countries.
Benefit of the people. Look at this liar. Look at this liar.
Please let me speak. As well as eliminating foreign jihadists who attacked our country.
No country is invited to do this, Leave Africa.
I would like to say that
we are
I'm
not in
officially
Africa.
kicking you out
Leave
of... I would like to say I'm
Africa.
officially
The only
kicking out
nation
the US.
that stands with you is Egypt, United States. And that nation is no nation at all, simply a military junta. You are backed by nothing but strongmen and authoritarians like your friends in France. We call on you to remove your intelligence assets and your non-democratic actions from the African continent.
We laugh at your proposal, as we see you've clearly.
Now he shows his true face. He shows his true face, gentlemen. He shows his true face.
You've clearly occupied the Eritrea.
Eritrea is a terrorist state. You side with terrorists.
Despite a unity conclusion.
We call
If
for
we start
order.
moving countries from this council, then this whole union loses its
I
full
would
hands.
like to say that US, because of your outlandish joke, I am kicking the US group out of Nigeria. You are not welcome in Nigeria anymore.
Germany will follow suit with that proposal. Germany will also kick out.
Germany will fully embargo the United States
Yes.
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
You
Yes.
What is ridiculous is your actions as a supposed democracy. That is ridiculous.
And Ethiopia occupying Eritrea forcefully.
You continue to side with these terrorists, showing yet again what you are.
We all know who the true terrorist is here.
It's you, US.
You are the terrorist here.
He left.
He
left.
He left.
America's gone.
He's literally couped nations right on my border. How does he think I feel when I see him literally trying to do that to me?
He does the same thing with France. They're backing up the fascist France,
Gentlemen!
even though we have a NATO member.
Gentlemen!
And I, as the German Chancellor, ask every nation here to boycott American products and embargo their whole
Gentlemen, I have a proposal to make. Gentlemen, it is a new time, and I propose a mutual defense pact against American imperialism between every state that wants to join such proposal.
I would also like to announce that Egypt has embargoed me.
I will talk with Egypt. I have great relationships to Egypt. The US influence above Egypt will be zero when I'm finished to talk with them.
The president of Argentina would like to be catched up on what happened.
US bases show that his apparent operation. I would like to also state that I, being Nigeria, have actually evidence on these previous presidents that were in power. None of them supported Salafist terrorists. In fact, if you look at all of them, look at Mali. I have bases in Mali which are combating the terrorists. The coup.
They have
was
done no
by
anti-terrorism. It's a joke what he's suggesting.
No, I have actually bases in nations he's couped, so I have evidence what he's done. He has basically overthrown the president through groundless accusations. I've got anti-terrorist units because I'm dealing with Boko Haram, I'm dealing with insurgencies. I'm actively doing more of a peacekeeping role than he is. Yet he stumbles into Mali.
That's nothing new. That's nothing new. This is how the United States works. And I'm glad that every nation sees this right now.
Yep.
So Germany offers, as my Vice Chancellor said, all the nations a defensive pact.
We would be willing to join this agreement. Ethiopia cannot stand alone against such dangerous, militarist, warmonger imperialists like the US, and we would agree to such a proposal.
Great to hear.
Perfect.
They refuse to help me with the
And
Chile
every nation who will work with the German government will get immense investments in its countries.
I'll take that.
We also hope that the observer nations gathered here today, such as China, Italy, Brazil, and others, recognize now that the US is an imperialist country and a dangerous one at that. We hope you realize what Africa has known for the last 6 months as we struggled to offset the danger of this aggressive action in Western Africa. Ethiopia, for one, will not stand for anyone taking away our sovereignty and our rights as nations able to choose our own destiny. We will not work with the US, we will not work with France, we will not work with the Indians and the Russians, who have all showed themselves to be nothing more than seeking a new scramble for Africa.
We agree to this.
Yes.
Well, is the meeting over?
It is. At this point, the US has walked out and nothing can be done. Africa will take necessary action, and we hope that the observed nations will back us up and not this dangerous American government that has taken shape in Washington.
Yes.
China will use its economic might to curb US influence in the region.
Wonderful. We are greatly appreciative to the chairman.
And again, I ask every nation to boycott United States products and lift
Ethiopia will not export a single coffee bean or a single bushel of grain to the US and their friends.
Everything that United States can provide you, Germany can provide you a bit, a much cheaper, obviously.
Much cheaper and better quality.
China would also like to announce that we will be beginning to support the Africans through the Chinese Africa Developmental Fund.
Yes, thank you.
And all the debts that all Africans go through will be laid off for free instead of in exchange for influence.
Right, I'm
Wonderful.
also going to announce that the Nigerians have officially, despite the fact that this helped our economy, we have officially kicked out the US aid group. The US investment scheme that they had going.
Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, please do a big investment in Ethiopia, as they said that they want to cooperate with us.
We will. Also, Mr. Selassie, look at the lies the Americans are spreading against your nation again.
They have claimed that we perpetuated a genocide in Eritrea, but they are supporting terrorists. The Eritrean rebels are a conglomeration of hardcore nationalists, Salafist extremists, and all manner of ruffian. The US is siding with nothing more than terrorists.
US is also embargoing Nigeria now because I kicked his aid group out.
No problem. German goods are way better than the United States things. We have very much classification stuff.
If I
I'd
may,
be willing to work with you
High standards.
too. And
If
I
I
will
may
take
take the
those
opportunity,
civilian industries if you want to invest into us, Argentina. I will gladly still help with you.
if I may take the opportunity, I wish to invite, once this meeting is over, members of Algeria, Ethiopia, Morocco, and That's it, I believe. For a conference on renewal and possible expansion of the Italo-African Cooperation Treaty.
We would
But you're
love
still
to meet with
working
Italy
together
on that
with
matter.
The United States.
Sorry?
You still work close with the United States, right?
That is separate with the question, Germany. This is bilateral relations.
Wait, Italy, are you still working with the United States right now after
he's
everything?
working with the United States.
That
I'm not
is
working with the
So
United
very
States.
I'm
disturbing.
asking all my friends in Africa to boycott Italian products.
Hold
too,
on,
because
hold
they are
on, hold on.
supporting
Let's
the United
ask first Italy. Italy, are you willing to make a stand against the American imperialists? We can do business with you if you do that, but if you continue to work with and support this dangerous regime in Washington, we can't have a relationship with you.
I believe I have already made a stand in this own meeting, Mr. Representative.
I take it that you will be embargoing the U.S. then?
If it is necessary, yes.
It is necessary and needed for our future between our nations.
Then such measures will arrive. But again, I request that the German Chancellor doesn't put himself among matters that do not matter from him.
It matters for me.
That
obviously,
matters
because
very
they are
greatly. This whole conference is
matters.
called for the dangerous and imperialist nature of the U.S. Italy. You cannot be working with such a dangerous actor and expect a separate relationship with other governments.
I will say I cannot go against Italy or China as Argentina for the fact that they are both heavily investing in.
Berlusconi, the Ethiopian government and the Kingdom of Abyssinia calls on you to embargo the U.S. and make a stand against this imperialism and show yourself to be a true friend of your former colonies.
And Germany wants to see proof of all that, what was mentioned.
Yeah. And again,
We'll take 1 month to decide. We will contact you when the decision is made.
and again, every nation that decides to work against American imperialism, Germany will help you economically. We will safeguard you.
Nigeria has already kicked the US aid group out. We are about to embargo
We
the
have
US
as well.
Yeah.
So you're saying this
I
is
will do
South
investment
Africa?
in Nigeria.
President
right
Biki
now.
wishes to speak. Hold on.
So you're saying that I can trust in Germany by kicking out the US?
Yes.
Yes, obviously. Ask
We
our,
will-
our partners.
Yeah, we will invest into you and make it so that the economical hurt for your nation will not be present because we will take all of it. We will
All
make
the
sure you are.
resources,
Yeah, you will.
obviously, yes.
Yeah, we make sure that you are economically safe and sound.
And all the
And-
resources that the United States can provide, Germany can provide too, as I said.
My question for you is, in Europe, where is your stance on what's going on there?
We are the victim in Europe. The United States is siding with fascist France. We are a victim in Europe.
So are those the only two polling powers in Europe?
Yes.
Because if I invest solely in one country in Europe and something happens, what happens to the African people then?
Can I also officially announce the US has overthrown Guinea?
I'd also like to
and
state that
has-
currently the Turkish Navy is moving naval vessels off the coast of Eritrea. They refuse to acknowledge the Ethiopian and Abyssinian government, and as such, Turkey has taken direct action by placing their navy off of our
If
coastline.
that is the case, then we will be doing this to
We
them.
call upon our
Turkey-
allies and our friends to take action and continue to push back such aggressive nations as Turkey.
We have expelled.
I will
we
talk
had,
to Turkey right now.
We had an agreement
Vice
with
Chancellor, you
Turkey,
can
so
stay here.
I've kicked them out because of that.
Vice Chancellor, you can be here. I will talk to
Yeah,
Turkey.
I stay here and talk with
I
the.
would also like to announce that since the US couped Guinea, who was the Guinea president, was a personal friend of mine. He was not alive.
Indeed.
And I've looked this up.
Overthrow.
Since he couped Guinea, and there's a new president in charge, it has led to basically Liberia is now never going to be united because of the coup. Liberia is now divided thanks to US imperialism.
Indeed. They can claim that they're stabilizing, but they have simply thrown that region even more into chaos. But the US doesn't care. They will do anything that gives them power.
Which is why we're about to embargo them.
Mr. Selassie, would you like the German Navy in response to the Turkish Navy? And you
We would greatly appreciate it, and we would also invite Germany to station troops in Ethiopia if they are willing.
We are of course.
If Germany can start showing investments in South Africa, we will stand with Germany.
We will do that right now.
Also, we would like to ask Germany if they would be willing to provide a bailout to decrease our quickly escalating interest rates.
Of course.
Wonderful. I will send an offer for that right now.
Argentina might ask for the same thing, but I'm already working with you, so it'd be more of a friendship. Actually, Germany.
President Cardoza?
Not this is
No,
President Lula.
President Lula. Hello.
Excuse me. I'm here. I've just talked with the United States and France. I'm here to mediate the situation, and I'm here.
There's
to
no
talk.
mediation to be done until they stop their aggressive actions in Africa.
Listen, Mr.
Mediation suggests that there will be concessions and there will be none to these hostile actors.
Your Imperial Highness, I understand your frustration, and if I were in your country, if I was the emperor, I would feel the same thing. But we must not let emotions take over.
Then will you? Then tell me this.
Yes.
Then tell me this. Will the US officially apologize for its openly imperialist policy in Africa? I want a public apology, and I also want him to unembargo Ethiopia.
I would also like them to stop supporting terrorists. They support the Eritrean rebels and their Salafist allies in that region, which is unacceptable. We cannot work with a nation that supports terrorism like the US.
Okay. Listen, United States has shown interest in having talks with the respective nations involved. They have openly told me that they want to talk to Ethiopia and the African Union and Germany to see if they could reach peace.
That is what this conference was called for. It was the Americans who stormed out and would not even talk with us.
Yes?
Oh, I have managed to talk to them and they have agreed.
Wonderful. Well, they can come back to the anti-imperialist meeting in Algiers. We're all still here. We've been here for weeks.
If the African Union respects respects the United States and France, they could reach to talks and see if they could strike a deal.
Respect is earned, not given.
I know that.
And they have earned no respect from Addis Ababa, nor the Kingdom of Abyssinia.
Your Imperial Highness, I understand your frustration. As I said, if I were the Emperor, I'd be the same thing. But again, we must use rationality in these cases. We must be rational. So
I am happy to speak with them, as I suspect many others here are. But there will be no respect until they prove themselves to be worthy of it. There will be no deal until they stop working with terrorists within my country.
The Imperial Highness, I will report this success. I'll call it success, honestly. I'll report this back to the United States, and I will see if they were willing to come down to Africa and continue the talks that was interrupted, unfortunately.
I hope so.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
US will not apologize.
No, they won't. They're gonna say no and they won't show up.
You heard it. You heard that laugh he had when he knew he was like a child that got caught.
President Holland is dangerous. I had hoped the first woman president of their country would spell perhaps some more.
No. She is a puppet for the CIA and for the US war machine. That's
Indeed.
What she is. The US war machine, we all seen it. It's not gone away since the Cold War. The US openly, I wouldn't be surprised if they're openly funding Boko Haram in my nation just so I can be destabilized.
Would not surprise me either.
I would also say that I have embargoed the US. He will not be getting a single drop of Nigerian oil until he fixes his wrongs with Ethiopia.
Indeed.
The German Navy officially has moved its fleet to the Red Sea in supporting Ethiopia against any aggression.
We are thankful for your support.
I would like to embargo the US.
We would also like to ask if the Germany at some point, if I'd be able to get naval blueprints from you. Nigeria is thinking about expanding its navy, so I can try and deter these.
Of course, in fact, we will offer Nigeria and Ethiopia access to our blueprints, for our military blueprints as well.
Wonderful. We are greatly appreciative.
We cannot stand for a new age of imperialism, gentlemen.
On a roleplay note, just a note, guys, we have 10 minutes left of this session, by the way. So if you've got anything you want to go do with other players, I'd advise you go wrap that up.
All right.
We will obviously continue next week, but still.
I'd like to also say, in response to the US its embargo of me, I have mobilized National Guard unit as well.
So my fellow African Union members, we have up-to-date small arms if you wish to lease them off us, though of course the more modern German ones would probably be better.
So just shoot him. My chancellor should accept this. He's in line with everything I do or say.
Friends of Africa, it is the North Korean envoy here. How are you all?
Not the
nice to
best.
see a friendly face.
Hello, Ambassador.
We have worrying news that the South Koreans have sent their navy to the coast of Eritrea.
Them as well as the Turks, it seems, are siding with those imperialist Americans.
Indeed, and this is concerning, considering the United States was supposed to be part of the peace treaty between the North and South Koreans.
Indeed.
However, it seems more and more concerning and likely that the South Koreans are siding with these imperialist assholes, basically, who seem hell bent on destruction in the world rather than peace on Earth. It's very concerning indeed, and we just, whilst we may not be able to offer much military support at this present moment in time, we would like the African nations to know that you have the full support of the North Korean government.
We are very glad that your government is willing to support us. I know you're undergoing a process of democratization, and we are very glad to see that you will be standing with such ideals.
Indeed, and if any of the African nations would like some reciprocal investment reciprocal investment opportunities, then we are more than open to discuss those.
We are very appreciative.
Argentina will lend military aid if needed as well.
Just to say, just to support, since we've had South Korean naval, I know I've only got 2 ships, but I'm going to send them off the coast of Ethiopia.
We thank you.
Excuse me.
And we are Abyssinia now, by the way. We are the Kingdom of Abyssinia. Which
Excuse me,
I should rename myself.
presidents, prime ministers, and in this case, emperors. I'm here to report back of what I've talked with the United States. We would like in order to initiate talks, USA would like to lower the members who are involved in this.
That is unacceptable. We reject that notion utterly.
Yes.
I haven't even finished.
That's a non-starter right there. So if anything's dependent on that, I suggest you go back to America.
United States would just like to talk to the right now the most involved members, which would be the Empire of Abyssinia and Germany.
We reject this.
All Africans matter.
We negotiate as a union with our friends and backers. We will not be made strong-armed alone with the United States. That is unacceptable. We reject that notion.
This is a ploy by the US to isolate us one by one and offer us, as we call, he'll be sweet to Ethiopia, and then we'll know he'll be aggressive towards one of us.
Seems like the United States President has joined us.
The representative from Italy wishes 1 second.
Yes.
We should speak with Argentina in another room on separate matters regarding South American affairs.
Okay, well, while Argentina leaves, I would like just to then, if you guys would not approve this.
I see the U.S. is here, so apparently they're willing to talk with us and our allies as well.
At this point, at this point, we would like for all members to, talk when they're asked to talk. Because last time, no one could have talked due to everyone's voices screaming.
To be fair, there were some very absurd things said by the U.S. president. As long as they are not as extreme as they were in the past, that will be no issue.
Would like emotions in here, out of the room, and only rationality in here.
Was it not emotions that led to the U.S. president leaving this conference?
I do not. Listen.
Right, let's move on. Just get this.
Let's move on. All right, let's move on. United States is here. United States, please start to talk.
We don't know what there is to talk about. We believe that they're the ones making this a crisis.
That's a very poor way to start this discussion.
We have intervened in states which were fostering terrorism. That's.
You mean you cooed them because I had military bases in them that watched you coup them, unless you did not
Yes,
see.
it was a coup d'état.
Yes, and was
Yes.
that is that democracy? When you coup a president, is that democracy?
Hey,
No.
Edwin, please, let's just relax a bit. Listen, Absinia, you promised me actually that you would return elections.
Out of roleplay, in the roleplay, I've returned him. Out of roleplay, I've been absolutely fucked by game mechanics, and I'm just debilitated with political power issues.
I
But
see.
in the roleplay of the game, I've instituted elections. I just can't because the game's fucking me right now.
I see. All right, I was.
Yeah, I'm pretending as if that's the thing.
Yep.
Well, listen. Since Absinia returned its elections, I believe that it's in my I believe that they could keep. I can say the country.
Eritrea.
Eritrea. Thank you. USA. What are they saying here is that they will not give back Eritrea, and they claim that Eritrea is a bunch of terrorists. Is that right? A bunch of terrorists? Emperor, am I correct?
The terrorists in Eritrea, yes, they are currently being backed by the U.S., which I do find it very strange after 4/11 that the U.S. is willing to back terrorists, but they do so in my country, which is a grave concern.
Now, my first point here of reaching agreement is the United States would retreat all of its backing of the so-called terrorists.
By backing, you do mean by diplomatic backing, correct? Not militarily backing.
I do not understand if is the United States backing these so-called terrorists in a military way?
We are absolutely not. However, we're just clarifying.
I would like to ask why the U.S. is supporting a terror network in a country that does not concern it.
We seek global security, so of course it concerns.
So
us.
you support terrorists in order to maintain the supposed security.
We aren't supporting any specific.
President
party
Harold,
in
if I was
Eritrea,
supporting the
rather than
KKK in your country or militant Islamics, would we not have a very different situation?
We are not supporting any party in particular. Rather, we are.
Yes, you said you were.
As the UN Security Council has all agreed on, by the way. So this isn't just.
You agreed on the releasing of the nation of Eritrea that doesn't exist. They did not agree to support the terrorist organization within Eritrea. That is you alone, President Harold.
We have not supported any terrorist organization.
You have.
Any organization.
You supported the Eritrean rebels, which are terrorists.
Order, please. Let the United States end their talk, please.
I will not let them lie to my people, to myself. It is insulting.
We both have different opinions. We would like.
I'm happy to listen as long as this man does not lie.
I would like to listen to both parties right now. Just let the USA talk, and then I'll let you talk, Emperor.
I believe that if we cannot come to terms with the facts, then there's no basis for talks.
President Harold, if I started to support the Islamic extremists in the U.S. who have done your government harm, would you also just simply want me to not do anything and not change that position? Why is it different for you to support terrorists in my country? Perhaps it is because the U.S. does not see Ethiopia and Abyssinia as sovereign nations like themselves due to your colonialist viewpoint of Africa.
Eritrea is a sovereign nation, was a sovereign nation until Ethiopia brutally suppressed them.
Eritrea is not a nation.
Hold on, can I just clarify? I've had
I mean, we can acknowledge the Confederate States as a country and support the rebel groups there, if you would like.
I cannot say. Nigeria has had NCOs tasked to Ethiopia to help train its army and also help watch to make sure that he wasn't doing anything. He has not brutally suppressed any of the Eritreans.
While we're aware now that that resistance to the regime is minimal, initially it was large and it was brutally suppressed.
Do you have any actual evidence to back this up? Because I've heard none from you.
The North Korean government would also like to object to this. We had generals on the ground in Eritrea during this, and we saw no evidence of the Ethiopian
armies of the rebel
suppressing
groups in that region surrendered and retreated properly. They were given food during a fucking famine in my country. We fed those prisoners. You shut the fuck up. I will not be spoken to like this. You are lying about the actions of my government. I will not have it.
It shows that the leader of Abyssinia is showing their true colors here. That they are
Your Imperial
Who
Highness.
the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of this conference.
I will ask for order in here. Listen, I came up with a proposal for both parties.
Boom!
Listen,
Order.
listen. Both of you people. I've reached a proposal here for both parties. Now, I see that Abyssinia is not giving up on their region.
Region.
And they are so sorry, Eritrea. Now,
there is the territory of Eritrea within my country. It is a part of the Kingdom of Abyssinia. I would ask President Lula to refer to it correctly.
My apologies, Your Imperial Highness. The port of the Empire of Abyssinia. By what I've heard here, I will say that U.S. will retract all of its diplomatic actions towards the port of the Empire of Abyssinia, but we will need to have observers around the port.
We will.
Is this your attempt to start doing stand-up, President Lula? Because that is a joke of a suggestion to us. American observers, they will be simply tools of imperialism in my country, and you know it.
Hold on.
If you want a liberation of a country.
Be quiet.
Excuse me.
I would like to say, why don't we, if the US observers is allowed, then that means the Nigerian observers are allowed.
Yes,
Just to
exactly.
make sure the US
We would agree to this, but we have a caveat that we'd like to add.
All right.
We would like observers to make sure that you are not treating the Confederate States of America wrongly, and that we make sure that you do not take action against that sovereign country within your country.
So you seem to be supporting the Confederate
We need to have, there would need to be Abyssinian observers in the Confederate States of America.
You are now supporting the Confederate States of America, which shows that you true color.
Please listen. First, Your Imperial Highness, as I have respect for your claims, I would like to have respect for the United States of America. They are not the Confederate. Please, let's have respect for each other.
Well, then if we're going to talk about facts, then why don't you stop referring to Eritrea like this way and suggesting that there is a need for observers? Where was the U.S. observers in aid during our famine? Where was the U.S. then? You only care now because you wish to take a puppet nation out of the Kingdom of Abyssinia, and you know it. This is unacceptable, and we reject this notion.
Attendant, please, Attendant Ambassador, you can speak.
Very well. As we had helped Ethiopia in the past, we sent many shipments of food, and we had been a neutral observer during the civil war, even standing from supporting the officially recognized government of the republic before, instead of standing against the imperial government. This is what we propose. We shall do a referendum in Eritrea about the Eritrean people, if they wish to stay in Abyssinia, not if they wish to be independent. The Italian observers, which have been neutral before, will be there. If the referendum is fair, then Italy will accept it. If the United States doesn't recognize it, then I guess there will be consequences from Italy.
I would like to also say that the African Union should be also invited to watch this referendum as well.
Of course,
listen, let's make the deal here, all right? The port of Abyssinia will continue being in the Abyssinian hands, but we will send every observer of any nation that wishes to do so.
I will say this: we would allow a UN. Hold on. Let me speak. We would allow an UN observation force to come in Eritrea to confirm that there were no war crimes or any other matters. But we would also ask, due to the absurdity of this, that the UN mission be sent to the southern states of America to ensure that they are also being treated fairly, since that is as absurd as this suggestion is.
All right. Out of roleplay.
As long as Eritrea remains under the illegal occupation, the South
France,
Korean
you have
and
no
Turkish
reason
Navy.
to talk, you imperialist. Get out of here.
I would like to remind the South Koreans that if you block commerce, we will fire upon your ships.
Oh no.
I will not accept this screaming here. Now listen, I will report back to the United States and I will...
France
Out of
as a
roleplay,
permanent
the session's
UN
done, by the way,
Jesus.
guys. Out of roleplay, we're ending right now. But yeah.
The delegate of Nigeria can't even distinguish what delegate is talking. So therefore, they should not really have a big position in this peace talks, as they can't even tell what country is talking.
You can't even reconcile with democratic North Korea. Do not pretend you can act in any other diplomatic regard.
I will ask everyone to politely be quiet, please. Listen.
No, I need to prove this claim. We're negotiating on peace talks, and the U.S. quickly withdrew for a reason I don't remember. I think it was France, but withdraw for a reason. Therefore, the peace talks cannot continue. But the North Korean and South Korean delegates, we're on board with peace talks, and peace talks are still in development.
All right, listen. I will
So that's
talk
a
to
plain out lie.
Says
I will
France
talk to
who
United
restored the Bonaparte family.
Says I'm not even France. I'm South Korea.
Oh,
excuse me. I will talk.
I said that 3 times.
I
You
will
still
talk to
can't
the
continue
United
to know
States.
it.
Everyone was
Excuse me.
talking over you, sorry.
I will talk to the United States.
Out of roleplay, guys, we're gonna call it here.
The
The game is gonna be ending for the day. We'll be continuing this in the week. So if you want to, we can continue this conference next time, of course. But we are ending the game here for today.
Oh,
Just heads up,
look,
guys.
American activists are targeting.
Everybody should donate
So anyway.
to Argentina.
Guys,
I'll be right back.
next time.
All right, we're gonna end here because this is when you go for 5 hours per session. Obviously, I'm not like actually, super exacerbated. This has been a really fun roleplay so far. So we're gonna go ahead and call it here. I'm gonna go find someone to raid. Okay, so just a heads up, Vicky 3 got leaked. Yeah, I saw that. Just a heads up, I am gonna be streaming a little bit more later tonight. I'm gonna be doing a Stellaris roleplay, but I'm gonna end the stream and go raid someone because I know most people watching are interested only in Hoi 4. So we're gonna go raid someone right now. If you're interested, I will be doing probably a Stellaris roleplay tonight. Not today, no single player today. Note, I'm doing a Stellaris roleplay later though. Let's go find someone to raid right now, because I am gonna call this here. I'll go over the next couple days while we're starting to raid them, and then I'll end the stream for now. I'm sure someone is streaming, so it's a busy day. It's a lot of people streaming earlier. This has been fun so far, goddamn. Stellaris will start probably in around an hour, maybe a little bit less. I know we're gonna raid. Earth is streaming. Earth's an ever cool streamer. Earth has a great YouTube channel too. Check that out. So we're gonna go raid them. Hold on, let me start the raid. My computer does not want to work with me right now. All right, if you want to watch some more Ahoy, we're going to get ready to Earth, who is streaming some Hearts of Iron. If you're interested, stick around for that. I will be back in probably like an hour-ish with some Stellaris roleplay, if that interests you. Next couple of days. Tomorrow, we have that Cold War roleplay. If that interests you, we're going to do the Cold War Iron Curtain mod roleplay tomorrow. This session will continue in a week. We go for 4 sessions. This was the first one. We'll go for 3 more. We will run these every Saturday. If you're interested in joining next Saturday, you're welcome to join us in Empty Country. So, yeah, this was a lot of fun. Fucking love these games. They're very spicy to start off with, so this will be interesting to see where things go. We're gonna go raid Earth, guys. For folks, I will see you later today or hopefully soon. So hope you enjoyed the stream.